Hey, what's up, guys? It's been a minute. It's been a minute. You're back with Lightbringer, and we've got a new mystery guy on the
A
panel
mystery
today.
guest. Yes,
A
that's
mystery
right.
guest, never been seen before. So, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is, as you can see there, Where's Johnny? Formerly known as the Brothers Keeper, but we've rebranded ourselves. We're now Where's Johnny? That's the new moniker.
So yeah, Johnny had a spiritual rebranding. He had an intervention in the Dominican Republic.
That's right.
He has some stories to tell, which we'll get into in a little bit. But just to we've both been away for a minute. We traveled out to the Dominican, with a classic Passport Bros trip. Johnny's first time in the Dominican Republic, my 8th or 9th, I don't even know how many times, but I've been going for about 8 years. So I'm fairly well versed with the DR. So today I want to tell you what we're going to go through today roughly, and we're going to dance around a few topics, and then we'll start digging into each topic individually. So today we're going to talk about Gen Z, Generation Z or Z, depending on which side of the Atlantic you're from, and doom spending. So I'm gonna touch a little bit on that in a sec. The second thing that we're gonna be talking about is 20% of single men are now saying they don't have any close friends. So we have a friendship recession worldwide. Yeah. And that's a technical discussion which Johnny is going to really dig into why that is the case. It's kind of technical, I mean, even myself, I'm trying to work out what's the reasoning behind that. I've got a few ideas which we'll open up on, and then we're going to get into some, a bit of a Dominican fuckery, some tales from the crypt. Okay, so let's dig into what you want to touch on first, Jay.
Let's start with the Gen Z stuff. We'll get to the Dominican a little bit later.
Okay. So let's
up slow.
We're gonna start with the serious stuff.
Yeah. As they say, you got to preheat the oven before you slip the turkey in. So
okay. So let me get my share screen up.
Yeah.
So I can start presenting some shit. Notes. Share screen. Okay, can you see that? Can you see that notes?
I sure can.
Let me see if I can make it even bigger.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see if I can make it full screen. And that's as big as I can make it. So I don't know if you can see the text, but I'm sure people can see the pictures. So Jay, you can you see the caption? Bluebird Scissors? Okay. Yep. Okay, let's read it out.
Well, the caption says Gen Z is doom spending to cope with despair.
And on the right side, can you see what it says?
Yeah, on the right side, it says, what really matters anyway? That's what Nia Holland, 24, that must be the lady in the picture, thought after spending $2,500 on a vintage Chanel bag, draining her savings. Earning little money with campus research jobs during graduate school, she knew her money could be better spent, saved, or invested. So it says, typically when people are on shaky ground economically, they pull back on spending, but increasingly younger generations are doing the opposite, figuring their financial futures are doomed no matter what. Higher student debt loads, an increased cost of living, and shifts in the labor market have made it more difficult to achieve financial goals like buying a house or saving for retirement. Lastly, it says about 27% of Americans admit to doom spending to cope with concerns about the economy and foreign affairs, according to Credit Karma, which must be the people that came up with this this term doom spending, which is the first time I've heard it. But yeah, that's very, very interesting. Doom spending from Gen Z.
You know what? After you reading that, it's basically another version of quiet quitting. You remember, like about a year ago, you had this term "quiet quitting."
I did, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of another, an offshoot of that. Yeah, let me bring you back into the screen.
Yeah,
So you can see both of us now, I think.
yeah,
So yeah, it, and I understand where this concept is coming from, because if you look at Gen Z, just to be clear, is how old? How old is Gen Z? They're like late 20s, right?
I
Let's
believe
see,
so. Yeah, that's going to be a
Gen
generation to grow
Z
up. So
age
that's
age range. So
yeah,
they are
the late
they are
90s, if I'm not mistaken, because my
12
nephew's into that range.
12
Yeah,
to 27 years of age
that's
currently.
right.
So,
Mid to late 90s. Yeah,
12 to 27 years of age right now. So forget about the,
yeah.
basically we're going to be focused on 18 to 27 because people that
Okay,
are in
that's the age.
working, studying age, yeah.
Sure.
So the way I see it is cost of living, cost of a house 30 years ago versus cost of a house now. In America, it was certainly a lot cheaper, same as the UK. You're probably talking about maybe 4 to 6 times multiples of your salary.
Yeah.
Now you're depending on state, it's probably closer to 10 times in the States. But the thing is, and this is something that only we would know as British people, the multiple in the UK is a lot higher in
Yeah.
London. It's a lot higher. So if we're talking about like my father's generation, when he would when he would have been buying properties in the early to mid 90s, we might be talking about 5 to 6-fold
Mhm.
salary to the house. Now we're looking at 12-fold, 13-fold,
Yeah.
14-fold, and that's in London. So, and that also going to affect a lot of minorities as well, because in London, the UK, if you look at the layout, majority of minorities, they converge in London or certain other big cities.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's going to pose a problem for family formation. People are going to be like, 30 years ago, we might have had 2, 3 kids
Yeah.
and a nice juicy mortgage. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? For 30 years. So that's another story. I mean, not everyone wants to sign up for that anymore.
No.
Generation Z don't necessarily want to sign up for the 30-year mortgage when they
Yeah.
can travel. They've been exposed to all this travel, this luxury lifestyle. They don't
Mhm.
necessarily want to sit down and do the dirty work and do the dishes and the house clothes, the house washing, and
So
the adulting and raising kids. They don't really want that. No,
yeah.
there's more narcissism and selfishness in this generation. So it's a broad array of things kind of like put into the pot,
Yeah.
and it's come up with this thing where it's just like, it's Gen Z is doom spending to cope with the despair. And that's the key word. It's the despair.
Mm.
Yeah. The despair is cost of living is too crazy.
Mhm.
The appetite for luxury is way higher now than it was even 12 to 15 years ago, let alone 30 years ago, which is a whole complete generation. I would say is about 25 to 30 years. That's usually the gap between, average parent and a child.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts on this? What's your first initial thoughts about this doom spending?
Yeah, yeah, you covered it quite well with what you just said. I think the word is despair. I mean, if you read the article, off top, it sounds frivolous that a young girl would spend $2,500 on a bag. Now, I know people have their own material taste. We all do. For dudes, it might be a fresh pair of Jordans or whatever, the case may be. And granted, if you can afford that, you would just simply say, well, 150. I think if they're not 150, it's about $200. I own one pair, by the way. I'll just say that they cost around that much. I would say that's not going to affect my ability to pay my rent, right? Or your car payment, or it's not going to keep food out of my fridge. But when you say 2,500, right, in this economy, even at, I think the young lady, she's 24, right? Even at 24, yeah, in this economy, $2,500 on a bag is reckless. And go back to the word despair. She basically says, "No, I can't really. I don't know if I can curse on this light bringer, but she's basically saying, F it." Like you said, I can't afford this, can't afford that. Yeah, uni bills, the cost of living, the loans, the repayments. Screw it. I'm not going to be able to pay any of it back, so I may as well just go ham and buy myself an expensive bag. And that's kind of the reasoning behind it. So I can almost sympathize with the dilemma, but equally, like logic tells me $2,500 on a bag. That's pretty ridiculous. If you ask me, I'm a pretty frugal guy, and we're going to get into this now, obviously, with how I like to spend my resources. And we'll segue into like our experience in the DR. But $2,500, even in this economy, like that's a chunk of change. You can do more, I would argue, productive things with that money. But when people despair, when people are doom and gloom, when people feel beaten up by the system, they tend to do reckless things like, I'll go buy a bag.
Yeah, that's it. Because also you got to look at it as well. The leadership, where's the leadership coming in the black community? I mean, first of all, we didn't even discuss on the point. This is a Bloomberg Wealth article, which is a proper bona fide American financial platform. Yeah? But they're using a black woman as a graphic to symbolize this article.
We know that's not by accident as well.
It's not by accident. It's because they're not going to tell you everything because they have to be somewhat politically correct. Yeah.
Right.
So they're not, but you got to read between the lines.
Right.
Because an image, what do they say? An image says 1,000 words.
Facts.
So they're using, I mean, this could be a stock image for all we know. It probably is. But still, they have choice in who they use. So an attractive.
It could be Nia Holland. I mean, it's
Oh, is that actually her? Sorry. Yeah, I didn't even read that
article. Nia Holland 24. And let's be real.
That makes sense.
Her sister, and her name's Nia. And that's a bag. That's probably the Chanel bag she bought.
Yeah. So I see that that first paragraph right there. I wasn't even really paying attention to it.
Right.
But that makes complete sense. Yeah. That's her. That's the chick. That's Nia.
Yeah, that's her.
Who is very attractive. Let's be balanced.
Yeah.
She has an East African kind of look, very classy, almost like a 90s African American type of look going on.
Braxton back in the day type thing.
Very attractive. And but yeah, so we look at the leadership. That's what I wanted to mention. Basically, there was a time, once upon a time, long before our time, where women would actually allow men to take the lead. They would actually follow a man's direction, a man's provision, and a man would put some structure into his woman,
right?
Into the wages she was getting. You know, they may have been allocated for the family as opposed for one person to be able to just indulge in these European fancy luxuries, which in the long run do nothing. So there's that as well. Feminism plays into it because women have been told that, no, like, this is you. And when you look at for the actual benefit of the black community, this is terrible. Because if you look at a table, whether you're looking at anybody that understands sports understands a table, like black people are at the bottom of the table financially. And in order to kind of like close the gap, there has to be different behaviors, but we exhibit the worst behaviors in financial literacy and in financial decisions. And the division between black men and black women has never been at a more, opposed as it is right now.
Yeah.
And it's once again, it's that word, it's despair. It's like, okay, I'm gonna just do what I want to do, how I feel. I feel like this bag is gonna make me feel better.
Yeah.
It's $2,500 a $dollar bag. It's gonna make me feel better. Now,
sorry, it's the way you even said that. Like, I could almost see that was the thought process, which is a crazy thought process. You're really cooking on that point. Like, yeah, there's no logic, there's no reasoning, there's no sense of like wealth creation. It's just doom and gloom. I do what I want. No thought for consideration, like, where could this money best serve my life, my future? Buy a bag. It's frivolous and it's ridiculous. And you're right. If there's one community that you see this type of selfish, like devoid of like future planning mindset from, it's black folk.
Yep. And that's a great point. And if you look at it, there's an element of, I don't know if I want to use the word, but begins with S, yeah. SUICIDE. I don't want to say the word just for the algorithm.
Yeah.
So there's
an element of self-disdain.
self-deletion. There's an element of financial self-deletion in these decisions as well, because not only are you self-deleting your literal dollars or your literal pounds or your literal, in some cases, euros, you're also in some ways self-deleting your legacy, you're self-deleting your family, your future family.
Wow.
Because you're spending that money when it could have been utilized for the family, to start a family, to help with that whole process. But it's very instant. It's very like, okay, just quick gratification, fast gratification. That's what it's about now. So there's an element of self-deletion in that, and self kind of just like, what's the word? Like there's almost like there's a pity on oneself. I'm going to just spend because of the situation that young, and there's so much, there's probably never been this much single women, and certainly never been this much single black women as there is today. And these are decisions that are being made. And I mean, you can take all sorts from that. You can take all sorts from that. What else? Or anything else?
Yeah, I mean, you covered it super, super well, and you touched on so many points of why this is happening, and you know who it's happening to. And again, I think there's no accident with the image. We just touched upon how it definitely is a big problem in the black community. It's probably a problem in all communities, to be fair, but I think certainly within the black community, we see this kind of dysfunction when it comes to spending on both sides. But especially with the women, as far as the materialism, that has certainly gotten out of control, as you mentioned, in this generation, probably because of like the exposure through social media to luxury, and the accessibility of it. You can literally buy stuff off social media now, if I'm not mistaken. Instagram and Facebook and these applications have shops where you can literally purchase bags and things directly like that, rather than go to Amazon or eBay or your favorite fashion house. So again, I think the exposure hasn't helped either, because people, obviously, statistics show, spend a lot of time on their phone, and in particular on social media. So that's certainly caught women and men to some extent out. But yeah, I bring it back to just like the fact that the despair, like you said, the despair has made people just say, like you said, it's financial, can't use the word, self-deletion. It's like, there's nothing else going on. There's nothing better to do with this money. It's not going to be able to get me a house. I'm single. I'm this, I'm that. Who cares? Just go crazy. But like, as you said, 10, maybe 20, 30 years ago, that would never have even been a thought process. It would have been like outlandish to suggest spending that much on a bag, because people had much more keen sense of self and how they could allocate those resources as a building block to a better life. But maybe now that touches upon that point, Lightbringer, that's people don't see any future anymore. It sounds bleak to say it. I don't want to say that. I see it that way, but I think there's a very bleak outlook right now in Western society, and we can segue that into like some of the things we're entrenched in, such as travel and encouraging men in particular to travel. But the bleak outlook has created, this type of, I guess, situation. And yeah, it's unfortunate, because to me, like when you think of the word doom is like a black hole that, I think we've lost you, Lightbringer.
Yeah, just keep talking.
I was just saying, like, when you think of the word doom, you think of like a black hole that you can't climb out of. And that's not really a place anyone wants to find themselves. But that's where we are, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I can see you again. So you're back.
That's good. I think my camera, after about 15 minutes, it just turns off. So that's something, a setting I'm gonna have to fix. So that's okay. At least you can hear me. That's good.
Yeah.
No, great points, man. Like the doom and despair are really the operative words, man. Those
are powerful words if you think about it. Like that's real self-destruction. Like
doom. And
life is over. Just go crazy. Just spend what you've got. No thought of financial due diligence, or what will I need when I'm 34, because I'm only 24 now. This is still a very young girl. Like at 24, you're severing ties with like your financial future, you're just throwing the towel in, so to speak. That's crazy. She's got a whole life ahead of her, and she's throwing. And again, we both know, because you're a finance guy, business background similar to myself. $2,500 in this economy is not small change.
No, it most certainly is not. But yeah, this is. I think we've touched on all the subjects on that one. We analyzed that.
Yeah.
We got that one down. Really, yeah. One thing I did want to mention is and I'm a staunch capitalist. I believe in capitalism, but the government is going to have a problem in these next 5 to 10 to 15, 20, 25 years for the foreseeable future, because a thriving economy, you need people to kind of have hope and goals, and otherwise people just fall into doom and despair.
True.
So the government, and I don't think they potentially will, but it's going to cause a lot of issues, because there's a lot of offshoot issues of this main issue, because you need that whole American dream and a reason to raise a family. A lot of people are just like, there's no reason. And that also kind of ties in to our second topic, of the day, which is, here we go. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Jay? Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah.
So this is an interesting technical one. And I don't know if you had the chance to kind of like dig deeper into this one. You can just read it out, just for people that might be listening only.
Cool, no worries. Well, what it says, and again, with all these statistics, I mean, read into them what you will. It says 20% of single men are now saying they don't have any close friends, which apparently is an all-time high. For me, and I did dig into this a little bit, but mainly in my mind, I've been ruminating on this one, Lightbringer, because I said, well, hang on, 20% might even be low for this particular statistic. Now, you know my background. I've done a lot of men's work and performance coaching. I inhabit a lot of sort of male online spaces where guys talk that talk. We have it with the passport community, which we're a part of, but then also more in the personal development side, guys that have been through the real life situations, the divorces, the breakups, the financial ruin, that can't see my kids. I've inhabited all these spaces. So anyone watching, you should know that, like, I'm very well versed in the problems of the modern man, and I've lived through some of those things myself. And I think I mentioned that on some previous streams Lightbringer and I have done. So when I hear 20%, to me that sounds low. I'm just going to be real with you. I'm like, that doesn't sound at an all-time high in certain terms of the conversations I'm having with the men around me and the communities we're a part of, Lightbringer, like the passport community. So yeah, they say 20% of single men. So maybe that's the operative word. It could be single men, and, you know, obviously men who aren't married and have girlfriends don't count. But I'm trying to like include them in my thought process here as I look at this stat, because it says these men are saying they don't have any close friends. But if you look at the imagery again, and the imagery is always powerful, as you said with the first image, it's a lonely man. It's clearly a guy who's by himself. And I mean, you can read into it what you will, but you can argue maybe he's depressed, he's sad, probably typical things, typical emotions that would follow a man who was, you know, lonely and didn't have friends. Because we all know, and we certainly learned this during COVID, people as a whole need connection, you know, and that's no different for men or women. What I will say though, specifically, and I'm going to lean into like where, you know, I guess we come in a bit, right? As guys who are proponents of like traveling and getting those blue and red books out respectively, is you find a lot more tribe as a man when you get into spaces like the travel community. I find, I know Western society itself, and you can speak to any number of men about this, can feel lonely. And that's because of some of like, and I don't know if we can talk about it, but that's because of some of these like woke agendas that are clearly like anti-male, that go out of their way, you know, through their branding and their messaging to make you feel like a second-class citizen, or like you're not worthy, which can also lead to like loneliness, you know, and feeling like, oh, well, no one cares about me and my friends are too busy. All these type of thoughts can come from like, I think, just general life in Western society. But also, it's worth mentioning now, And I touched upon social media, but the effect of it, because of social media, maybe there's an argument. Some of the guys that would have qualified in this study, they're so hooked on it, or they're so used to being behind a computer screen, much like we are now, they don't know how to like foster real life connection in person, which is why, again, I'm a proponent of travel. You and I, we're a great example of this. We're two guys. We can talk about it. We met through social media and the internet, but we actually, and we're going to talk about that in a second, we actually have linked up and we traveled together. That's the difference. We broke that barrier of just being behind the screen and being, which we are, single men, and feeling alone, if you will. And we were like, no, let's connect. We've got similar interests and values and goals, and we're both proponents of travel. And we linked up and had like one of the trips of our lives, I would say. So yeah, it is a real issue, no doubt about it. And I'm not minimizing it in any way, but I would argue some of those guys need to look at a solution such as traveling, doing some personal development, and linking up with like-minded men abroad, because you get a much fairer shake at living a quality life as a man, in my opinion, when you travel, and you meet a lot more interesting men who are on your wavelength when you travel. This statistic, no doubt, revolves around Western men. That's just my 2 cents on it, Lightbringer. What do you think?
Great points. I've got some points I want to make. I think that this is symbolic of the almost the 2-tier societies that we're going into now. Basically, the guys at the top, they're like, they'll be looking at this article like, huh? Like, well, that's weird, because there's a split. There's a split in economies, as in you got the financial, the ones that are winning financially are winning more. The ones that are poor are becoming poorer. Then you've got with women, in terms of guys dealing with women, the guys that are successful with women are extremely successful now, more successful, and the ones that are less successful are even less successful now. Because so we're seeing a split in the world, basically, and this is like symbolic of that. Yeah. So these guys are more than likely like average guys, as most guys are, or below average guys. And there's a combination of points that I want to make, which I think make this number up. Some guys, they're probably just working so damn hard hour-wise.
Yeah.
Where it's like they have to almost say, well, if I want to achieve what I need to achieve, or if I want to just cover my bases, I have to put in X amount of hours. Therefore, friendships decrease. So you might have had 3 or 4 friends. Now he may have 1 or 0 friends, like what to be considered close friends. So there's that, which is like literal, like just lacking of time. Yeah. Also, like gaming, as you mentioned, a lot of guys are just stuck on the gaming thing, and they've just kind of sunk into like a dark hole of just computer games and all of that, or visual online stimulation. Also, another point as well, men are not actually, men don't need friendship, and that people might not agree with that, but like women, like they crave it, they live for it, they live to go out with their girls and drink cocktails,
right?
They live for that. Yeah. But with guys, it's a bit slightly different. Like guys, a guy cannot see his friend for a year and a half, and there's no beef, there's no drama, it's just whatever. And then a year and a half, like, we're free, let's catch up, have a beer. Do you know what I'm saying? So he might have been a really good friend, and then for a minute it might have been like, you're just leading completely 2 separate lives, doing your thing.
Yeah.
Catch up. Women aren't like that. Women, they're more like, they want to touch base and they want to go out for cocktails. They want to go out all the time and just drink. Like have that little social element. Go to the cinema together, go to the restaurant and eat. Guys ain't really into that. We want to do certain things. We want to watch the game. You know what I mean? But even that's more of technology is changing that. You know, people have all their luxuries at home. They don't need to go to the pub or anything like that. So that's it. So Ozzy just commented on the side there. Women are naturally more communal. Let me see if I can highlight that.
Oh, actually, I didn't even realize we got some guys in here, man.
Let me see if I can start that. Can I start that?
Yeah, let's see if we can. What did he say? He said women are naturally more communal. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, Lightbringer, you just said that, and that's.
There we go. I did it. Can you see it?
What's going on, guys? We're just cooking here. I didn't even realize we have some guys in it. We also got, if you scroll up, Xing Shang.
And Ozzy. There's a couple
what's up,
people
Ozzy?
watching.
What's up, Xing Shang?
There's 8 people
Brothers?
watching. Oh, that's good. That's a record for us.
So yeah, carry on, Lightbringer. You were
let
saying
me touch on that. So yeah, women are naturally. He just hit it nail on the head. They love all that. Whereas guys can play the background. We can just be like whatever. We are not as bubbly. Women are more bubbly. You know, there's a stereotype, but it's true. Women are more bubbly. At least back in the day, I remember so many women just being bubbly. I don't go out in London anymore, so I can't even tell you what the general demeanor of Gen Z women are. Because you know me, I like Gen Z. You know, I 18 to 25. Let's 18 to 25. So that's firmly Gen Z. Okay.
Yeah, we're not gonna get into your DR stories yet.
18 to 25. Yeah. So I never used to be, but obviously I had to adjust. Now I'm Gen Z. Yeah. So I got 18 to 25 in my shit. Yeah. So now I don't know how they behave in a London setting. I don't go clubbing. I haven't been clubbing for many years. Yeah.
Me either.
And so we got some more comments. Yeah. So let's see. Where, from New York City.
We've got some brothers from the States.
I don't know if that's a question or a statement from Jamal around the world, but no, we're from London. Like, this is a London accent. Johnny,
no, he's just saying he's from New York City, so he's probably just saying he's in the building. He's from New York.
He's doing that. Okay, yeah. So I have to get familiar with that.
And then we got a man, Rolando here, another brother from the States.
Rolando G. So yes,
San Francisco, Bay Area, right?
Let me read this one out.
Francisco? Yeah, San Francisco is the Bay Area.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here in the US. Women act like they don't want to talk to them. I live or don't want you to talk to them. Yeah. I live in San Francisco, California, USA. Yes, great point. And I want to touch on that point quickly. Yeah, it all comes down to maths. Yeah, men, we are logical and we're mathematical. Women are emotional. Yeah, so when we apply maths to the situation, I don't know how old you are, Roland G. I'm not going to make any assumptions, but basically women now have infinite options of guys, at least infinite leads. They might not even be real options, but there's so many leads, yeah. And it's all because of 2011, Instagram was invented. And it changed the course of the game. Like, they have so many leads now. So mathematically, they have to disappoint a lot of us men. It's so simple. Prior to 2011, between 2005 and 2011, you had a tiny bit of that not social media, but it was like you had like websites where you could meet people online. But it wasn't necessarily apps. It wasn't as instant the way everything's on your phone. So the iPhone, when that came out, that changed it as well. Prior to 2005, the game, you know, we're old enough to have seen a little bit of it.
Yeah.
But that would have been the time when a woman only had the options that were physically around her.
Right.
You know, or back in the day, I'm sure in the 90s, people would meet. If people were like a bit nerdy, they'd meet in the last page of the phone book, or what was it? Or the last page of the newspaper where it had the Lonely Hearts ads.
Yeah. Back pages.
Like, that's way back. But all that world is gone. Like, that world, women now, there's no Lonely Hearts needed. They can just go online. And if they are Lonely Hearts, they're still going to have so many leads. So they're going to have to disappoint these men. So
you're making a great point.
The world has shifted and it's become more globalized. And that's also what we want to talk about as well. So, but I think there's still a few things we can touch on this article, or do you think we're done?
What you just said ties in, because essentially, I guess the link you're kind of making, Lightbringer, is that some of these single men who say they don't have any close friends, these you could argue these would also be, well, it's not even an argument. There's probably no doubt a statistical link. These would be the same guys who are getting frozen out by those women you just mentioned, who are also like lonely because they probably want to connect with not just the friendship side of things, but with the women, and they can't get either for the reasons you just mentioned.
There is a link there, because these men now are noticing that, oh shit, I don't have no friends, I don't have a woman. Both of those things are explicitly explained on the article. No woman, no friends. And it's all part of the divide between the have and the have nots. Like, it's clear as day. That internet has allowed us to assort ourselves in a certain way where people some women literally think they're celebrities. They clearly do. Even if they're just not known, they just because of the way they present themselves, they just feel
Right.
like, oh, I am better than. And that's Kevin Samuel spoke about that 100 times. Average women do not want average men. They don't want them because they think they're better than them.
Yeah.
And in the
Yeah.
black community, it's even more evident in the black community,
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, because
Well, if you think about that framing as well, before social media, do you remember once upon a time where there was like an esteem about a celebrity, like you couldn't get near them because they were like a celebrity, and there was that mindset of, oh, we all as everyday mere mortals looked at celebrities like they were above us mere mortals. So now it's interesting you say that, because if you take that framing and you apply it to these, I guess, these influencers and these women with like large followings who are like the most desired online, if they have that same mindset, then of course they're going to see you, even if you're at the same sort of financial level, or you're the same racial background, or you're from the same city, town, or country. Of course they're not going to see you as an equal and as someone they could potentially date, marry, or build a family with, because now it's like, well, look at my positioning, I'm at a higher station than you, so it doesn't make any sense to be with you.
yeah, women got those leads right now, man. I mean, and that ain't gonna change.
Mm,
Okay, so Rolando has
What's
made a
Rolando
response.
saying?
Let's see what he says. Yeah, yes, social media does, and it's global. Yeah, a lot of these women act like they're so popular. Yeah, that's
Right.
it, Rolando. It's like it's a big shift, man. It's a big shift, and it's a shame. Like people underestimate, because I'm 37 and Johnny's 36. Yeah, he just
Right.
turned 36. So we're a few years younger than you, but we are basically the same generation. Yeah. So people underestimate how much of a difference Instagram made in the game. Like it made such a, because prior to Instagram, so let's go back to like 2003. I was like, how old was I then? 17 years of age at 2003. I didn't know what was going on I didn't know what girls in Atlanta were doing. I didn't know what girls in Texas were doing, girls in New York, girls in Miami were doing. Now there's a million and one ways for people to see what's going on with these girls in America, or how the upper middle class live in America, or the splurging that goes on in America. And then obviously Dubai is another thing as well. So women in the UK are seeing all this splurging in America, and they want to live that. They want to live. They want to live that for real. And even women in smaller towns in America are seeing women from maybe the bigger cities, and they want to live there. So they want to do that. So they're going to go to these move. I mean, that's always happened to a degree. Women from smaller cities have always moved to bigger cities for more opportunity, but it's just more and more evident now. It's been explained many times by the Red Pill guys.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's clear as day. So we now have to shift, and we have to get the new update. We have to, download the new installation and a new update to our game, and move around the globe, because that's where you're going to find the value.
So I was going to ask you, what is the solution then? How do we reduce this number? Again, I think it could be higher than 20%, like bring up. But let's say it's 100% for argument's sake, right? For the sake of our our wealth article here, if you can trust wealth. How do we reduce that number? What's a suggestion to reduce the number of single men there who don't have any close friends? Because we can hone in on the woman thing. You just touched upon it. But let's say there are just a bunch of single men. There might even be some listening to us right now who don't have any close friends. What would be a solution for these single men to find close, like-minded brothers, friends, tribe, etc.?
I don't think men need to have, like, I don't get too caught up in the whole friends thing. I think men should maybe have some brothers that they can they can kind of like spar with, whatever element of life that may be, accomplish some goals with, build with. But the whole, I'm not a person that's crazy about the whole friends thing. I don't think brothers need to have 6, 7 different great friends or close friends. You can have, 2 or 3. You know what I mean? That's cool. So I don't think, if you've got 0, I don't feel like you're a million miles away from having 2 or 3 good friends. I don't think you need to have more than 2 or 3 good friends. That's just my opinion.
I'm going to interject slightly though, because
Mhm.
you're making a point, and I agree with a lot of what you said, apart from one thing. I also don't think men need a lot of friends either. And I also agree, a guy probably only needs, at least in my experience at the age I'm at now, probably 2 or 3 trusted confidants or brothers, not friends, because I think there's a difference. And I was saying this to someone the other day. It might have been like my nephew who's a bit younger than me. I said, look, as you get older, you're not really going to need like friends as much as you think. You're going to have these sort of like maintenance friends who just want to check in and talk about the game, or the girl they matched with on a dating app, or when are we going to catch up and shoot the shit or go for a drink. Those are like maintenance friends. But the brothers are the ones you're going to talk to about investments, travel, like what we're doing on this channel, respectively, how you can get your money up, how you can build yourself and get into like developing yourself as a man. That's the key. You need brothers, and then you're going to have your maintenance friends, your partners from high school, this one that you worked with, your homeboy from back in the day that you've always known who lived on your block. They're cool. Some of them might be brothers, but it's the ones that are really talking about the travel, the investments, the self-development, how you can learn new skills, how you can grow as a man, where I think it's more important. At least that's been my experience, certainly coming from a more performance coach and personal development background. So I agree with you on that. But the thing I was going to suggest was to interject. You were talking about how, what was it you said? You said that they don't need friends, but there was something else you said they did need.
What did I say? Well, I kind of basically made the point that you need people to maybe like spar with. So that's not a literal term, like metaphorically, wherever it means like, okay, like people you can learn something from. Okay, he's got this. Okay, I can take something out of that. I can take something out of that. You can you can be kind of help each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think you need to just be sit there chuckling, watching football games every weekend. That's
don't get it done. Well, we both know that don't get it done, and that's
don't
why
get it done.
Travel space. It's like you got guys who maybe you could do that with, but then you got guys who are a little bit more serious about it, a bit more strategic. They can show you things like building your wealth up. What we're trying to do, obviously, help guys get overseas, develop themselves, introduce them to a community of like-minded men, and what I like to call a safe space for men, where we can come on platforms like this and have these conversations and talk our truth without judgment or ridicule, or just what I'm saying. So that's probably even better for a modern man, I think, than just having, as you said, like just close friends, because you might not even really be doing much with those so-called close friends. And again, with these articles, that might be what they're saying, but you kind of got to just read between the lines, because I'm just looking at the imagery as well, and I'm thinking, all right, well, this is clearly, again, just according to the imagery, this is clearly a depressed guy. So it might not even be friends that he's missing. That's what I wanted to say. It might be the fact that he's not even doing any work on himself, because this is the thing a lot of guys don't like hearing, right? And I said this before because, I've coached men and stuff, but if you want to get like brothers, like a real like Knights of the Round Table type thing going on, you've actually got to start doing some work on yourself first, because in these circles, man, especially in like the travel space and stuff, these guys ain't just going to let you in. Like, you got to be doing something to kind of prove yourself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's a word for it.
And you're one of my successful friends. My friends didn't just let me in. We had to add value to each other's lives.
That's the word I was looking for.
I had to pay to get into these like, it's like the Illuminati, man. You want to get beyond the golden gates and see how the sausage is made. You got to learn how to add value to the circle. They're not just going to invite you, come on down. For women, they'll do that. If you're cute or you're pretty, they want to know you. If you're a dude, you got to earn the right to get around the competent guys, because they're not going to want to just, how it is. We got to be heating each other up to the same temperature. We can't have weak guys in there diluting the strength of the group. So that's why I always say, if you start working on yourself, or if you start hitting the gym or whatever, or you start traveling, you get a passport in some of these guys' cases, or you start doing something, it shows that you're at least on the path. Then it's more likely you're going to attract like the right friends or brothers or whatever, because like attracts like. But if you're not doing anything, then it's going to be very easy to fall into like this kind of depression where you're alone and you don't feel like, anyone give a shit about you or whatever. So that is important for like a man to understand at a certain point. It's like, I have to become a more valuable person. And then before I know it, I have a strong network of brothers and men I can rely on. Maybe not, like you said, 10, but you, at that point, if you're working on yourself, you will find 2 or 3 guys who are like sharp like you, and then you build each other up. We've done that.
Yeah. Is my mic working?
Yeah, your mic's working.
Okay, just want to check. Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head. That's it. I think, adding value. That's it. If you can add some type of value to each other, because men, our value is kind of like how we trade. Women just trade off beauty. Like
Straight
women
up.
Call of Duty, but men, it's your utility. That's the word. Our utility kind of like supersedes it. We need to kind of have something, especially in this day and age. We can't just be wasting time. So I think that's a good balance. Like you can have like, you can have like 25, 40 acquaintances,
Right.
2 or 3 good friends, some business partners in there, and that can work. You know what I mean? Some combination of that. But
Yeah.
yeah, like these women be having like these women be going out to dinner with 12 girls. 12 of their female friends. Am I lying? I'm not
Yeah.
lying. 12 of their female friends. And they'll
Right.
all tell each other that they're friends. And then
Yeah. Yeah.
this one slept with this one's girlfriend or
Right.
boyfriend. This
Right.
one hates that one. This one, you know what I mean? He's talking about
Yeah.
behind
Yeah.
the back of this one. We don't deal with that shit. We ain't.
Yeah, because we're all men here, yeah?
We ain't
Yeah,
got
we're
time.
all men here. And we got brothers in the chat who are dropping some wisdom about a book, which I probably want to. Is that a book, I guess, Jamal, or is that like a podcast or something? Let me know. But we're all men here, yeah? And you guys can answer in the chat. We all know if our back was against the wall, do we think 12 dudes at dinner that we were just hanging out with would have our back? Or do we think the 2 or 3 trusted confidants who we've added value to would have our back? Because we already know 12 dudes who you just hang out with and drink beers with and watch the game with aren't gonna have your back, like if it's against the wall. And that's where I really think about why I prefer, and I go back to this maintenance friends and brothers. It's the brothers who I would lean on in the times of despair. Going back to like the despair earlier, right? In the first article, you're not going to lean on maintenance friends in them tough situations.
And I will say as well that my lived experience tells me that with brothers, if we have 12 to 14 black dudes, how much of them are really going to be productive, um, like goal orientated, trying to achieve in life? And that's the problem. So it's like a lot of black men kind of pull back from all of that, and
Right.
they just cherry pick very carefully their friends, and that ties into also like there's a shift because now the world's moving online. People are moving away from like the block or their area that they grew up in. People will pick their friends based more on um general, what's the word I'm looking for, like pastime. So like for example, if brothers like travel, they're going to go into these travel groups and these passport communities and then pick their friends and develop friendships through that, as we have.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's
Great
more
point.
of that, whereas back
Yeah.
in the day it was just like, oh, we're from the same area, so
Sure.
let's hang out, and now we're a
Yeah.
gang.
Same
You know what I mean?
community. Yeah, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. One of my successful friends I've met in this space actually broke this down for me the other day when we were having a conversation. Actually, it was when you and I were in the DR. And he said to me, actually, he said it before, but he mentioned it again to me when we talked about traveling and why we were there and why he's in Thailand right now. And he said, there's that quote, and I think it comes from the Bible where it says, blood is thicker than water. He's like, the actual quote has been reduced. The full quote is, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. So the covenant, if you actually look up the word covenant, covenant is, and I'm paraphrasing here, but if I'm not mistaken, covenant actually means more like-minded, like this, probably like our brothers in here, right? Rolando, Jamal, yourself, me, Stun Legacy. We're probably more of a covenant.
Shout out Stan Legacy, that's my boy.
That's your boy, yeah? Shout out to all the
Yeah.
brothers in the chat. We're probably more of a covenant because we've probably got more in common, right? Because I'm sure if these brothers are on here, we have similar interests. I no doubt, I'm sure they love to travel as well. So that's more of a covenant. We're not connected by blood, but we're connected by covenant. So the blood of the covenant is stronger than the water of the womb, i.e. your siblings, if you have any, my brothers who probably don't want to travel, but they're my kin, right? But my blood of my covenant is stronger because me and Lightbringer were just in the DR together, and I'd rather spend time with him probably in the DR than 2 of my own blood brothers, if you see what I'm saying, because Lightbringer and I have more in common. He's my brother, but he doesn't share the same blood. We have the blood of the covenant. So when I heard my boy break that down for me, I was like, that makes sense, because people always say, oh, well, you know, blood is thicker than water. You should never pick anyone over your family. But it's like, yeah, but you might have more in common with guys you're talking to right now, for you brothers in the chat, me and Lightbringer, than some of your own, you know, kin, some of your own people. So that's just something to think about.
Yeah, man. I would, you got real deep there. I would say that the same. Like I would say the black family has, for the most part, I would say 95% of the time, there's too much disalignment. There's too much going on. Like this one's doing this one's doing this. So yeah, like it's got to be based on like shared interest and goals. So so it ties into like the way we pool resources. Like a lot of black people, we don't pool resources. But if there is, I would always say a small crop of guys. I believe when you start getting too many guys, it messes up. But if there's three guys, maybe four, but these guys have to be really, really tuned in. And luckily, this passport bro thing, when you think about it, there hasn't been too many like that I can think of like black movements. Even though it's not exclusively a black thing, but it's you know, there's an implied
Black guys,
yeah
though.
that
Sure.
are on the same thing. That's actually quite rare. So I think it's going to be a lot easier now to guys to identify each other and be like, look, bro, if there's three guys and they all put down $12,000, which is not a grand deal of money to an individual, but that's 36,000 US dollars. That can be a large patch of land in the Dominican Republic, and then you can now build out between the three of you, build out a 12-block apartment. 12 unit apartment block in the Dominican Republic and start making passive income. You can do shit like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? You already know
three guys on the same page.
Yeah, you already know you all love to travel, maybe to that particular spot. And at that point, you've met up, you've linked, you enjoy each other's company, you're comfortable around each other, no issues. So it's like, why not pull your resources together and actually now, you know, connect yourself through a venture? That just makes sense to me. So yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, so it leads into what you said about the iron sharpen iron. That's very key point. And utility. And you said something else, which was value, like adding value to each other. And that's the exact example of adding value to each other. Three guys, 12K each, let's say. That's 36,000. You can clearly buy a piece of land, a big piece of land, build a 12-block apartment. You can start that in you could acquire the land in March and start the build in April.
Right, because the beauty of that is like you said, with the value, it's movement, because it's like there's no BS in then. If you put up your 12 racks, I put up my 12 racks, and Rolando or Jamel here puts up their money. Now I know he's good for his value. He ain't leaning on me for this or that. We're all equal, and now we're all going to put in the work and see the project come to fruition. That's how I like to really do business with my friends / brothers. It's like, well, if we're talking about money and building, if we're all trying to like get involved, you know what I mean, and put something into it, that's how we should really be building a friendship anyway. Going back to this, that ties this whole thing in. You want to build friends with people, how about we build money together? We build wealth, like, because like you just said, in the black community, that's been a problem for the longest time. But now, refreshingly, in this space, I think Rolando's talking about it here. We're going to get into that in a second, Rolando. Hold tight on the DR. We got a lot to cook on that. But yeah, that is refreshing to see in this space, because you are seeing a lot of guys come together and meet in these countries and say, oh, you know, I met this guy here, and now we're going to link up and we're going to travel to this next place. The next step after that, building that friendship and that brotherhood out, is we both like this country, and so does my friend over here. Why don't we now all invest in a piece of property or some land there and build a project together? That's the natural migration for me and progression.
Yeah, while we're on that topic, we may as well touch on it quickly. Oh. So in the Dominican Republic, I actually brought Johnny to my land.
That's right.
My land. So I want you to touch on that. You saw the project, and I've got some videos somewhere, but it might be too quick to drag it out and put them on a notepad. But just tell people what you saw and the people you met, like, because you met at least 3 people up at the project. And you just tell me about that. How did that feel? And then the views.
It was awesome. Yeah, first of all, you know, we had a great time in the DR. It was just great to, obviously, as you guys know, get away from like Western society and all the BS back here in London, and I'm sure the same for the brothers that are watching from America. But when we got to Lightbringers like land, I was actually really like wowed, because it was kind of like almost like altitude, right? It was kind of high up where it was, and it's a private gated community where he's got his land as well, guys. So this is no nonsense. This is like a real, good spot to like build a project and a house in, which is obviously his long-term goal. And he's doing it step by step the right way. When we got there, there's a few issues because he's not been back for like, I think 2 years right now, Lightbringer. Yeah, you haven't been back for 2 years. So there was obviously some maintenance work that needs to be done. But incidentally, and this is one of the other benefits of when you travel, the people you meet, as we just talked about, the connections you make. We bumped into a guy, an American brother from the States, if I'm not mistaken. His name was Bill. He's from Florida, who got a fantastic sort of building and real estate background. Now repatriated himself from the States, like one does, to the DR, and he was on the site where Lightbringer's land was, and he was just telling us how like he's working on all these other projects there, and he'd seen some of the issues with Lightbringer's property, and he was like, I can help you get around that. I know you were dealing with Haitians who are out there and you had some issues. I'm here on the ground every day with my people. His wife, he had a tuck shop there for his workers with like sandwiches and drinks and everything. We spent a good couple of hours just chopping it up with the brother. He was super like, down to earth and a real one. You could just tell he was sincere. And he was like, look, I can help you get it all ironed out, and I can help you basically get your project to where you want to get it to. And we were actually introduced to him by Lightbringer's neighbor, who also incidentally had some issues with his property. And this Bill guy had helped him sort of iron them all out. So I say all that to say, one, like Lightbringer mentioned, it's so affordable to purchase land abroad. I'm now going to be looking into it because I had a great time in the DR, and I definitely want to go back and build a property there myself. But on top of that, the people you meet, like how often does something like that happen to you when you're in the UK or the States, some of your brothers? You're going to meet a person who is sincere, who can help you, and he already identified the issues with the property first. So it wasn't like he was just trying to sell Lightbringer to try and get money off him. He's like, oh, I've seen your stuff. It's actually interfering because you had a bit of a leakage with some of the properties I'm doing here, and I already took care of it. So he's above board and he's solid. So I say that to say it's those type of relationships there that make traveling so worthwhile because carry on, because it's the people you meet, right? It's the people that you meet and those relationships that you foster that can actually help you with a project you've now put some money into and you've been working on for a couple of years, and now he's going to help you smooth that process out.
Yeah, like it's what we said. We all adding value to each other. By the way, so because we can move fast in DR, already cleaned. He already cleaned off my land. He cleaned it all off. So that looks real good right now. So I'm helping out because I'm his workers. One of his workers is making sure that my stuff stays maintained. So I'm just, it's a very good price. It's like $50 a month. He'll make sure that, because you got to make sure as well with mosquitoes, because I've got a septic tank, and that can collect a lot of water because of the rain, and it's not sealed off. So he has to make sure that the mosquitoes don't use that to just farm and breed in that water. So he's maintaining that stuff. You know what I mean? And the money I'm giving, that goes a long way. So if someone's got only tend to it for 3-4 hours a month, and it's a Haitian builder, that's good money for him. That's 25% probably of his whole cost of living that I'm giving him. So the value you're getting is exceptional, and everybody helps each other. I don't have to keep going over there to do this silly maintenance stuff. I could just send over $50 a month, $60 a month. Just maintain it. Just maintain it. Just maintain it. You can do it in chunks. I just do it 3 months at a time. Just bam, maintain it. And now he's back in America for a week or two. He's going to be back over in the DR. We're going to go to the next stage. We're going to make some adjustments because I want to change up my design. So we can try and move and work together and move fast. But I'm glad that Johnny got to see it. Dominican Republic is a gift and a curse.
Well, these guys are all questions, right? Some people are talking about the DR. Yeah, we can get into like our experience out there, because one of the brothers, I think Rolando, mentioned he'd like to come to the Dominican to relax, which is what we just did. It was fantastic. And I think someone else, he wrote again. Yeah, he met, there was a channel of a great lady from the DR. Okay, cool. We have to check that out. So we can like you know, we recently got back from a trip in the DR, didn't we, Lightbringer? So as we were just talking about, I visited your property, but we were also out there, you know, just for like general, you know, leisure time as well. It was my first time there. I had been curious about going for a long time, and Lightbringer had been speaking to me most of 2023 about the DR and how worthwhile it would be to take a trip there. So I'm glad I ended up tagging along and going, because I had like the best experience in general out there.
Great point. And this point by Rolando G kind of ties in as well.
Well,
He said, I'm actually looking for a wife at some point. There is a channel of a great lady from DR. Her name is Neberis. She and her husband give good, positive insight into the DR. Fantastic. Yeah. And I want to touch on that. Let me touch on that. So DR, like I've been going to by the way, I want to just finish off the land I paid, because people will always ask this. I paid $12,500. Okay, so $12,500.
US dollars, yeah.
US dollars, yeah, US dollars, yeah. So people always ask that every time. So there you go.
Okay,
you don't have to ask me. So to go back onto this, the Noberis channel. I listed that Noberis channel was fantastic.
Okay.
I've been going to the DR for 8 years, yeah. And in terms of looking for a wife, just please be aware. And I think this guy said he's 41.
Okay, yeah, he said
if you find a woman that's above 30, it's going to be a lot. I think a lot. What's the word I'm looking for? Just more. It's going to feel more natural, and it's going to work better. I think because the younger generation, once again, it's the Gen Z, so 27 and below. Yeah, they're on some different time.
Well, look at Jamal's comment, just to interject really quickly below that, who basically is echoing.
Yes.
I think if you read between the lines, Jamal has nailed it, because we can touch upon that, because Jamal, yes. And we can kind of answer I can answer from my perspective as well, Rolando. Your question, sorry, not your question, but your point, because I can speak to both of those, because I'm a first timer. I'm not as experienced as Lightbringer, and I definitely had some experiences, let's say, while I was out in the DR. But the first thing, to kind of echo Lightbringer's point, Rolando, you can definitely find, and this is something we discussed while we were out there, you can find a partner, I think, in the DR. I think it's a good country for that, a girlfriend or a wife, or just any sort of like non-matrix-fied woman. But my advice would be, from what I saw in my brief time out there, your best bet's going to probably be some of these off the grid sort of small towns, and not the sort of the major tourist trap places that a lot of the passport bros travel to. Second point, just to echo what Jamal eloquently put, it's very close to the Matrix. This is something I picked up on very quickly. We got a lot of friends, brothers stateside where you guys are. And I'm out there and I'm like, there's Taco Bell here. There's Wendy's here. There's Cartier there, McDonald's, especially when we were in our Santo Domingo segment of our trip, because we traveled around a few cities, guys, while we were out there. Santo Domingo is super westernized. And yeah, of course, now we know
Piantini
specifically, right? Bang in the city, guys. So we were in like a real tourist trap area. It was nice. The apartment we were in was like top notch, so it was great for like hosting and whatnot. But man, like, it's so westernized, and American culture has really got its teeth into like that part, specifically Santo Domingo of the DR, that I was like, I may as well be in the States. And if I didn't mention, but we had on our first couple of nights, we were actually staying in Punta Cana, which I'm sure if you brothers have been, or you've heard about, or you know, that's a super like tourist trap area. I just went, I asked Lightbringer to go, because obviously I had seen it in videos and content and in a lot of the Facebook groups, so I had to just check it out, just to say I'd been. But 2 days there was more than enough, because yeah, I felt like I was in one of the clubs we were in. I felt like I was in South Beach, Miami. It felt like that, the vibe, everything, which really isn't my thing, brothers, to be honest with you. So yeah, the DR is definitely very close to the Matrix, but also, Jamal, it's now culturally very similar to the Matrix. So going back to my advice for Rolando, if you're looking for a partner out there, you got to kind of get out of the tourist trap areas and maybe go to the small towns where you find sort of still authentic, genuine people who haven't really been indoctrinated by Western culture.
Great points. So yeah, just to reiterate, like, there is a difference, because when I used to go in 2016, that was the first year I went, the experiences was different. Yeah. Women were cooking. Women were literally, yeah. This happened to me on a few occasions on my first trip. Every morning, because, you know, I was I was living nice. I was living right by the ocean in Cabarete as well. Women were literally the woman I was with was literally what do you call it? Brooming every morning, brooming with a broom, dustpan and broom in the yeah. It was just a different
Right.
experience.
Right.
But now everything is very like they want to treat they're all on this transactional. They're on
Yeah.
this like get it fast.
Yeah.
There's no quality control. The women are like falling off. There's too many tourists. There's too much tourist money. The attitudes are changing. These women ain't cooking like that. So you're not getting that true Dominican cultural experience. It's
Mm,
going away. But the women that are 30 plus, they still have some of them still have a little bit of that. Like you can
yeah.
still find that because they didn't grow up with the internet the way it is now. But this young generation, there's 22-year-olds, just enjoy them. Like you don't get me wrong, I love DR. You can still enjoy and you can have great experiences,
Yeah.
but you have to just, you know what I mean? Just
You've got to take it for what it is. Yeah.
arm's length situation.
He's
Arm's length. Like,
yeah, you got to take it for what it is. You're right. The older women, because I had a bit of a mixed bag with that, and yeah, certainly the girls that were a bit older were closer to that old school generation of like non-Western, feminine, graceful, do all the little things that you kind of want your woman to do, or a girl that you're dating or you're kind of like entangled with or whatever. But the younger ones were certainly like, rah, this girl, if she didn't speak Spanish, she'd be just like a shorty you met in the Matrix, or one that you're trying to avoid, basically. Because you're like, I
yeah,
didn't come all this way to be dating women I'm trying to escape and avoid in the West. So certainly Western culture, has seeped its way into the veins of some of them. Again, go back to what we said earlier. They've got access to social media just like we do, fellas. They've got their phones too. So some of it's that, but some of it's also just those US dollars are flowing freely in
yeah,
these cities now, in Punta Cana and Santo Domingo. So of course that's going to affect the behavior and the mindset of these women. So for me, I like the DR. I loved it. I had a great time, and I will go back. But when I go back, my concentration is going to be on sort of small off the grid towns. I'm not really going to be looking at Puerto Plata or Santo Domingo or Punta Cana. Those are going to be places I can now relegate to like the past.
yeah. So like, yeah, if you want to go off the beaten track, just obviously the Spanish. But Johnny's Spanish is good.
Muy
Johnny's
poquito.
Spanish
Good.
is pretty good, man. I must say,
Well, that's
So
where we have to really step up as well. I know your boy MT has talked about this, and I've said this as well. When you go to these countries, man, we got to get on the program and like remember we're coming to their territory, so it's upon us to like get down with the culture and get the lingo down because it's going to give us a huge advantage, So we
yeah,
can't be easy and just think, okay, we just lead with our wallet all the time, and that's the ticket. Let's sharpen our our spears and get the lingo because you saw Lightbringer. It definitely helped me in certain interactions, right? When we were just even just ordering food and things like that, or just getting taken a bit more seriously and not being taken for a tourist or for my
yeah,
money. So I'm like, getting that Spanish, it helps.
yeah, it most certainly does. And like you said, like I still love the DR. I still have it. I just see it differently now. Before, like obviously I'm building my house, that's still happening, but I see it more as a option in a rotation rather than my bona fide like
Mm,
only. Do you know what I'm saying? I see it as okay, I'm gonna play the board of Latin America. So
yeah,
Colombia, even with Colombia, I'm gonna be selective because I'm not trying
yeah.
to do this Medellin stuff is kind of
Medellin,
crazy right now. So
Medellin.
even with Colombia, that's another subject. But Brazil for sure, because Brazil, last I checked, was like 200 million people. That's another USA, really. You've got Rio, Sao Paulo, Salvador. There's a lot to do in
Sure.
Brazil, and it's there's a guy that made a comment. I can't remember his name. His name was, I think it
Yeah,
was Jamal around the world. I think it was him. He said it's too close to the it's too close to the Matrix DR. So you don't get like 20 years ago it would have been amazing, like
yeah,
absolutely amazing, but
yeah.
it's just too close. Like there's check this out. There's 11 million people in a DR because their birth rate has been good. Like it's been good. It's slowing down now. Just like any country that gets towards having money, their birth rate slows down. When I first started going, I think their population was like 9.5, 10. Now it's 11 in
Wow.
8 years.
Wow.
So 10% growth at least in 8 years. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's because they have kids. These women are having kids. So it's
They
not
do.
uncommon to see a 22, 23-year-old with 2 kids.
That's normal. A lot of the girls I was interacting with.
I met a girl who was
Yeah.
18. She had 2 kids. Yeah, check this out. One was 6. One was 6.
Wow.
And one was 2. She was 18. So you do the maths, yeah? That's just crazy. Like they have kids. So it's a mixture of lack of education. There's so many beautiful motherfuckers on that country, on that island, that I could, and there's a lot of young people. So it's kind of like a fucking smorgasbord for people to have sex, because it's like, you're 21, you're a beautiful Dominican, you got a handsome Dominican boyfriend. What else you got to do?
All the girls,
there ain't no money to make. Like that.
Most of them are 1 or 2 kids. It's kind of very normal. You mentioned that prior to me even going out there, but I saw it firsthand, and that's just the thing. You know, you have to kind of. That's why I say again, for guys that are going to say, "Oh, you know, I want a girl who's not really like in the tourist traps and westernized, and you know, hasn't got mad kids and all that," which is very common, as we're just talking about now. That's why I say, go to these small towns, take a car, you know, get off the beaten path, and you can still strike gold. You can still find your match out there, you know. But in these sort of more like, you know, known territories, you can expect a lot of that. And interestingly, Jamal wrote another comment, or Jamel rather. He said New York, New York, Atlanta, and Miami. Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. It felt like South Beach, and one of the clubs me and Lightbringer were in. I looked at him, I said, "Are we in South Beach?" You had ninjas who had like a stack of ones in their hand. They was throwing them in the air. They all grinding on their girl like it's like, you know, what's that spot in? Is it King of Diamonds? And you guys don't know. You brothers are from the States. What's the big and Magic City? Magic is that like that? I was like, are we in Magic City? Like it's crazy. I was like, what's going on?
And that's why when I was in, so we did 14 days, 2 days Punta Cana, or say, let me say nights, 2 nights in Punta Cana. I think 5 or 6 nights in Santo Domingo, and then we did 5 or 6 nights in Puerto Plata and Sosua, and then after that we went back to Punta Cana, So because I wanted Johnny to see the different parts of the island, But when I was in Punta Cana, man, I was just like, I knew this is some bullshit. I knew, like, I wasn't getting gas. I wasn't getting excited by nothing, because I know this is all bells and whistles. There's no substance here. It's all bullshit. Like, it's all Americanized Disneyland bullshit.
It wasn't even the DR. That's the thing. I was like, this didn't even feel like the Dominican. I was like, I feel like I'm still in the West.
And check this year. So I'm going to show some content here. That this is a chick,
Great segue.
In the DR, So Johnny was like, okay, he was feeling her, like, he was like, okay, he did some research. He was like, oh, she's an attractive looking woman. But this image, like this image perfectly sums up by the way, this girl's in Punta Cana, So I would say a lot of the girls from like the South Coast. So for example, girls from Santo Domingo, girls from San Pedro, the Macorís, girls from Higüey. So those type of girls, I would say for the most part, they're gonna, and to be honest, girls from all over the island, because it's not big enough where they can't go from everywhere. They go down to Punta Cana. And one thing I noticed, I said to Johnny, I said, why are these women in Punta Cana so like they're too smiley? You know they're too smiley. Like, Dominicans can be friendly and all of that. But the Dominican, like, some of these girls in Puerto Cana, they were too smiley, but it wasn't in a good way, because I can read through the bullshit. Like, it's the smiley where, where life is so good because you are the fucking, what's the word? You are the mark. Like, they're getting over on you big time in Punta Cana. So you brothers going to Punta Cana, or you first timers, just don't do it, because like this girl, something about this girl, I can read people, and this chick here, she was too smiley, and then when she started putting up all this shit, it made complete sense, because there's a lack of class. It's new. First of all, it's new money, like it's new money. Dominican Republic is there's gonna be a lot more people growing into the quote unquote fake middle class. So it might not even be true middle class. It's fake middle class. So they get money, but they're going to waste it a lot of times. Some of them are going to be smart and build some houses because that's the way they invest. They don't do stock market or anything like that over there. They don't invest like that. They will build a house or build multiple houses and rent them out, and that's how they'll make money. Yeah, but this fast money, you can see this right here. Yeah,
Fast money.
it's all fast money. I don't even know what she says. You can read this. You probably know what this is. I am why something have my money. I know have for nothing. I don't need
Something
for
for money. Tango.
as long as I have money, I don't
yeah.
need for nothing. That's
Yeah, basically. In a nutshell, yeah, it's pretty much that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's fast money, easy come, easy go.
This and that's the name of the game, because for the life of a Dominican girl, it's simple. Their economy, their average salary is probably like $300 a month, like maybe 12,000 pesos, which is like what, $300 a month, probably like 270. It's not even really 300 probably.
About that.
And you got to remember as well, a lot of these women are not educated, so they would rather go to a tourist trap and find a gringo and turn some tricks and make that money in a day and a half.
Yeah.
Or a day.
What's the dichotomy, interestingly enough, which I mentioned to you when we were out there? We were talking about, these women seem very happy. They're obviously getting money. You're a trick. You're a mark. You go into Serena, I think it was called, which is like the regular sort of
La Serena.
La Serena, which is, basically, brothers, if you haven't been to the DR, it's their version of like a Walmart for you guys, or a Sainsbury's or a Tesco's, what we have in the UK, regular place that you shop in. If you see the regular girl who works in there, which would be the one Lightbringer mentioned, that's taking home about $270 US a month, $270, that is, you will see from their face, okay, this is a girl that definitely makes $270 a month, because you can see the difference. They're nowhere near as happy or smiley or as friendly. They're still cute, trust, because it's the DR, let's face it. A lot of attractive women on that island. But you'll see that girl making that 270 and she doesn't look as happy or as content in herself. You can actually see how despondent those women look, right, Lightbringer?
I think the city life is hard. Because it's the traffic, like same with any major city like London or New York. The traffic, the being around so many people, I think that changes them. Whereas if you were to go to like a smaller town, you probably still get some of those old school sentimentalities. But yeah, it's like when they have it hard, and they're not known for service. Dominican Republic is the Caribbean. It's just like how we view Jamaicans.
Honduras. Yeah, like you talking about specifically, I'm thinking of Santo Domingo. I remember how unhelpful that the young girls were and stuff, how depressed and depleted they looked. And you're right, it's a city. There's a lot more people in Santo Domingo, a lot more people. So it's a lot busier. And we live in a major city ourselves. So we know how that is when you're in London, right, in the Matrix. But over there, in a non-Western country, in the tier 1 city of a non-Western country where money is scarce, certainly that dread is going to kick in a little bit.
Yeah, the country girls are the ones. So it's like, there was even a girl out there in Puerto Plata we met. She was from, where's she from again? She's from San Juan de la Maguana, and that's the countryside. And they're more friendly. Like that's country. They're just more friendly. It's the same thing all over the world. The country girls, these 4th and 5th tier locations are where you're gonna find that more old school stuff. But in the capital, no, it's too those women are just more beat up by life, and they have to be kind of almost like sharkish and like what's the word, like just selfish and for themselves, because it's that city mentality, so but yeah, so Xing Shang, they'll spend it as quickly as they got it. Yeah, that's it. Like that's one thing I know. The majority of the women, as much money as they make, they're gonna spend it. They're gonna throw it. Wait, just like the girls in the UK, just like that girl that we mentioned at the beginning. They're just gonna do.
Okay, the Chanel bag, right? It's the same mentality. Yeah, it's the same mentality. It's easy come, easy go.
It's the same mentality, but it's also education. They're not really taught to to save, and also they don't realize it's that whole thing of they think they're going to be beautiful forever.
Yeah, you're right. It's excitedness, but I think a lot of that to interject really quickly, that also comes from circumstance. Like, you think you're going to be beautiful forever because beauty is the thing you're really relying on. Like, I always say this, and this is an interesting dichotomy, because in the West, we talked about it briefly earlier with beautiful women and how they leverage social media. I don't think Western women, because I think they've got more education, I think they know it's not going to last forever. I think they're just like, well, when it burns hot and bright, you better let it burn hot and bright for as long as you can before it fades. I think they're aware of it's going to fade. Yeah. But outside of the West, it's like, yeah, but there's no lifeline. We talked about this a lot. This is a great point we can segue into. There's no lifeline outside the West. There's no food stamps. There's no government stepping in. There's no job keeper, job seeker in Dominican Republic. These women have to get this bag while they can, because if not, they will literally be on the street. People talk about she's for the streets. No, those women will be on the streets if they can't get that bag. So for them, it's like, this is it. I've got to capitalize. Hence the young girl in the picture, right? Look at her, how ecstatic she is. This is life-changing money. Even though it's easy come, easy go, it's still life-changing in the moment to her.
Yeah, and I explained something to Johnny when I was over there, just so he could also get a grip of the metrics out there. Like, these women will be in Punta Cana turning tricks for $200 US, yeah, but their rent is $250-300 a month. So they're effectively leveraging the tourist trap, but then they would live away from the tourist trap. And their rent is so they're mathematics. That's why they smile so hard. These women in Punta Cana, because it's they leveraging the shit out of it. That tourist trap. So definitely avoid. We only, just for any naysayers, we only went to Punta Cana because the majority of flights from Europe go to Punta Cana.
Yeah,
and that's where it's not like America where you got a lot of flights going into Santo Domingo. There's not a lot of people in Europe trying to go Santo Domingo or Santiago de los Cabarrus or whatever it's called. So we go Punta Cana, but I know it's a tourist trap. Then obviously Santo Domingo.
You're gonna just skip that part out of the trip.
Yeah, actually. I would recommend it anyway to skip it out, or just do one night and that's it. But there's stuff to see, but like, don't go there thinking you're gonna find your girlfriend or your wifey in Punta Cana, because no, it's like Florida, South. It's like South Beach. It's like women are just there for the. It's like what's that? Those women are fresh and fit. That's what they are.
It's like you can go there and you can see attractive shorties, but it's like any tier 1 city, whether it's New York, LA, Miami, London, Gold Coast of Australia, where I've lived. Any of these sort of tier 1 cities, you're gonna expect to see beautiful women, but what comes with it is, like he just said, it's all the other issues. It's what you're seeing in this picture right here.
Yeah, she's gloating about it. You know what I mean? She's getting her paper, so it's like,
she's doing it flagrantly. That's the difference outside the West, right? She's doing it flagrantly like this, right? Because
because she lacks like
the intelligence. A girl in the West will she'll dress it up a little bit. She'll be like at a nice dinner with the Chanel bag, like the girl, right? And it'll be like, she'll just be showing you, like, in a subtle way, I've got money, or I'm at Nobu or Roka or one of these BOA for you brothers in the States, right? That's one of the big ones in LA. She'll be at one of these spots. So she's kind of showing you, I'm money, or I've got money, or I'm getting money. And that's the picture. This girl's actually just flagrantly flashing the money. That's the difference, because it's like, well, this is the third world mentality. It's like, damn, I got all this money from tricking. Like,
because there's a saying, I'm not going to be able to do it verbatim, but basically, if you get money too faster than you can build up some class, then you do shit like this when you get money too fast. And if Johnny pointed something out, he was on her IG, right? And you was looking back. Was it her IG or?
Oh yeah, it was her IG.
So talk about that, about the transition.
That there's an interesting dynamic, because like I was scrolling through her IG, because that's like Brigo said, I hold my hands up. I thought this girl was pretty cute prior to getting out to the DR. I was like, okay, if I could see one like this out there, let's see how it goes. But as I scroll back, brothers, and I only had to scroll back like 20 or 30 pictures, but timeline wise, that was the course of like, I think, a year or two. You can see where her IG sort of transitions from sort of like everyday kind of like personal blog, typical sort of girl, in her, relatively stylish outfits to out and out, well, Thotiana, like really hamming it up and like putting it on and just hardcore, salacious, arse shaking and all that. In the space of like 2 years, you can see that. So that kind of just will through imagery, like outline like how quickly she's got that money and basically, well, how she got that money. So you can see she's kind of thoughting it up. But only 2 years ago, she was just kind of just doing her whole, online typical sort of fashion blog thing. So now the money, like Lightbringer eloquently said, like the money's come, but the class hasn't followed it. The class is like back here somewhere, but the money's at the forefront.
Yeah, because she don't really have no natural class, and I spotted that shit early. With this chick, what I want to say is first, and this is a great point by Xing Shang, and this is what I want to touch on. And what these dudes don't want to mention is a lot of these women they drool over already have kids. That's perfect. That's a great point. Excellent point. And I spotted it with this chick. I was like, because I look at this, I undress a woman even when they're dressed, like whether it be in person, whether it be on the social media. I look at the details, the small details, because I view myself as a connoisseur when it comes to these females, yeah. And you got to look at collarbones. Kevin Samuels told you about that. You got to look at fingers, hands. You got to look at a chick's tongue. Yeah, white, like we don't, white coating, stuff like that. You got to look at a chick's eyeballs. You got you got to look at was it the dimple in her back? You got to look at the quality. If she's got enhancements, because we do live in a, let's be fair, we live in a world of enhancements, BBLs and all this stuff. I'm more of a natural guy, but if you are going to look at the BBL, look at the quality of the surgery. Look at the quality. Look at the proportions, the hip to ass waist ratios, the you know what I mean? The nothing beats a pair of amazing natural breasts. But anyway, let me not tilt the algorithm. It might I might get flagged. But basically, I saw some questionable things. I kind of reserved my judgment on this one. I was like, nah, something don't seem right. And like this guy, Xing Shang, this girl's got kids. You can tell. I can tell she's got kids. You can tell a woman that's got kids 9 times out of 10. And these brothers drool over it. And no, like that money, I mean, I guess that is in the UK, we have what's it called? Housing benefits and job seekers allowances. In America, you have Section 8. In Dominican Republic, they have gringos and Western Union.
They have tricks, Western Union. That's what mentioned it. Who is it? He said that.
It's better paid. Way better paid.
Yeah. And he made another great point as well. If you look just below that, Lightbringer, I've heard dudes say they'll rather bring that one up, Lightbringer. Okay. I've heard say they'll rather be a stepdad to a foreign single mother than they would for the single mothers in the Western world. And then he's put that hypocrisy. That's a great point again. That's a great point.
I've heard that.
You cannot say purely, and this is something I don't like to see in the travel spaces. I'm not judging nobody, but I'm equally not down for hypocrisy. You cannot say, oh, well, I'll be a stepdad with a foreign shorty, but I wouldn't deal with a single woman in the West. First of all, we all know what the issues are in the West, so we don't need to get into all the slander on this stream, right? Because we already know they'll come for our stream, Lightbringer, if we do talk about the infamous BWs and the rest of them. However, right, it's true. You couldn't then do that. So you couldn't then reject that, but then go to the DR and then try and wife up a shooting like this.
I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to disagree.
Because her specifically, I'm thinking with her in mind.
That's 2 points, 2 different points. You can't match the 2 points.
What Xing Shang saying is
he'd
rather be a stepdad. They would rather be a stepdad to a foreign single mother than they would to a single mother in the West.
But like, hold up. We have to take what he's saying in isolation. We can't attach it to this chick because to me this is an isolated point. I've dudes that say they would rather be a stepdad for a single mother and they would for single mothers in the West. So I'm disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with like that chick. I don't like that chick. She's whatever, yeah. But that point in isolation, that he said, and then you backed him. I disagree with. And
why?
I'll tell you why I disagree with it. Yeah, because if you go to the Dominican Republic, you meet a lot of women do have kids because I've explained
Yeah.
the nature of the country, the island, yeah. So not all, but a fair amount. If you meet a 25-year-old woman, Dominican Republic, that has a kid, and you are not a person, you don't want to be a person that wears your heart on your sleeve and all that bullshit. No, 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 no. But if you say, look, these are gonna be, this is the setup, yeah. I'm gonna be head of the household. I'm taking care of this rent, which is going to be like $225 for a nice apartment, for being like a nice, suitable apartment. Yeah, it's very cheap. Get a nice apartment in Santiago, get a nice apartment in Puerto Plata. Yeah, you now have you pay this rent. You say, look, you don't have to work. Boom, boom, boom. This is your what you need to do. You need to be taking care of the house. Okay, you look after your son. You're basically the provider guy. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
if you set the rules and she allows you to be the authoritarian in a relationship, but she's a single mom, I can see why a lot of brothers, myself included, could potentially get down with that. Because in the West, the thing is, the West is a bit different because men in the West, for the most part, I mean, we're looking at black men because that's what we're discussing really. They don't really have the financial means to say, okay, I'm gonna be the head of this household to the point where you can now make that American woman stay home because you earn enough and she doesn't have to go to work and you can have the final say in the house. That's not a realistic situation for black Americans in
That's
America
true.
because 60K or 50K ain't gonna get it done in America. Maybe a few states it might, but by and large, it will not,
No.
especially now with this the way cost of living is. But
Yeah.
in for American brothers that are going to say you earn 20, say you earn $3,000, yeah, a month, yeah, remotely or whatever or passively, and you live in the Dominican Republic, you can create a situation where a woman will humble herself. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's going to be like a faultless relationship. There'll be issues, there could be issues because Dominicans can throw up issues, but I'm saying that when you break down the maths and the logic of it, it's a different setup and it can allow itself where the woman will allow you, if she's got some traditional sentiments, she will allow you to be the head of that household and have say in that household because you are taking control of everything, and that's the difference, I think. So men will go with that, knowing that they can be honored, but she has to play a part. If she doesn't play a part, all benefits get taken away. And I think that's the difference. In America, to do that, you probably have to be making what 250,000 a year to kind of command that type of authority in the house.
Mm.
You know
Yeah.
what
So
I'm saying? But you can do it because there is some humble but you can't be like a sloppy 55-year-old guy that's got a huge fat belly and is just disgusting because it's not gonna like she ain't gonna like you. You gotta be taking care of yourself and then you can leverage the right situation. That's the way I see it. So what do you think about that?
yeah, good points. I mean, look, I kind of knew that's where you were going to go with it because I think we've mentioned we've had this conversation before because there are so many women, beautiful women, by the way, brothers, who haven't been in the DR who you'll meet. I certainly did. Lightbringer has, who have kids already. And to bring up Xing Shang's point again and what Lightbringer said, I can see why it's the lesser of two evils because there's no utopia, as you quite rightly said. But I guess what you're essentially saying, Lightbringer, is you're more likely to be able to get a woman in the DR on the program, irrespective of the kids, because we all know in the West, in America and the UK, respectively, you are powerless in the system. We all know that when it comes to like the whole male female dynamic, marriage, children, the divorce court law, the family court law, your financial ruin if it doesn't work out. At this point, none of us are stupid. We all know how that shakes out. So you're right. If you were dealing with a woman who did have kids already, you could probably still swing a better situation on the whole because you're still bringing all the financial leverage. So she's more likely to get on the program. I guess the point I was just making was within that point, you don't necessarily have to go for that because there are an abundance of beautiful women in the DR outside the tourist traps, as I mentioned earlier, who you can find who don't have 1 and 2 kids. But equally, if you're okay with that as an option, yeah, I would echo what Lightbringer said. You can still make that situation work. And if you go into like the more sort of tourist trap areas, the Puerto Platas and the Santo Domingos, you can expect to find that a lot. You're just going to have to just deal with that with some of those women, with a lot of those women rather. So yeah, it's the lesser of two evils because it's not a system that's against you. In fact, one of your partners out there, like bringing that we met, he was going through that situation. If I'm not mistaken, David, right? He had a Dominican wife, kid with her. It didn't work out, but they're still cool. He still sees his son. He's remarried to another Dominican shorty.
Yeah,
not an issue. But he's from Atlanta. Now imagine that situation was in Atlanta. We all know how that would be looking right now. How he'd be jammed up by the system.
There you go. So it's like the price to pay in the West is too heavy.
Too heavy.
And it's in certain situations that play out, it's just too heavy. Whereas in Latin America,
yeah,
you're more than likely your finances are going to be able to handle some certain situations. Nothing's going to be perfect, but
nothing's perfect.
It
comes down to each man. It's like if you're okay with that, like we said, it's the lesser of two evils. You're not going to be jammed up. You're just basically going to have to deal with a shorty that's already got kids. Now, if you're cool with playing stepdad, and I don't see no issue with it personally, that's for you to decide as a man. Personally, I probably wouldn't go that route because I know the abundance that you have in the DR, and I would just do more digging on the ground because I'm more industrious for like the type of women I want to be with. However, it's a very, very viable option, especially for men of a certain age. You know, you might say, you know what, look, I'm in my 50s now, my 40s even, and so I'm okay with being a stepdad. You got your money right, do you know what I'm saying? And you're just looking for a good woman. Yeah, will be a lot of good women out there, very serviceable, and that's the word I want to use, brothers. Serviceable women who have 1 or 2 kids. But when you look at them, shorty look in shape, she treat you right, like Lightbringer says. She does all the things, you know. She's fit, feminine, friendly, as Kevin would say. It's probably not going to be that much of an issue. It just means you're going to have to take care of, you know, a child that's not biologically yours, or maybe 2.
Yeah, and the way, you know, I say to guys, yeah, like, okay, you can find a woman who's maybe 30, 31. She's a bit more sensible, but then, yeah, there's more likely she's going to have a child. So I'll say, for me, I definitely would say, there's men that would rather be stepdads in the foreign because you just have more like leverage. It's just simple. Like you are the head of the household, and if she messes up, the game's over, and then she has to go back wherever she came from. And a Dominican ain't gonna treat her like that. He ain't gonna be able to just be paying all her bills, allow her to not work. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like not in every case. There will be some cases when she will be able to, but more by and large, no. Like you as a Western man have the ability to really improve that woman's life. And in the West, women don't view black men the same. They don't view it as, oh, this man can really improve my life. No, they just see you as like, that's why they want to sit there and be picky and choosy, because they want to find the one that they like, because they don't really feel like they need you. They don't really. Whereas in these Latin American countries, yeah, and DR, like it is more Americanized, as guys have pointed out. It's closer to the Matrix. But if you start going to like a Brazil and start to dig, or parts of Colombia that are more safe and start to dig, then you can find a woman that's going to really honor you. Like, I mean, look at, is it LJ and the other dude? There's 2 guys. LJ and there's another guy. Who's the other guy?
That's got a wife out there, or
he's got a long-time girlfriend, or he did have before. LJ and
LJ,
there's a guy in Brazil that's always in Brazil. I forgot his name though. He does YouTube.
But Vibing with Fred.
Vibing with Fred. Like that's an example. It's like, yeah, man, you could they probably don't even have to work, those women. They just look after the house. That's a perfect example. They just look after the house, because if they were to go to work, it would not be beneficial, because they probably would earn $250 a month from working full time, which would tire them out. It would make them more masculine, etc. All they got to do is stay at home, help those guys with their channels, help these guys out with the house, with the translation, with going into
LJ girl work though. Just to interject, so I think LJ say his girl is like a nurse or whatever, but I imagine she's helping him with content as well, because she's a big part of the channel.
But like I would say for the most part, if you present a plan to a woman and you say, look, over 4 or 5 years, I don't want you working, that's the difference. It's like you can't really say, men can't say that to black women in the West, because it's not realistic.
And it's not, by the way, sorry to interject again, sorry. It's not necessarily dictated upon money in the West either, because I always say this, even if you had the money, our Western system isn't really set up like that to be retiring your girl from her job like that. Even if you had the money, most women don't want to be at. They all say that all these streams and podcasts, women don't really want to be at home like that in the West. Outside of the West, these shorties really do want to help you build your business or your career. They really do want to like help you raise a family because they've been reared to do so. In the West, they ain't been reared for that. So even if you had the money, even if brothers had M's like that, these women ain't gonna just want to post up and just spit children out and clean a house. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll have money to support her, but she's gonna want to go back to work very quickly or get on with building her personal brand.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. 8 years ago, man, I had some I won't say dimes because I don't want to use that term loosely, but I had some strong sevens, you know, really taking care of the house, you know what I mean? And
enjoying doing it too, taking pride.
Yeah, but like
it wasn't a talking point, it wasn't a conversation. It was like this is something they just did organically. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I still want to believe it's there, but I just think the world is shifting along. But yeah, I say brothers like look for Gen. Is it who's above Gen Z? Gen Y.
Is that the next one?
That's millennials, isn't
it? Millennials. Yeah. So that's even younger, right?
Gen Y, which is our generation. Yeah.
Oh, no,
so
that's
like,
older. Sorry. Yeah. So
Gen Y is millennials. Yeah, and the Gen X is like Kevin Samuel's age group.
Right.
But basically, yeah, Gen Y women are the last kind of like general batch where it's like okay, they're different. So yeah, man, that's what I'll say on that. That's what I'll say on that. Yeah, stepdaddy debate.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a viable option. Like I said, I'm not shitting on it at all because you're still getting a better. We all know you're still getting a better deal than what you're getting in the West. So
you're getting a better deal. That's a great point. You're just getting a better deal, man.
Yeah. It's not a bad deal. Again, these women are like good women. You know what I'm saying? It's not the end of the world to have a child. No one's looking for like, you know, perfection or utopia. I've heard dudes on other channels, I'm not going to name any names, talk about wanting like virgins and whatnot. But that's why I'm like, guys need to be a bit more realistic, like, and get serious about this. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening unless you go like religious and young, which is rare. You're not going to find too many religious like 22-year-olds, Gen Z.
Like, let's be real now. Come on, like, what countries are you rocking up in? Are you going to like Nepal and places like that to find?
Exactly. Yeah. That's way out of the game. That you're right. Like that shit is like it feels so far away from the conversation. Like there was a time when I think men had hope for that. Like black men.
That's left field in this generation now.
That's gone. With Gen Z,
you can't make it about the West or non-West Lightbringer. Like looking for women that are virgins. Like, come on, let's get serious now. Like, what is this?
There's the thing about it ties into what I said earlier. It's like it's numbers. It's like women. Let's just say there was a woman who was really, really like back in the day, maybe really, really fussy to the point where she didn't even lose her virginity because she was so fussy in particular, and she didn't like certain guys. She didn't like guys generally, and there's only because there's women actually that only like a very small percent of guys. You know that, like, I mean, that's common knowledge. There's women that not general women. Like there is some specific women that are really fussy. Like they literally are hyper fussy about the guys they sleep with. Like it's a very small window type of guys that they like. Maybe they like a guy that looks just like this, and if he doesn't look like that, it's like they're not interested. They just see you as vermin. They see you as nothing. Like you don't look like fucking, I don't know, Tyrese in 2002. You're just like ugly to them. There's women that walk around the world like that. But the thing is, in this day and age, those women that are hyper fussy, they might not be able to, first of all, decline the financial offers. Because if the chick is fine, she's still going to get financial offers from guys in this day and age. Yeah, 100%. That's without debate. And she's gonna have the strength to decline those financial offers from wealthy guys. One, and number two, if she actually has that super fussy type, like she likes a particular type of guy, she can find it online. If the girl looks good, she's an attractive girl, but that happens to be super, super fussy, you can find it, even if it's just to sleep with. So that also plays into the fact, well, there's no virgin. Like all these girls are smashing.
Come on,
whether
man.
you're smashing for money, like because the girl's got a sugar daddy, or if she's smashing because she has a particular type of guy And this guy, who is a 1% guy, looks wise, just uses
Sure.
her to smash on.
Yeah, no, it's
You
an
know, he just
unrealistic
uses her.
expectation. A more realistic expectation.
Accessibility. It's
Someone
crazy.
saying, okay, I want a woman that has a low body count or isn't, she ain't been about the block. Now, that's something I could get on board with, because as I go back to what I said about the DR and certainly some of these other countries, right? If you go to some of these other countries, because of maybe more conservative culture, like, for example, Turkey, one we can cover in future streams, Lightbringer, I lived there. And it's a market that is really untapped, in my opinion. And I've certainly recommended it to a few brothers in this space who have gone and had a great experience out there. That's a market where you will find more conservative women. So you're talking more low body counts, less experience dating, certainly dating Western men, but curiosity is there. So naturally that lends itself to, giving brothers a fair shake. That's more where I would say, okay, yeah, that I could understand. If a brother was like, look, I got my stuff together, I just want a woman that ain't, been putting it all out there like this, or in Colombia or Brazil or one of these spots where some women, they have been known. I'm not going to generalize, but to be a little bit looser in some of those markets. Turkey would be one, and there's a couple of other countries I could, if I had time, I could think of. So I would say, yeah, that's a more fair request. But looking for a virgin, I mean, come on, like, yeah, nah, I mean,
I'm gonna add. There's a video I want the brothers to watch. Yeah. So
yeah.
I want to just I'm gonna try and find the share on it. Present. Stop video file. Slides. Present. Extra video file. Stop screen. Extra camera. Slides. Stop screen. Huh. Stop screen. Well, I can't see the screen, so I don't know why it's not. Can you present? Can you present on your side?
I can. What do you want me to do?
There's a link. There's a video I want us to watch, but for some reason on my side, I don't know. I'm getting
the link
confused. Let me send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you on WhatsApp. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I could.
Oh, this.
All yeah, right. I want to play that video for the brothers to watch.
1 second, brothers. Let me share.
I'll be surprised if you could play it, to be honest.
I can. Perfect. Can you see it?
I got to add you to the stage.
Oh, add me to the stage.
There you go. I don't know, for some reason I couldn't do it. Yeah. Let's see it.
We've got flexibility here, man. Teamwork. All right.
Let's see.
Play away, yeah. I haven't watched this yet myself, so this will be intriguing. All right, let's have a look.
Perspective, I think we have a pretty big gap.
And so then what's your salary versus what's your salary, Bailey?
I'm making between like 300 to 350 a year.
Good girl. That's what we like to hear. Sorry, no offense.
Yeah. And I'm making 70 a year, but there will be bonuses and, returns, but like the business hasn't been lucrative yet. We just opened them.
And I think I pressure him a lot to be like, all right, like, what's the plan? Like, share that with me so that like we can work towards whatever, you want to be making.
Yeah. And I think that as a woman, it is hard to sort of grapple with paying more in the relationship.
Like the opposite of like every rap song.
Every rap song, 100%. How often do you meet a partner who makes exactly the same amount as you? That's crazy. And I think that partnership is never going to be 50-50.
From an income perspective, I think we have a pretty...
I'm going to stop it right there. I've got a lot to say about this already. Lightbringer, do you want to come back? Have we lost Lightbringer, guys? Hold up. Let's see where he's at. Bear with me, gentlemen. I think we've lost the Lightbringer. 1 second. He'll be back in a moment. I think I'll just carry on for a second, brothers, because you all watched that and I just watched it while we wait for Lightbringer to come back in. The first thing I'm going to just say to you straight up is that there is a situation that is headed for disaster. Like, I could just tell you right now. I think Lightbring's about to pop back in. That situation.
Can you hear me?
watch
Can
the
you hear me?
we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Don't worry, I'll start cooking. Did you watch the video though? Yeah.
No. Play it back again because my computer just died off of me.
One more time, brothers. Bear with us today. We're having a few technical difficulties with the Lightbringer. We back. We're gonna watch it one more time, but I was shaking my head the whole time. Lightbringer, watch it. We're gonna watch it again.
Yeah.
And so then what's your salary versus what's your salary, Bailey?
So I'm making between like 300 to 350 a year.
Good girl. That's what we like to hear. Sorry, no offense.
Yeah. And I'm making 70 a year, but there will be bonuses and
Returns.
returns, but like the business hasn't been lucrative yet. We just opened them.
And I think I pressure him a lot to be like, all right, like what's the plan? Like share that with me so that like we can work towards whatever you want to be making.
Yeah, and I think that as a woman, it is hard to sort of grapple with paying more in the relationship.
The opposite of like every rap song.
Every rap song, 100%. How often do you meet a partner who makes exactly the same amount as you? That's crazy. And I think that partnership is never going to be 50-50.
From an income.
I'm going to stop it. As I was saying before you got cut off, Lightbringer, I got a lot to say about this one because I hadn't watched this before. And you just sent this to me now. And then prior to us starting the stream, this is a very interesting topic, right? That video highlights perfectly why I've always said you can't have your woman out earning you. Do you hear how the vernacular she starts to use? I'm pressuring him to be like, what are we doing? Right? First of all, brothers, 70K a year is a very, very good wage in any Western market, right? Because I've lived in two of them, the UK, where I currently inhabit now, and Australia. And he lives in America, I'm assuming, which is the world's #1 economy. You guys will know because you're from there. $70,000 a year is pretty decent money. Now, of course, 350, shout out to the woman, fair play. That's a lot of money. That's a very good income. The problem he's going to have, and you can already hear it in her vernacular, is she's going to emasculate him because she earns more than double what he earns a year. So you hear already with the lingo, I put pressure on him. I'm like, what are we doing?
Quadruple.
Quadruple, bro. 350 racks.
No, it's 5 times. It's actually five
let
times.
Me speak for myself. I wouldn't even let myself get in a situation where I know how Lightbringer. I can speak on behalf of Lightbringer. It's my guy. We wouldn't even let ourselves get in a situation with women who out earned us that much because you were with a black woman as well.
That's crazy.
To take it to race, but with a black woman out earning you that much, the way black women speak to, I mean, he's not a brother, but the way black women speak to their men in general, you're gonna let your girl out earn you by that much. You can already see in the body language who's running. Going back to what Lightbringer was saying about you leading, you being this situation right here is the opposite of what Lightbringer just said you could have in a DR. You already know because she's got that financial stranglehold. This guy's got no chance of standing his ground in any argument, no sense of leadership in how the household will be run, how the children will be raised. She's just stripped it all away by out earning him by that much. And yes, it matters. If any naysayers want to come up here and try and deny it, does. It does matter. Money matters. And it's always the women that will say it doesn't. But when they've got the leverage on you, best believe, brothers, it matters. And unfortunately for her is she's going to try and, you see in the video, she's going to try and cajole him along to make more money to try and catch up to her. But 350 racks a year, she must have a specialist job because that's not small change. You don't make money like that from just regular, everyday corporate jobs. I look at statistics all day long about these topics, brothers, like that she must have a very specific job, and shout out to her. But the problem her man's going to have is he's going to be trying to compete with her, but she's just way off in the distance. She can't be reached, Lightbringer. And because of that, the attitude, getting her on your program, getting her to listen, getting her to submit, that will never happen. That will never happen while she's out earning you by that much. Anyone else, feel free to chime in, Lightbringer.
Let's see. First of all, I'm gonna add the invite link to see if anybody wants
you brothers jump in because this is a hot one here
to join. But I don't know if anyone will, but just in case anyone does, I'm gonna add it to the stream right here at the bottom. Hold on, I'm messing up. Invite Copy, paste.
She
Yeah,
fought
hit
us. You're
hit
right.
that stream, hit that StreamYard link if you want to join the
brothers. If you
show.
want to come in. So she 4x'd him 350k.
Oh,
to
it's 5. That's a 5. That's a 5x, bro.
bro. You've got no leverage.
I'm
You've
good
got
with
no
maths.
leverage. How can you expect your woman to like even take you seriously when she out earns you that much? You just, it's impossible. Unfortunately, money. If we talked about it earlier in the stream, it's a great point to bring up now because of the first article we talked about. But this is the opposite. This is a woman. I don't want to say. Oh, you could argue has too much money because now that leverage is going to be dangled, and you're the first as her man. You're the first person that leverage gets dangled over. You can best believe in the first argument they have that's getting thrown in your head. You already know.
That's an extremely like earning a black woman earning 350k is like you say, that's extremely rare. Almost to the point where it's like, is this a setup? Like is this actually legit? Because that's extremely rare. So she, like you said, she must be some type of high flying.
Why is a woman who earns 350k, because we're all thinking it, dating a dude who earns 70k?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, I can answer that because I mean, you probably know that. Maybe that's a what's it called? A reciprocal. That's a question that doesn't need an answer. Basically, you know, a woman's SMV is certainly not based on her earning potential. Where Kevin, the OG Kevin Samuels broke this down. Like a woman's SMV is her look. So let's bring her up again. I want you to play it again, at least the first 20 seconds, because I want to see this chick's SMV again. Because
we'll show you the shorty.
Let's look at SMV. That's what we got to look at. Go on. Oh, let me add it to the.
So I'm making between like 300 to 350 a year.
Press pause.
Okay.
Press pause. Okay. Yeah. Leave it like this. So basically, she earns 350k. So with American women, I'm not really that great at estimating the age. I'm much better at estimating, you know, UK women's age. But yeah, I'm gonna guess like late 30s, like my age. I want to guess like my age. I'm, you know. So I see. So this is the details. We're gonna analyze it because I'm judging SMV. Right. She's got flabby bingo wing arms. That's what they're called. Yeah, I think bingo wings. Yeah,
just going straight in.
No, I'm not being mean, but it's just like this is the reality of life. Men.
I'm going to play without the sound. I don't think, I'm going to be objective and fair and balanced. I don't think this is an ugly shorty. I'm going to say she's actually quite pretty. I'm going to say that. She's elegant. Obviously, she's well spoken, but we're being fair and balanced here, right? Oh, hang on. Have we lost Lightbringer again, guys? I think we lost the Lightbringer again, guys. I'm going to carry on until we get Lightbringer back in. I'm going to get the link over to him. And brothers, feel free to jump in if you want. I'm going to disagree with where Lightbringer was going. I do not think this is an unattractive woman, but he is going to get into like her SMV, and we want to be fair and balanced, right? If you strip away her wealth, which we now know is a pretty good income she earns, is this a woman that brothers by and large would want to date? I leave that question out there for you to answer. I don't know. I mean, again, we just told you we were in the DR. You know, we are traveling men. It's a cute, you know, kind of everyday, middle of the road looking black woman to me, right? I think Stun Legacy just said she's a fortune. I'm trying to be fair about being harsh and critical here, brothers, but this is kind of an everyday black woman, right? Nothing to write home about, right? And again, as men, and Lightbringer touched upon it, we don't really look at a woman's income and her salary as, no, we can't hear you, Lightbringer. Your sound's off. I'll just carry on until you can get your sound fixed, brother. We don't really look at a woman's salary like anything that's going to dictate her SMV. I mean, if you do, I mean, we already know what type of men do. We're not those guys. We're not looking at a woman's salary like it's a leg up for us. It's unfortunately, I forget the words, and someone drop it in the chat if you know, brothers, but the opposite of hypergamy. That's what that would be. And we're not checking for situations like that. So I kind of agree with Stun Legacy. She's probably a 4. There's nothing to really, get super excited about. But I stand by my point. She has financial leverage over this man. And I know women will argue differently, but when a woman has financial leverage over you, she controls the whole environment and the whole dynamic of the relationship. I dare someone to disagree, because I think that's just the way it's going to go, unfortunately. So for me, that guy, he's in a sticky situation. I don't see any way he can kind of control his narrative or his whole program with her, because until he can at least match her income, she runs the whole household. Are you back, Lightbringer? I'm gonna have to send you the link again, bro. Your sound's still off. Jump out and jump in. So yeah, we're gonna get Lightbringer back up in here to chime in, guys. But like I said, the link's in the chat. If anyone does want to jump in and have a discussion with us or chime in on the topic, feel free. Give me 2 minutes. Just gonna get Lightbringer back in here. Xing Shang, yeah, a woman won't be submissive. Yeah, exactly. He's being out-earned, so he's being out-muscled, essentially. No sound, brother.
Testing.
Oh, you're back in. You're back.
Yeah, for some reason I'm muting. I don't know. I
said take over. I was just telling the brothers that I just think because this guy's being out-earned by basically a middle of the road black woman, he's really got no chance of running his program. But
let's see the chick and then let's see the guy again.
Yeah. So
because I missed that again.
All right, I'll stop the screen.
Put the thing.
I was presenting it, but I want to just kind of zone in on her so you can see her there.
Sorry, apologies, guys, man. I'm having a lot of technical issues all of a sudden, man.
It's all good. We kept it going.
So she's like I will probably say she's a 4. So like she's definitely was higher back in the day. She probably was a 6, but we have to factor in age. I think Kevin said when a woman turns, I can't even remember what it was, but I know he said age gonna affect your SMV, and I'm sure post 30 you're gonna lose at least a point. So yeah, she's in that realm, like lack of fertility. She's older now, so she's in that 4. Looks like she's got painting on eyebrows. I'm not being mean. Last time I said that, the YouTube gods just cut me off. But basically, she's she was an attractive chick, and I think she still trades off that. But so her salary is not the dictator, man. But you nailed it. You probably spoke about it twice now, so I guess you nailed that. Yeah, man.
I mean, what can we say? Even her man. I mean, you could argue he looks like he's, an everyday kind of run of the road, like the road white dude.
So I like Xing Shang. Xing Shang made a point. I called them Aunt Mabel arms, and that's spot on. Like, remember what we said earlier? We said details, because you have to look at what you have to look at what's being shown to you and what's not being shown to you. You can both take some insight into both. And what she's giving you, she's not giving you any belly. Yeah, and there's a reason. There's a reason why she's not giving you any belly. So you got to take from what you can't see, and then you can also take from what you can see. You can see those arms, those auntie arms, those. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you got to look at both what you can see and what you can't see. I'm a details person. I've always has been, man. I love the female form. The female form is amazing, and I think she was an attractive woman at one point. But age does a number on women. It does a number on everody.
Ultimately, bring up creeps up on all of us.
Yeah, Mother Nature, Father Time. Women get given their value at 18. Yeah. Men have to earn their value. The vast majority of men have to earn their crust and their value. But women get at 18, 19, 20. She probably was very attractive.
I agree. You can see the potential was there.
You can do the Benjamin Button reversal and be like, okay, you can see what was there, man. Yeah, she would have been hot chick
Benjamin
12,
Button.
12, 15, 17 years ago,
Oh man, you cracked me up, Benjamin
she would
Button.
have been a hot chick, but like it doesn't. That's why I like physically. I am all about Gen Z physically. You know what I mean?
Well, interestingly, let's play devil's advocate. What if she earned 350 racks, brothers, and she was a dime piece? Like she was beautiful. Because here's the thing, and you can read Anasi's comment as I say this and pull this up. We all know if this shorty looked like that girl that everyone wants and she had that money, do we think she'd be with that brother? Because if you pull up Onasi's comment I just read, right, to the forefront, Lightbringer,
Yeah.
can you get up?
Say that one more time.
Onasi's comment, the last comment. Yeah,
Okay.
it's the most recent one. Can we keep it 100? The only reason she's with him is because he's a white Chad. No black woman making that kind of money is lowering her financial standards that much for a black man. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Period, point blank.
Yeah. Well,
no.
Someone made a point. There's some thing about black women. They're very primitive with their dating habits for the most part. So if there's a guy that black women like very masculine black men. So if there's a guy that has that, someone mentioned this. I forgot who mentioned it. If someone has that thug demeanor, the alpha demeanor, but doesn't, just earns like 30K a year, sorry, but he displays that, like I can see how they fall into those situations because it's about how they feel. Those men make those women feel a certain way.
Exactly.
Yeah?
So what she's saying indirectly, and I never get into like, sort of people swirling and race dynamics and all that as far as dating, but this is actually a good point by Anasi because he's saying, and he's probably generalizing here, but no black woman making that kind of money is lowering her financial standards that much for a black man. It's interesting because I have never seen that dynamic with a black woman out earning a black man 4-5 to 1, maybe like 2 to 1, but 5 to 1. And just like Onasi, it was one of the first thoughts that went through my mind. I'm happy for them if they're happy, but I'm like, I haven't seen a black couple like this where a woman's out earning 5 to 1. Not with a woman of her caliber either. She's clearly a classy, educated woman. This ain't no hood rat like Keisha. This is an educated woman. She earns 350 racks. She must have a very, very good, highly skilled job.
I mean, we're British people. We're from London, yeah, and we don't have the same. Our market is set up differently. In America, you have doctors earning 275K. In like you have like black plastic surgeons in America. You have black lawyers. We have black lawyers here too, but they don't earn the same type of money. Our market is in the medical industry. Like the medical industry in America is set up to make huge masses of money. In England, it's not set up like that. So it's capitalism and it's the market. In America, there's such a huge gulf in like living standards, but in England, people congregate more towards the average, I would say. But in America, most people earn, I guess, the average, but you just got these crazy, like everyday earning people that earn a huge amount. But they're educated, but it's different. Like it's like in England, someone that's doing really well might earn like 80K.
I'm with you.
An IT guy, but in America, there might be an IT guy earning 275K. He works for Google. He works for YouTube. But the guy working for Google or YouTube in the UK, he might only be on 90K. Or you know what I mean?
But I just want to stay on that brand real quick, like, and that thought of messaging, because that's an interesting topic to kind of slightly dive into. Would you see that even in the UK, irrespective of the market? Would you see a black woman out earning a black man 5 to 1 and talking like this so eloquently and so like almost like she's trying to cajole her man along so he can kind of catch up financially?
I kind of answered it. There's less chance to see it because we don't have those really, really high job. Like even doctors go on TikTok in the UK and complain about their wages.
That's true.
Like, and they're educated. So that answers itself. It's like we don't have the corporate or the governmental or these jobs, because women don't really create huge businesses. They create they're solopreneurs. A lot of them, they have these 1 or 2 person businesses. they don't really create these big, huge businesses which they can build up to 10 and 20 and 40 million.
Right.
Women aren't known for that, but they do well. They study, they enroll, they get these qualifications, and they get these corporate jobs. And I think some of these corporate jobs are giving these people some crazy wages. And then also in the medical industry, there's even nurses in the US.
No, I know.
Making $100,000 US.
One of my cousins is one, but you still don't see, even in the States, Anasi's comment, you still don't really see women like her with black men out earning them 4 or 5 to 1. I'm kind of with Anasi on this one. I'm like,
she's rare. Like women
like a unicorn.
Women don't really earn, like, I don't believe, I mean, we're not Americans, but I'm sure if you ask an American and you say, look, think of 100 women that you know, and what's the highest earning potential, I doubt. There could be maybe a few states that they earn really well, but
she's going to out earn a lot of men with that salary. She's going to out earn a lot of men with that salary. Yeah. That's the issue. But it is also just happens to be, intriguing, the fact that her partner isn't black, because I'm like, well, she'd out earn most men anyway.
She'd out earn most men. She's a complete outlier. Like it's almost to the point where it's like it's comical / unrealistic to even. Yeah. It's just a different case study. It's not realistic, but she has to date, as Kevin Samuels would say, you have to date according to your sexual market value, not your salary. A man can earn 350K. He can, which, I mean, there's a lot of entrepreneurial men that earn that type of money in America, and even way more. And those men, they can have, because men, we date differently to women. A man can earn that money and he could have 4 beautiful JUCO. You know what the JUCO is, yeah? CGA, yeah. Shout out to CGA. You can have 4 beautiful 22-year-old, beautiful. I'm talking like Stacey Dash in her heyday, or whoever, Nia Long in her heyday, beautiful 21-year-old American women, and put them on a retainer.
Right. That's the point you're trying to make with this video.
And I want to make that point and then just make it as a general point. That's what it all comes down to, mathematics. Like, and we've got all the connectivity we have now in the world due to social media, and the successful people, the people that have inherited money, old money, tech entrepreneurs, surgeons, doctors, they're going to monopolize the best women, bro. They're going to monopolize, and people need to understand the game. Like successful men now, they are man, they're enjoying it. They're having their way with the best women, of course, on a financial basis, bro. Yeah, you know what I mean? We're in a sugar daddy. Hold on, just last thing. We're in a sugar daddy arrangement economy now. Like CGA touches on this. I've been knowing about this shit for years, man. I've been knowing about this. I put 1M&T onto this, man. Like 10 years ago, man. This shit was going down. 12. I mean, it's always been going down from the dawn of time. But I'm saying I saw it play out in the modern times 10 years ago, man.
Great point. No, you were making a great point. Sorry to cut you off. I was just gonna hark back to like your points were great, but it also speaks to why hypergamy is what rules the West. I think that's the quote, right? Hypergamy rules the West, because this woman's money, I go back to it, she's still trying to bring her man along. If this was the reverse, like you just said, the man doesn't care. He's not trying to get his girl from 70K to 350. He knows at 350, I've got her. I can take care of me and mine, and we're good. There's none of this, oh, what's the plan? It's like, I got 350K. You can just chill on your 70K and I can take care of us. So that just already speaks to the fact that she knows. She even said it. She made a joke about, oh, it's not talked about in it's the opposite of every rap video. It's like, yeah, your money doesn't necessarily help your relationship. Financially, her being the breadwinner doesn't really it doesn't compute, does it? Because it's like, no. The man is traditionally the one that steers the ship. Because she's financially in control, naturally that now means she's steering the ship. So yeah, it kind of just speaks to why hypergamy is what rules the West. And like you said, the great points you made about this being a sugar baby economy, to paraphrase, it is in a nutshell. Because whether you actually have a sugar baby or not, an actual out and out woman you pay to be your girlfriend or date or whatever, it falls under that category now because of the way the whole dating structure is now set up. It's so monetized and financially incentivized, that's just by default what it now is, right?
Yeah, but the mathematics, once again, it allowed women to the attention that men give women now is worth nothing because you're one of 100,000. So fractionally, that's nothing. There's no value in it, especially if you're a regular guy. It's only when they see you as like a top 5% guy that it means anything, and they just monetize they want to monetize the attention. A lot of these women, especially American women, they are more monetized than British women, and yeah, they want to yeah, because there's so many eyeballs now. There's so many eyeballs on an attractive woman compared to 30 years ago.
Right.
The women that were attractive 30 years ago. Think about the time when it was Pamela Anderson. You remember Pamela Anderson? Baywatch.
A pin-up,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. It was like Pamela Anderson. There was, I forget the names, but there was a black one with black hair. There was like
In Baywatch or
no, like pinups at the times. There was, I can't remember the names, bro. It's too long ago. Like, but there was pinups in the UK. There was like the page 3 one.
oh
like,
yeah.
you know, Keely, like page 3 Keely. There was like yeah, we're going back in time, but that was the attention, but it was on like a few women, and then think about it, like you had no access to those women. Like you didn't know what they were doing, you just didn't know, like, because you'd only see them on TV like every other week. Yeah. But now this attention now is going on to regular women, influencers, micro influencers, just women that are just hot in general, and they're just online. They just happen to be hot and online. They can take nice pictures. And it's like, oh, well, we can monetize this. It's just the way the market is shifted. It's like, if you're a business-minded person, if you understand maths, economies, you can see how this can play out. So women now, it's like, you can't even almost blame them. You can't blame them because it's maths. It's like, they have the ability now to monetize mass attention. And all you're going to do is 97% of men, they look at those men as not worthy. Yeah, they're not worthy to breathe the same oxygen as these women. They're not worthy to be in the same room. They're not worthy to even, you know what I'm saying? So 3% of these men they deem as worthy, and those are the men that they will give actual real old school attention to.
Right.
Other men, it's just like just wait up at the door, queue up to give me your $20 for OnlyFans. That's what it is. That's the literal depiction of it. It's like, wait out the door, you can't come in. Just put your $20 through the post box.
When you put it like that, man,
every month, that's what it is. But you can't. When you break it down, you can't blame them.
Yeah, no, I said that on a stream.
There's too much attention in the market. So the only way men can really win is you give your life to becoming a top 5% guy, which for some people is just not possible. There's a ceiling for everybody's got a ceiling.
Yeah,
everybody's got a ceiling of what you're capable of doing. That's the truth. Yeah, and it's mixed based on your financial output, your genetics, etc. You know what I mean? Not everybody can be 10 out of 10. Be the best you can be, but then, like we always say, this is a pro passport bro channel. Right. You have to just leverage, as someone says, leverage and options. So let's add that. Leverage and options.
On fire today. CGA came up with that, and I say that as well. I quote CGA, the Coach Alini, the honorable Coach Greg Adams. I agree, and there's nothing wrong with that. By the way, you should be leveraging all of
passport bros.
Yeah, we're pro passport, bro. You guys know that, and we're never going to shy away from that. There's nothing wrong with that. We're simply, as I like to say, Lightbringer knows my quote. You're taking your value out of one market and you're plugging it in just like a plug into another market. That's exactly what you're doing, and you've got every right to do that. There's nothing illegal about it. There's nothing bad about it, despite the naysayers. So it makes sense. It gives you the best possible fairest shake at the market. Like Lightbringer said, it doesn't matter even if you were at your best, or some guys, we all have a ceiling, in fact, rather, like he was saying. So regardless of what my ceiling is, your ceiling, Lightbringer's ceiling is, I still think, because I'm about fairness, right? Well, fairness to some extent, but I'm about capitalism too.
Well, there's no fairness in the world. There's no
There's no
fairness.
fairness in the world. When
There's
I
no
say
fairness.
fairness, I mean fair shake. I mean giving you, going back to like what you said with like a girl with like a baby earlier. I want to give you the fairest shake. So because we're a pro passport bro channel, and I'm trying to give out valuable information here, I think the fairest shake, because there's no utopia, as I said earlier, is still going to be going abroad, because you're putting yourself in a position where you control the outcome. And this woman here, as we're watching it, let this be a great example to you, because this is a situation you couldn't control. If any man in this chat, myself or Lightbringer, as I said earlier, when Lightbringer got disconnected, if we found ourselves in a situation with a woman like this, you've got no leverage. You've got no options. She's controlling the whole circumstance, and you're doing it in the West. So you're compounding the problem. Like I said earlier, you're doing it in the most volatile market in the world, that being the dysfunctional states of America. How are you going to try and date a woman who out earns you 5x a black woman in America? Like you're asking for it.
And
Abroad is just the natural solution to putting yourself in control of your dating life, if you ask me.
And to add to that, a small detail which I picked up on is he said it himself. The company he works for is new, and it's not turning a profit. Do you remember you picked up on that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a new company, and there's potential bonuses.
He might get a bonus.
And it's not. Everybody knows these new companies, like, it's speculative. They pump investor money into it.
Yep.
But then it actually has to prove itself to be financially sound. If it's not, eventually the money gets pulled out and the company will get dissolved. So it's not. It sounds like it's right. It's a little speculative in the way it sounds anyway. So that's also another thing, and that doesn't put you in a solid foundation. So and the thing, what's crazy is he's from Europe.
He's from Europe. So where's she finding him at?
So he I don't know where in Europe he's from. I could probably work it out, but I want to say he's from like Eastern Europe.
Eastern Europe all day. So where she find him is speculative, like you said. And if it's speculative, what's going to happen is we both know how to. She's going to be the breadwinner. She's going to be the sole provider while he's figuring it out, and that puts more pressure on the relationship, but also lends even more control and power to her, which at some point will come back to bite him in the ass.
You know what it is, yeah. So like, yeah, he's from Eastern Europe somewhere, more than likely. He might be in IT, because there's a lot of East Europeans are like very logical and they're good at IT. So I could see her potentially being in IT. Him being potentially in IT. But the thing is, he probably has a thing for black women.
Yeah.
Because he looks at her as exotic, like, oh my, because he's from where he grew up. There would not have been many black women, you know.
Let's say he's Serbian or something like that. I reckon he's one of them countries.
So to him, it's like, oh, I want a black woman. So in his mind, it's remember, America is the best marketers, are the best marketers in the world. They marketed America through hip hop, through modern culture, etc., etc. So he thinks, okay, black woman, America. No. If that brother went to Colombia and found himself a beautiful black sister who would look like her, but like her when she was 23, he could find that. Because from what someone said, he's a Chad. Yeah, I'm sure he's a good-looking guy. I didn't really see, because my
check Xing Shang's last comment. She's a passport sis.
Yeah, let's check the brother. Let's see, because I every time they play the video, my computer's.
I'll play you again, so you can have
again.
100 to 350 a year.
Good girl. That's what we like to hear. Sorry, no offense.
Yeah. And
you look like an everyday middle of the road white dude from Serbia or somewhere.
But I would even no homo, no pause, no homo. But like, I don't think he's every day, because the guy looks like he's in military shape. He can knock out majority of dudes. He looks 6 foot plus, decent looking guy, good looking guy. He could go to Colombia and find, or Dominican Republic. He could, because you got to remember, in Latin America, a lot of Latin Americans, they do have like a kind of like they look up to these white people. Like in Brazil, you can get a beautiful like caramel skin black woman, and she just was a white guy. That shit is there. That shit is real. Anybody in the group, anybody in the chat, like if you understand that, tell me I'm lying.
Yeah, it's a complex.
Tell me I'm lying. You get like there's a complex, so he can go there and do the Nordic. It's like in Brazil, they like
it's the massa.
they like the Nordic Viking thing.
Yeah.
Like, if you're like Nordic or Viking and you're tall and you go to Brazil, they look at you like some type of semi-god, bro. So that's where it's like. So I'm dissecting it. It's like he's going by the marketing, but he probably hasn't been to Latin America. Yeah, white worship is global. Yeah,
that's
like,
true.
Bro, go.
If
he goes to Latin America, he can find a beautiful, fresh out the box, 24, 25, even 27, still good.
He may not know that.
But he don't know. He don't know that because he probably just came from Eastern Europe like a couple years ago. He's in America.
Yeah.
He kind of has that, you know, that NFL player. Right? What's his name? Kelsey. You know NFL.
Oh, with Taylor Swift, Travis Kelsey.
But Travis Kelsey, he has the look black women like. That's why they keep talking about him.
Yeah, he's one of those white boys
this guy, make no mistake, you can see he's physically capable. This guy I'm talking about on the YouTube, on the screen. So he has that Travis Kelsey thing. So those guys, some of them, they like black women. Yeah. But it's about the marketing. If you only think of black women in America, then you're kind of being slightly ignorant. He needs to go to Latin America and get him a submissive, cooperative, beautiful, younger black woman. Go ahead.
We play devil's advocate again because we can address another elephant in the room. And I don't know if anyone's considered this, but we've talking a lot about finances. How do we know he's not looking for a come up? Some dudes is like that. Again, think about where he's from. He might be from one of these poor Eastern European countries. He's now dating a shorty who maybe we've all agreed is not the most attractive shorty, but she's got 350 racks in her back burner. That is still probably a come up for a poor, broke Eastern European dude who only came to America 2-3 years ago. And I just read his story. We don't know. I'm making a lot of assumptions, but I bet you that's not a crazy reach I've just made there.
I don't even. I mean,
he might do it that way.
We don't know. But like, if he's got a 70K job in America,
but what's 70K now in this economy? I'm playing devil's advocate. I said it was a lot.
You're doing the opposite for what you said. Like, but if he's got a 70K job in America and he's only been here for 4 or 5 years, that kind of shows that there's probably something that he's doing that way.
And where do they live? Do they live in Los Angeles or do they live in Delaware? You see what I'm saying? If he's living in one of the more tier 1 cities, 70K, 70K in Iowa or one of these rural states might go a lot further than it does in LA or New York, which we know.
We don't. It doesn't really go into that. But we could just assume it's a major top 8 city, top 10 city in the States, I would assume. I would assume that because if you're earning 350K, you're not earning it in Iowa or
Delaware. Hell no.
You're going to be earning it in a top 7 city.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go through the cities, but people can break down the cities. So we have to look at it like that. So he's probably, I don't know what he's doing. We don't know. We're just assuming. But so it's marketing. Like if a brother like that would do well, like someone pointed out, they have white worship in South America.
Yeah.
If you go to Brazil, you could get the most gorgeous mixed race or black woman. Gorgeous. Like gorgeous. They love these type of brothers, these white dudes. So it's marketing. It's like people that don't know. If you don't know, you just think black equals America. Black woman, African American. No.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's marketing. It's marketing. You're quite right. We see this a lot with race dynamics for sure. We know in Asia, for brothers that have been to Asia, you know damn well a lot of those Asian guys deify blonde white women. Like that's the move. If you can get a blonde white American or European woman, that's
Wait. What did you say? You said Asian guys deify blonde white women.
Yeah, bro. That's a big thing. You heard about that?
Yeah, but I would say, there is what you said is not wrong. It's right. But you know when you said that, why kind of alarm bells went off for me was because fucking Asian women.
They did the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Because that's media. The media, you know how it was. Like you said, Pamela Anderson, the 90s pinups, they made blonde white women like the top of the tree. So now a lot of these rich Asian guys, and guys in the chat say if I'm lying, but they'll take a lot of these blonde European white girls, these countries, and
you you made a point though. Like that's the thing, and this is why, like, I like details. I'm such a details guy. You made a great word. You said a great word. Rich. So only the rich Japanese businessmen and the rich Chinese businessmen, when they're so rich, they will have, like, if they want, because men are about conquering. So we will have like you can have like a blonde Russian 10 out of 10 sugar baby slash whatever. He can have that woman because he's got the paper. But I'm saying the difference is that guy has to be rich, and that's still going to be half a percent. Yeah. But the thing about the other side with the Asian women and white guys, you can be a white guy off a fucking trailer.
Any white guy.
Off a trailer, any guy.
Any white guy. Because they've seen white men as top of the tree no matter what.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to say that.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why I want to say that. There's no qualification with the Chinese man and the Asian man. To qualify, you need a business, and you need to be a property guy and the boss, and then you make money. But you could just be a white guy, you just roll up, and all these Asian women are going to be on you. So that's the deified to me. That's
I don't understand that one, because the first one makes sense. It's like he's a rich Asian guy and he wants a blonde, tall, supermodel Eastern European or American white woman. But the whole Asian women pedestalizing just any white Chad is, I've never understood that one. But
that's real as well, because with the white blonde woman getting on program with the rich Asian guy, she doesn't like him.
Nah, she's got bag.
Because this guy, the Asian guy that has the paper, he don't look like Keanu Reeves, bro.
Maybe some small Asian guy who's just
small Asian guy with maybe with a fat belly.
Yeah,
he's got paper. She don't like him, but she just literally acts.
He's got money.
She just acts. Because the money's long. But with the Asian woman, woman and the white guy, that girl will be like, she will love him. Like it's a prize. It's a prize to her.
Any white guy's a prize,
it's a prize. Like you will walk down the mall happy.
Any white dude's a prize to them. I don't know what it is.
So
I think media manipulation has done it again, because they see any white guy like a prize. It could be some guy who's like a sloppy dude, and it's like a prize to them. But interesting enough,
that's why on my show, and I love Thailand. I've been to Thailand. Yeah, I went with my ex-girlfriend like 8 years ago. Yeah, I love Thailand. I think it's one of the best countries in the world. But on this channel, you're not gonna see me going to Asia, like really dealing with the chicks. No. Because one thing that puts me off is I don't understand how, like, the women don't really have no quality control. They'll just be with anybody. One thing about the DR, as much as I criticize DR, you're not gonna, like, the women, they have a bit of shame. Like, they're not gonna just be like, oh yeah, don't get me wrong, there is age gap dating in Latin America and the DR, but it ain't the same. Like, you're not gonna just see the girl of your dreams or some baddie just wrote like, and her boyfriend is like a 65-year-old guy. Like, because that's something in that, it's like in that kind of, like, it just doesn't sit with me. Like, it just, I don't even have the words for it. But there's something about it. It's just different. Like, the Dominican girls, they're not really gonna get down with that. Like, don't get me wrong, they might even sleep with that guy, whatever, behind closed doors, but they're not gonna just be out here, just like, they're gonna feel a heat on their back. The women are gonna feel some type of heat or perspiration. But in Thailand, I just think they're just happy. Like,
anything goes in Thailand. That's why a lot of guys go there. It's a very open market for everyone. And obviously, there's a lot of guys in the space that push the Asian countries. I haven't been to any of them myself, so I can't really speak on it. I do know that from just what I've heard and friends of mine that live there. It's a lot of just openness towards, like, people. Yes, we're told white men are like the number one, conquerors, if you like, in that territory. They get the best treatment, they get the fairest shake for the reasons we just mentioned. But from what you just said and what I've heard also, like, it's a market where pretty much any brother can win. And that's maybe why guys like it, because maybe less of what I was saying earlier about the personal development and stuff. Maybe it's a market where you can argue you can go and just, be yourself. I mean, let's be real. A lot of guys want that. Want to go to a market where it's like, I can just be me without having to do all the extra stuff to get good treatment. And that's fair, in an ideal world, we could all just be ourselves to get what we want. But to echo what you said earlier, Lightbringer, we have a ceiling, and unfortunately, you oftentimes to get a quality woman, you have to be pushing towards that ceiling to even be in with a chance. Maybe in Thailand that's not the case. Maybe in Thailand it's just a case of you show up and you're yourself and you get what you get. I don't know.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, I guess it's just like, it's just not really my thing. So I guess I try to pick flaws.
The comments though, because affectionate antagonist is getting at you a little bit, I think, here. If you want to go up and read some of these comments, we've got a few here actually, but
yeah, it's good. And it's over. There's plenty of like, it is as well. Even just down to, he makes point, and I don't know much about Asia. I've been Bali as well. I've been Bali. I've been Thailand, so I've seen what I've seen, but I don't have no real big knowledge on Asia. But even Asian women in the UK, they do the same shit. If you look at Asian women in the UK, or the students, the Asian students, from like Malaysia and all of that,
sure.
I know people in my like extended networks, and they're like guys with low SMV, and they have an Asian girlfriend, and that'll be
like white guys, or just like guys
like white guys, or white guys that identify as white. They might not be fully white. They might,
but, a lot of brothers seem to do quite well over there, though. So I mean, I think Affectionate was talking about that a little bit, but guys love it there. So I guess it's like you said, it must just be a great place first and foremost.
It's the software.
It's the software. It's the treatment. They're a Buddhist country, right, which is all about peace and stuff. So again, albeit for me to fault any man going for where he can find his peace, I'm a big proponent of that. So I do think you can still go there. I mean, one of my homeboys is out there right now, and he's a solid guy. He's got his stuff together. He's very successful. He's retired. He loves it. And I think for the reasons I just mentioned, he says it's a very peaceful place. The treatment's great. The software's great. And you couldn't really begrudge a man that. We've all got our own tastes. It's obvious from this stream. You guys can tell Lightbringer is obviously very keen.
Let me say this though, I don't even have the words to fully say it, but I'm gonna just say it off the hip. Like, when something is too when something is so easy, the value decreases. No, I'm being for real now. The value decreases. Like, if there's a girl and she's like attractive and she's 25, and then you see her with a guy who's 68, beer belly, just kind of revolting, the value of that woman literally decreases. So you're right. Like, I'm probably talking about pros or girls that were pros, but then they developed the relationship from that. So there's that element I want to mention. But the second element is, like I said, in the UK, I've seen guys that I know that have low SMV, and they're with like an Asian chick, and it's just like, well, these women. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, it don't take much to impress these women, and that in itself, kind of like, I have a problem. I guess a problem with, like, personally, it's like, it doesn't take anything. You can just be anybody. You can just be anybody. So to me, think about it. If I'm with a chick, and anybody can sleep with her, I don't feel like there's no qualification. Andrew Tate mentioned this, something similar. If a woman will fuck anybody, she's not like, there's no loyalty there. If you're a high quality guy, and you know that she fucks with you because you're a high quality guy, she can't cheat with many guys.
That's a fair point. I think Affectionate wants to come up here and argue this point with you, bring up Affectionate. I'm interested. Affectionate's wrote a lot in the comment section. The link's in the chat there, Affectionate. I'll see if I can get it back for you.
Let me add the invite.
Up it back in there, because it'd be good to get a panelist up here, man. Chop it up with us for a little bit longer.
All right. Did he ask to, or is he just?
Yeah. Put it in the comments. I've been reading while you were cooking there.
Yeah, you can bring someone up. We never had a call-in, so this would be
we just do our thing, but it'd be nice to start getting some interaction. We'll do more of this stuff if we get some more interaction, to let us know.
What time can you go until, bro? Because I can go
for like 20.
Okay.
What about yourself?
Anytime, bro.
All right.
I'll get more energy with a call-in, because my energy is good anyway.
All right, let's go. Let's see.
Let's get this guy. He probably has to get his mic though. or his phone or situation. But yeah, we'll carry on talking about it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, and I'm not saying this is all. I'm definitely generalizing. I'm using some stereotypes, but it has no value. Like, the woman decreases her value when she allows access to guys that have extremely low SMV, extremely low. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I agree with your point. I think
I lost it.
I've never even been to Thailand. Friends of mine live there. A lot of guys I know in the passport space speak highly of it, but I won't speak on this because I've never actually been to the country. So if I never had boots on the ground, I'm not one of these that's going to be like talking.
There's a sorry to cut you off. There's a YouTuber. This is a good example. Yeah.
That's right.
And this might be slightly anti-passport, bro, but it's just what I feel, innit? Like what I feel about the situation. There's a YouTuber, he's got a lot of views, he's got probably like 400,000 subs. He's Australian. This guy's no homo, he's ugly, but his girl is hot, yeah. But like she's still hot. That value doesn't go away from her. But it's kind of like it's just a bit strange. Like it's like,
so you're trying to say it detracts from her value that she's with this dude, this YouTuber.
No, I think it doesn't literally detract from her because she's just hot. Like you can't
you
even.
just said
I know, but you know it's
like,
huh? I know it's I can't.
You said it doesn't detract for this girl, but it does for other people.
I can't even convey the words to express how I feel about it, but it's just something that is just there. Like as in, we're not like it's like they're not. It's like they look. The way their brain is programmed is completely different to Western women. I think that's what it's so.
I'll be curious to know that. That's the part that would make me curious because we know from what we hear, everyone does well there. I think it's a culture.
He's coming on.
I was affectionate coming on. I think maybe it's just a culture where it's just about connection more than it is about maybe beauty standards the way we are in the West. Welcome, affectionate antagonist. Thanks for joining us.
Yo, what's good? I said in your chat earlier, I was like, I saw you guys you was live, but I was on like I was like looking at it, I was like, who is this channel? I was like, why are these guys live? I clicked on it and I saw you guys talking. I was like, oh, I remember I subbed to you, but you hadn't made any content in like a minute. I hope I sound clear on the mic, by the way.
Does it sound fine? Good.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I'm using my phone, so
all good.
But nah, yeah. So I mean, I just came in late, and I don't really like to like jump into streams late and like derail the topic. But you guys started talking about Thailand and all that. I was there a couple weeks ago. I've been there a few times now. So I mean, I've no like, and I live in London as well, as you guys obviously could probably guess. But
yeah.
So I've got a lot of understanding of like that country specifically. I mean, I've been seeing like a Korean chick for like about 5 years now.
Okay.
When I say seeing her, obviously it's just like, but I met her here in London, so that wasn't like I didn't fly out. So I met her here in London when she was studying here and whatever. And that's another thing I wanted to point out because of what you were saying to do with like I was pointing out to you guys like in the chat, I was saying, because you were saying you don't know why they'll get with these guys that are just extra regular. Like I'm talking, we all know like there's extra, no spice, no flavor, like nothing. Like these dudes look homeless, bro.
Question. I got a question though, antagonist. Yeah. Like I want you to stipulate. Are you imagining a guy in a white guy in Thailand with an Asian chick, or are you imagining like that situation in the UK? Like what, or both? What one are you referring to? Because both of them apply to me, but I'm saying what are you referring to?
Because they both apply because Asian women and Asian people in general, their logic, and I said it earlier, it's why worship is global. Most people, point blank period, are gonna look at a white person as having the highest peak value. Like that's just how it is. Now you got some people who don't think like that.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, like on average, on some level, even if it's subconscious, because if you go and ask people, almost no one, especially in this day and age, is gonna sit there and say that, because no one wants to admit that about themselves.
PC culture, right?
Yeah, but like, and also, especially if you as a black person go and ask them, they ain't gonna keep it 100 with you. But like, so you just have to know, like, you just pay attention, you can see what people are picking. But there's something interesting though. I did want to bring up to you guys.
Great point.
Because there's something that like I've noticed that happens that I don't think a lot of guys think about. So something that's really interesting is like if you was to say who dates out the most, yeah, like racially, who would you say? Like, which group of people would you say is?
Can I before anyone answers that? Can I ask you, Antigonus?
Yeah.
What race are you? What's your race?
I'm black. Come
You're
on, man.
black,
I ain't
yeah?
about to come up here and start talking about all black. Come on, man.
Black is-
You think I'm gonna be one of these dudes come up here? I'm some white Donny sitting here like, oh, you actually.
Because
I thought you might have been a white dude. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, your accent threw me a little bit.
your accent, I can't tell. I can't tell.
I tell, bro. Like, yeah.
Like,
I'm just no, hell no.
Yeah, you're a well-spoken brother. I'm like that. If people don't see my face, they hear my voice. I get, oh, hang on, you don't. Oh, you're black. So you threw me a little bit. I was like, maybe this is like a white dude or an Asian dude. But
I thought he could have been Asian because the topic was Asian. So I thought, okay, he might know. Right now, we don't know, man. We don't know.
Hey, that's wild, bro. I ain't gonna lie. White is what? White, obviously, you get that constant, but Asian, I ain't had that before. But that makes sense.
No,
that's funny. White was out here insulting them. We didn't know if some of these Asian guys what might want to send for us. We don't know.
Hey, bro. Hey, look, it is what it. Hey, you know what? The thing is though. I mean, the thing is though. Them people like. I'm not saying them people, but like white people anyway, they don't tend to think about these types of topics though. Like at least not the way we do. So they're not even really gonna have any context for that shit. Like they're the people who say that shit don't exist.
I'm gonna ask you a question because I don't want to get off the point. You made a great point now, but like, what's your age range? You don't have to say your exact age. You could just say your
I'll
range.
tell you, I'm 26. That's whole.
Okay, cool. So you're black, you're 26, you're from London. That's what we should have probably asked that at the beginning, but we're new to this. So the question you kind of asked was
who dates out the race the most, Lightbringer?
No, did he say who dates outside the race? Wait, slow down.
Slow down.
Yeah. That's who dates out of their group. I mean, it's a statistical fact, but I'm just wondering if you guys know what the answer is.
I think it's white people, white men. That's what
who dates outside of their race the most. That's a good question.
I think it's white men.
Are we talking in the UK?
Oh yeah, we're talking the UK or what? Just globally?
Yeah, you can say UK, US, just in the West in general.
It's not black women. I know that it's not black women.
You know,
definitely not.
It's definitely not black women.
It's either black men or white men. It has to be. It's either black or white men. I'm gonna say white
black men. I would say black men.
White men.
Well,
black men. Wait. Black men. Wait. Black men or Asian women.
Okay, but which one would you pick? If you had to pick one
in the UK, I would say black men.
Black men in the UK.
Okay. See, so this is what's interesting, right? And there's a reason why I wanted to bring this up. So that answer is the exact answer everybody says, but statistically, it's Asian women, right? Now, the reason why I wanted to ask is I know, but I said it. That's why I said if you had to pick one, though. But the reason why I'm saying that is because, and why I was bringing this up to you guys, is because it's like I've noticed there's a certain like preconception that a lot of people have. So basically, when I was I've been at work and stuff, I've asked people the same question, and because let's just be real, as black guys, we know there's always like this conversation in the black community that will come up about interracial dating and black men, they just want to date out and self-hate, and you know on social media it's even more pronounced. Over in the States, it's even more pronounced than it is here. So it's like you start seeing these conversations on podcasts, and in America, most black men are married to black women, like overwhelmingly. I think it's like 80-something%. It's not like here in the UK where it's like more half and half. Like it's like, but over there, the women are way more like way more on them.
Yeah, it's more taboo. We've got friends over there, so we know for a fact it's more taboo. A lot of our close friends in this space, it's a big talking point. That's why it comes up a lot here. I mean, Lightbringer knows my background. I'm dating black women, but here, it's much more acceptable. In America,
let him keep flowing. Let him flow.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was just gonna say, because the reason why I'm bringing this up is because basically the main perception, like, and in America, that's the best example of it, because it's true there where it's still Asian women. But if you let the black women tell it, or really anyone else, because it's not just them. Like, even that's why I asked you guys, even as black guys, like, I think most people have the perception that interracial dating happens the most between a black man and a white woman. And the reason why is because, yeah, it is high, don't get me wrong, but it's not the absolute highest. And the reason why we think it is because we're used as the poster for interracial. That's the reason why. Like, every time you see it, it's always a black dude and a white woman. But the reality is, it's usually a white man and an Asian woman. Statistically, that's really who it is. But the thing is that I'm just trying to get to the point. Sorry.
Mhm.
The reason why I'm saying this anyway is because it feeds into something to me that's a wider issue, which is that everyone's more concerned with what black guys tend to be doing. And it's kind of interesting how Asian women, even though they are literally the statistical majority, to the point where when I go out, I mean, if I'm at, like, I work in like Central, bro, like, it's insane. The amount of times I see them coupled up, like, it's like you see them with a white man more than their own man half the time. And when I see a black guy, and I'm talking even my generation, like Gen Z and guys younger than me, bro, a lot of times they're with a black girl. Just don't get me wrong, like, there's white girls I'll be with. Sometimes I'll see them with Asian, whatever. But if I'm being honest, for the amount people go on about it, it's not that serious. Like, it really isn't. And I think it's interesting that we, even as black people, we hold the belief that, oh, we're the ones dating out the most, when that's not the truth. And here's the big thing that I want you guys to, like, just anyone to think about. Why is it that the conversation is always revolving around what black guys are doing, when I have never once in my life seen a panel, seen a TikTok or anything going after Asian women or white men for being with each other, even though they're the main ones who are really, at the head of the interracial shit. But you ain't gonna see a panel of no Asian dudes going after Asian women for the most part. You ain't gonna see no panel of white women checking their men saying, why are you getting with these Asian chicks? I ain't ever even heard a white woman try and say something about white men getting with Asian women. So I just find it interesting that we're the only group that's really trying to get policed on the interracial shit, but we're not even at the peak of it.
Wait, okay. Let me chime in though. Yeah, you made some interesting points. I love the angles and perspectives. But, like, the white men that you see, because it's like we can't group everybody the same. The white men that are dating these Asian women, what's their SMV?
I mean, it ranges with them, to be honest.
Because there's a stereotype, and this is what I was talking about before you jumped on. Like, the white men that go after these Asian women, like, they're like, nobody wants these white men.
Nah, I'm not gonna. Nah, I think that's cap, because I think that's cap on two fronts. One, because if you look at a lot of the guys that will be, see, I don't really agree with that mentality in general, because people say the same thing about black guys as well, like, oh, they just get the undesirables of other races. That's cap. It's not true. Like, it's not true, and the reason why it's not true is very simple. Most guys are desperate. Most guys are desperate. So most guys are gonna take what they can get. So when they're saying undesirables, that would imply that the average guy in that group will not take that woman. That's some bullshit. Because sorry, I don't know if you guys, I probably should swear on the channel, but that's some BS. Because obviously the average guy in any demographic, if he can get something, he's gonna get it. Now I understand what they mean in the sense of maybe she's not seen as the elite, but the average guy's not getting an elite woman anyway. So I don't actually get where the argument comes from. It just sounds like nonsense.
Well, again, actually, I want to interject really quickly because it goes back to what you were just saying. You were cooking a great point there when you talked about why is it that it's black men getting talked about, especially in the travel space. And to tie into what you just said there, the whole undesirable thing, why black men are getting talked about, it's because they're being essentially stigmatized for doing what other races of men, particularly white men, have been doing for so long. So the way you stigmatize them is you go after like their dating choices, going back to what I said about some brothers preferring the Asian countries as opposed to the countries where it's like melanated women that look like the three of us. And then what's it my boy Bird says? Shame, blame, and explain. It's like you have to try and shame them. So the way you shame them is, well, why are you going to those countries? Why are you dating those women? Oh, you're just undesirable men. So that's why it's all happening. So it kind of ties in two of your points. That conversation around interracial dating, yeah, it does come up a lot, specifically with black men and white women. I've had that before, but in the travel space, it comes up all the time. If you try and go to markets where it's not melanated women, and then the next conversation is always, oh, well, if you're dating them type, like Bringer, you say this all the time. It's like they're always told when they go to the Asian countries, it's like, oh, well, if they go into the Asian countries, it's because those are the women that will have them and no other women will have them. So those are the two conversations that are constantly happening.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing, though. Yeah, and this is the thing about these that gets on my nerves. Like, let's just say that is the case, and what? Like guys just have to get to the point where you just stop caring. Like if
I do.
if a chick's like, oh, like for example, when I was going to Thailand, you know, people at my workplace knew when I came back, and I'm going to be honest. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. I don't have these issues like the girls like that I know here. I don't have real like I see the goofiness, but I don't have like proper issues out of them. So even then, they're just like, oh, did you have a good trip? Like they were making jokes about if I was just running it up out there. To be honest, they thought it was funny. They didn't take it as like, oh, so you're going out there to me, then that's all you can get. And maybe it's because I'm not what would be considered lame entirely to those girls. Maybe that's the reason why. Because I think that's part of the problem is that they're looking at which types of guys are going. And you know, you're talking about SMV. They're probably thinking, oh well, you couldn't get none. Oh, here, that's the reason why you got to run over there.
Also,
and it's like. But so what? Would you rather that they just sat here and be miserable? Obviously, we know the answer is yes, but
I don't. No, you make some good points, but I'll say it again in a different way. Like, so it was what was the combination again? It was Asian women.
Asian women date the most outside there,
and white men. But like, I would say this might be controversial, bro. But it's like I don't think. First of all, I don't think people see Asian women as a threat. I've said this.
That's exactly what it is.
They don't see them as a legitimate threat. I don't think they even humanize Asian people. I think
wow.
I think they see them as like, oh, like you like Asian girls. Oh, a black woman doesn't, and even a white woman, they don't look at an Asian woman as like a full threat, especially a black woman. Because a black woman almost looks at an Asian woman. Oh, the common cuss is like, oh, they're flat. They got nothing. They got no boobs. They got so they're I think they're somewhat dismissive of them. And then like Asian men, because you said Asian men don't really have podcasts talking about Asian women going for these white guys. Like Asian men, and this I don't know Asian men like that, but the way they're wired, they probably are so fucking logical. They're just like, I think they're like. Their culture is like, okay, well, you can do that. I'm going to do what I do, and I'm not going to make no big hoop-ha noise about it. Because you know, like Asian people don't want drama. Like black people, we like all this drama and argument and fighting and raising our voice. When was the last time you saw Asian men raise their voice, apart from the Chinese guy? You know, occasional Chinese guy in the Chinese shop might like when he gets angry, but they don't really raise their voice like that. You know what I mean? Because their culture is all about.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, but that's the thing, because it goes across all of Asia, like South Asia as well, like with India or whatever. It's the same thing. Like I know a girl who's like a rich girl from India, right? Like an heiress to like a manufacturing company, and she told me straight up, if she was together with a black dude, it's about to be a whole problem.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And if she got with a white guy, yeah, they might not prefer it as much as opposed to someone from a culture. Yeah. There might have to be some talks, but if the guy's solid, it's going to be more easily accepted.
We're the enemy. You know the game. It goes back to what I was saying earlier, like, and to answer your question, we're both stigmatized, but we're the trendsetters and the tastemakers. The eyeballs are always on black men because of pop culture. We know it benefits us. I say this all the time. My friend yesterday, who just said he got back from Turkey recently, he's like, look, they can call me a coon, they can call me this and that. But he's like, I'm benefiting from pop culture as an African American going to Turkey, the market I recommend. You have to understand Drake, Chris Brown, LeBron James, hip hop. That benefits you as a black guy traveling to these more obscure markets. Yeah, it's part of the leverage. We can't just talk about the financial leverage. That the dark side of the culture actually benefits us. These women. MT talks about this all the time. Your partner, the curiosity in Eastern Europe and all that helps. So that kind of answers your question. Because we know that is part of it, as well as the stigma where it's like, no, I can get with a white guy, I just can't be with no brother. Like it's the lesser of two evils, but also it lends itself to giving you leverage in certain markets. So it's a double-edged sword. But I take advantage of it when I go to like the Turkeys and the more obscure markets, and the brothers that go to the Asian markets. I've heard them say, oh yeah, some of the Linglings, they make certain comments and whatnot, because it's like there's certain like generalizations and stigmas which we know are always going to be on us as black men. So we can't have it both ways. It's kind of a double-edged sword. So I hope that kind of answers your question, because that's how I see it. I'm like, you have to take the good with the bad of it. We're always going to be seen as, just bad in some regard, because you know, black people can just always be the enemy to certain groups of people, but then also we're also the trendsetters. So if a group of thousands of black men from the West, from the UK and America combined, start traveling and rejecting the notion of building a life in the West, people are going to sit up and take notice, even though white guys have been doing it since the bloody beginning of time. If a group of black men smarten up and say, hang on, the system's kind of against us, let's pool our resources, as Lightbringer said earlier on the stream, let's pull our value and start moving in a direction, which is what's happening now with the movement. People are going to sit up and take notice. It's now hit the mainstream media. It's on all these outlets. So yeah, best believe there's going to be some oppression there for sure. And naturally, yeah, certain groups of women are going to prefer dating more popular groups of men over us because we're still stigmatized.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of in a way, like, damn, I was trying to remember now. You said something. I was going to respond to it.
I just said it's a double-edged sword. It goes both ways. We're both stigmatized, and you know, there's a curiosity about us. So that's why the eyeballs are on us for doing what we're doing, even though other groups of men.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Like, so this is something I'm highly, highly critical about, though, to do with like travel content. And I know I'm not the only one because guys have been saying it for years. But there is another aspect to it, though, which has to be we have to be raw about. And like, and as someone who's just recently been out there as well, like, it's just one of the major problems, though, when it does come to us specifically traveling, that is a bit different, is that we kind of do the most sometimes, like, and in ways where it's just like unnecessary. Like, these guys that are in Colombia and all that, and Cartagena, and it's like, why is it now we're seeing videos of guys getting into fights with pros? Like, how, you know, like, that's like, like, why has it got to be? It would have to just be brothers. It would have to be them. Like, do you know what I'm saying? It's just, that's the reason why. Like, it's like it's annoying because I know for a fact other groups of people got dysfunctional, got BS. When I was in Thailand, I watched Russian dudes punching each other up on the beach. But the problem is ain't no one recording or filming that and posting it on Front Street. But you see, like, that's why you ain't gonna know too much. In fact, if you go look up articles, a lot of the Thai people will tell you about the Russians. When I was in Phuket, bro, I thought I was in Europe. The amount of white people in Phuket is insane. It's ridiculous. Like, it's actually mad. Like, I honestly thought, I even spoke to one taxi driver, one Thai guy about it. I was like, bro, I said, am I in Europe or am I in Asia? And he was just laughing. He was like, yeah, that's what the locals think. Like, they think the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not like it's not like the people don't have their own critical views or whatever. But the difference is there's two acts to it. One, they're not as putting their dysfunction on Front Street as much. And two, even if it is out there, they've got too much good press to balance it out. This is the reason why, like, even if a white guy does something wrong, you're saying, it's like, well, look at how much good media precedes him. You know what I'm saying? Like, whereas with us, the media that mostly personifies us is what? Negative. It's already things that's considered negative to other cultures, if we're being real.
Yeah, Antagonist, you're making a great point, man. Very, very eloquently put, brother. So thanks for coming up. We appreciate your time. I was going to say, just to piggyback on what you said a little bit, and I completely agree. And this is something Lightbringer and I discuss a lot off camera about cleaning up the image of the sort of travel space and the passport community, because there are, and I was going to echo what you also said, which is that every group has its bad side, its own version of the Pookies and the Ray Rays. It's just that ours is definitely on camera more. But I think, to answer your question, why that's happening is because it's still a very, very new thing, this passport thing, especially for black men specifically. Like, when I say new, I mean new in the sense that, like, as far as social media, we know the military guys have been doing this since back in the day when they were in Vietnam and they were getting Asian wives, incidentally Asian women, right? But now, like, in this age of like everything being filmed and recorded and online, and you can document, oh, I'm here, I ate there, I dated this woman, I had better treatment. Everything's out on Front Street, and it's the kind of beginning of a movement, in my opinion. We're still in like the very, very infancy, for me, of black men traveling out, especially in the conceptual West, and traveling outside of the conceptual West, working, living, having vacations, remote work, and all that stuff in these foreign countries. So with that, you do get a lot of the teething problems. How it will shake out, I don't know. I would like the image to be cleaned up a lot more myself, because now I'm affiliated with it. I definitely don't associate with Pookies and Ray Rays. I know I speak to Lightbringer, he definitely don't neither, because I've been with him and friends of ours in this space, his boy MT, my friend Sean Bird, who's also a military veteran. These are very credible, like well-traveled, seasoned, like living overseas expats, I would call them. I wouldn't even call them passport bros. So those are the type of men that like we like to associate with. And whether we use the term passport bro or not, it's not about that type of behavior for us. It's about actually like enjoying yourself and living a world-class life overseas, whether you're vacationing or working remotely or just traveling, whatever the case may be. So I think that's just going to be there, and that's just something you're going to have to accept for all of us. I don't see it going anywhere. Unfortunately, I do see more drugging, stabbings, robbings, and all the rest of it in Colombia and these markets. But I said this to Lightbringer, I think, earlier off camera. Like, that's just because some dudes, regardless of whatever market you put them in, they don't know how to behave. So whether they share the same amount of melanin as you, me, and Lightbringer or not, I'm okay with it, because for me, I don't see them as a reflection of me personally. And that ain't me cooning or nothing, because I don't want nothing bad to happen to no black man. I'm A1 for my people, but Pookies and Ray Rays are not a reflection of me. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. And what I wanted to just touch on, like, before we finish off with this guy, is with black community, men and women, this is just inherent in our DNA. We just like to be seen and heard.
Right.
If you think about when you're like a teenager, 17, 18, and you'd go to watch these movies like Adulthood and Kidulthood, it'd always be the black people in the back chatting up, and you'd have to. And when I got older, I would just tell them off, like, shut up, like, be quiet, like, we're trying to watch the movie, because we like to be seen and heard. But Asians, or these Southeast Asians and different parts of Asia, yeah, maybe the Indians and Pakistanis are a bit different, but the Asians, like the Oriental Asians, they're like mainly introverted people. So they're not going to kick up a big huff and fuss about, you can't be dating this guy and why are you dating that and all of that, because that brings, they're just introverted, they're shy people. Majority of them, it's like actually part of their culture. It's like they're introverted, so they don't have that same. The recipe is different in the black community. Americans, they come from West Africa originally through the slavery. Nigerians, like, they're known to be like quite loud people, right, Johnny?
Yeah, boisterous, loud, outgoing.
Boisterous, loud. So it's part of our nature. So people are going to just say it with their chest, like, and that's why the platform of the online internet and this fucking Instagram and TikTok is just a literal meeting place for black people of West African descent to just start chatting, and Caribbean people the same way. They're both of West African descent. It's just in our DNA to just start chatting. Like, we can't get on the same page with conflict, podcasts, black men about women. Like you said, you don't see that in these other communities because they're more on code, and their logic's different. We probably would need an Asian person in the chat to even maybe explain their logic. It's so different. Just to bring it back to what you originally said, bro.
Yeah, which is why it's gonna. My last point is, which is why my prediction is there's going to be a big split. There's going to be, well, there probably already is, right? But there's probably going to be what I said was the more expat, upwardly mobile sort of black men who just like to have a vacation and just get away from the West for whatever reason, or work remotely. And then you're going to just get the out and out Pookies who are going to inhabit like certain parts of the DR and certain parts of Asia, and they're going to misbehave wherever market they're in, because that's just who they are. It's not because they're in Colombia they're misbehaving. You know damn well it's because this guy would just misbehave if he was stuck in Detroit, or if he was in London, England, or if he was in Manchester, or if he was in New York. That's who he is.
Yeah, and that's one thing I will say. I mean, you're 26, you're a bit younger than us, but it's like I've lost faith in black people as a whole. Like, there's only a segment of black people that are gonna get it. Like 50-60%, you're just never gonna get it. It's never gonna change. We're never gonna fix like black on black crime. You're never gonna fix black dysfunction. There's gonna be certain cultures within black community that get it and can play the game.
It's not like that, Lightbringer, man. We can't end the stream saying that, bro. That sounds so negative.
No, it's 100%. It's 100% facts. You're preaching to the choir on that one, because I've been on YouTube for a good minute, and back when I was like 18, 19, 20, if I jumped on panels, I said that there needs to be a separation. I said that time ago. Like, that's something I've always believed, because
there's never going to be. Go ahead. bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've always said there needs to be a separation. I'm not in a separation of like, oh, necessarily having to date other races or whatever. I mean, that's up to people, whatever. But I mean more separation in the sense of class and just philosophy, because
Yeah.
every other group has that. That
Yeah.
is the main distinction. You are not about to find the white executive chilling in the trailer park, to
No.
keep it real. That is not
We're
happening.
shamed for it. We're shamed for doing it. We're shamed. Even now, guys are, oh, why you guys keep using the term Pookie and Ray Ray? Because you are one. Because you can't behave.
And the thing is,
associate with you.
the
And
thing
you're
is,
a coon if you try and disassociate. No, you're not.
but the thing, but the thing is though, that's the thing. But that's the other side of it as well. The black people, I've another thing I say is that those who know better need to just do better. Because even like with what you're saying with the whole thing about the cooning and the Uncle Toms, dudes need to learn to just take that and run with it.
Right.
Because my thing is like when people say you're a sellout, bro, you seem to be under the impression that I was ever bought in. I don't want to be bought into something that is you know what I'm saying, that's something that's dysfunctional.
Yeah.
I don't want to be invested into something that's depreciating. So yeah, I'm gonna sell out.
Yeah.
That's what a smart person would do.
Great point. Great
I love
point.
that. Let me add this as well. Like,
man.
there's a difference in logic. Like it's people in general, but for this conversation, I'll just say black people. But like, they will literally create a 20-year fuck up over like £500 or £1,000. I'm a guy, like, let's just say, I don't know, whatever situation you can make 100 scenarios. You fuck me over for £2,000. That's nothing. Like, I'm not gonna go and look for you and want to kill you for £2,000. And I understood that very young when I was 18. Unfortunately, God rest his soul. Like, when I was 18, there was 2 guys that were involved in drugs. They were in my school, and one stabbed the other over $2,000 or $3,000. Bro, you can do any job in life and make $2,000 to $3,000 in 4 weeks. Even back then, because the wages were quite similar to now anyway.
Yeah.
The wages were a bit similar. So we don't. It's a logic thing. It's like, I'm not gonna fuck someone over for $2,000. I'm not gonna like, oh, someone fucked me over and now I'm gonna kill that person or for $2,000. Like, and there's a lot of black people in the community that will do way worse for way less. Like, that will fuck you over for £400 because you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't. There's 100 different examples I can.
No,
give.
you're making a great point.
Those situations occur, and then you as a man have to know to not use emotion, use logic, and say, okay, you know what? I took an L. This guy stung me for £700, bro. I've done so many like financial fuck ups and bad things. Like, I've wasted 10K, 20K. I'm giving you real numbers that I've fucked over in different situations. Like, so when I lose money, I don't want to kill people and shit.
No.
Because Johnny knows my background. Yeah, I'm in the jewelry. I'm in the jewelry industry. I've managed, you know what I mean, big fucking budgets and big revenues and turnovers. Yeah. So the way, I'm not saying that to brag, but I just look at things different. Like and a lot of black people, they've never had no money. So if you show them any bit of money, they'll cut your throat for it.
Yeah.
And they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And these are the signs. It all links in, and it comes with wisdom. But sometimes people get it from young. Like, I can tell,
this young man here,
he gets it from young. But a lot of black people won't get it, man. They'll do 5 and 7 years in prison because you stepped on their £100 shoes.
Yeah, you're switched on, man. You've got it, because I think Lightbringer and I talk about this, and this is very like refreshing to hear from someone who look like us, who's from our city, because we talk a lot about how in these spaces we don't see a lot of guys who come from where we come from who get it, but you seem to, man. So we're gonna have to try and get you back on and do some stuff with you as far as content, man, because we got a lot more of this type of thing cooking. So it's just refreshing to see someone at your age who kind of is already savvy to a lot of the nonsense and the crabs in a bucket nonsense that like exists. And this is why we travel, man. Like, it's one of the reasons, unfortunately, we have to just say it, is to get away from this type of like toxic mentality that exists amongst people that look like us, because we're not, like I said, we're not rolling with those guys abroad, and we certainly am not rolling with them while we're here in London.
Last thing, because I'm enjoying this conversation, and what Xingshan said links up with what I was trying to say and what we was kind of discussing. You know, like, and what you said as well, Johnny, it's more like the influence of the media makes these dudes desirable for them to date. Yeah, it's so true. Like, think about it in the media. Yeah, what Asian women or men, for that matter, are even in the media like that?
No one. They're not really pushed like that.
I
They're
can't
not
even think of any. Tell
maybe
me,
like back in the day, Lucy Liu or someone, but they don't really push Asian women like they're the beauty standard.
I can't even name, and I mean, maybe I'm ignorant. I can't even name an Asian like person, like. Do
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'd say
oh, come
right
on.
now
Okay.
I'd say right now it's the Korean media. That's what is the hot thing for Asian.
Oh, what
people
those
right now.
pop, K-pop,
All that.
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
no K-pop. They just
I
say,
don't
like,
know any of them by name, but I don't really listen to K-pop.
they're like no women. Okay, let me not be super ignorant, but like I don't see how many Latin women I don't find that attractive unless they're a quirky Latin woman, because Latin women like machismo. Latin women, so an Asian man is like they don't even exist to Latin women for the most part. I'm being like facetious, but you know what I'm saying? Like I'm you know what I'm trying to say? They don't exist because Latin women want macho men. This is facts. Black women want muscular, masculine men. White women, I guess you can split it. There's different types of white women. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But so in the media, who really like? There's no like media push, but in the black community, like there's a you know, you see all these images of black men. So people care about what black men are doing and this. It's like you said. This guy Xing Shang makes a great point. The influence of the media makes these dudes desirable for them. So, for example, if there's a guy like, I don't know, Travis Scott, and he pops up with a travel passport bro channel, all the black women in the comments will be like, you were dusty, you were this, do that. They're trying to shame, insult, guilt need to be right against this guy because they care about him, because what this guy represents means something. But I personally, I sounded a bit ignorant with it, but it's like, honestly, I honestly do believe, and I'm probably saying it in words that don't make sense, but I don't think women care about Asian women, bro.
Because they're not pushed. He's right. This guy
they don't care. They're like women.
It's part of this though. You're making a point, and Xing Shang's kind of backing it up in a very articulate way. The media don't push Asian people, and the media and pop culture dictates the narrative. I said this earlier. That's why I said it works both ways for us.
They don't care about them. Yeah.
Sometimes just being black in a country, regardless of how you look, how tall you are, all these ridiculous other like Western standards, they don't mean nothing. You could just pop up in some of these markets and women are on you because you black. We all know that if you travel to some of these places. And that is also because of the power of the media and the power of pop culture. But to answer like your question in a way, Lightbringer, they don't push Asian people like they're the standard of anything glamorous or anything to do with like finesse.
They're seen as they're not seen as
bottom of the barrel. I'm like literally.
They're seen as like introvert. So there's certain stereotypes. They're seen as introvert. They're seen as they're not seen as masculine.
Dudes are seen as nerdy, introvert,
nerdy. So it's like, and the women or the men, whatever way because they're similar in that way. Like they want their culture is like, no, we're not going to raise our voice to talk about other people's relationships. They're going to just do them. And you know what I'm saying? But the Asian men, I know that Asian men, they don't get play for the most part. I'm being general, but Asian men, they don't get as much play. Like I'm not saying they not
you heard of any race like go crazy or go, oh my god, go like gaga over an Asian guy,
but that's what I was trying to tell you guys. They are though when it comes to these Koreans, like that's what you like. Yes, they are. Like I personally know white chicks when I was in uni that would drop like £1,000 to go to a concert.
K-pop though, yeah, or is this?
Yes,
that's experience.
The K-pop thing is bubbling now. This K-pop thing's bubbling now because even black women, there's like a big. Have you heard?
Yes, there is, bro. Okay, so like
who are suddenly it's like a big cult like of black women who follow K-pop. So I've
100% because right now,
yeah,
like if I go, like for example, like when I go to work, like I walk past, there's like a Korean like a kind of restaurant I walk past. It's in Central. There's like there's quite a lot of these joints, but there's one specifically I go past and I see black girls in there. There's even a black chick that works in there. I mean, like, and that's just a random place. I didn't specifically go there looking for it. It's just I walk past it on the way to work and I just look through the window. So if I can see it that casually, then I know it. I mean, I should be going there like in a few months anyway. So I guess I'll see on the ground. But I've looked before, just like on Tinder and stuff, just seeing like what it'd be like to like in terms of matches or whatever. And I will see mad white chicks there, and they're not actually there because I can see the distance and location, and I can see they're not there. Now I'm going to tell you right now, if you go and put your location on Black Country or whatever, you're not about to see a whole bunch of white girls and all kinds of other like trying to look for black guys in those countries. Now, if you go on the ground out there, like we already know about like how white women go to places like Jamaica or whatever, but if we're like, what I'm trying to say is that there is an appeal there, at least in recent years, but it's a different type of appeal. Because personally, I never really understood it for the same things you're saying. Like, I'm looking at these dudes, they look plastic, they look effeminate, they like I'm not getting it. You get what I'm saying? And it's just like, I'm like, why would you? But it's the same thing as like when a girl is a teenager and she was into like Justin Bieber. I didn't get that when I was younger and Justin Bieber was but it's the same thing. It's like, oh, it's just that young girl mentality of wanting like a pretty cutesy boy or whatever. But the thing is that because we're in the era now of, you know, the extended adolescence and all that, even if a chick's in her 20s, she's still going to be thinking like that. Because another common trait you'll notice with a lot of the girls who are into those types of guys is they do seem to be maybe have a bit more arrested development. So
that's a fair point. Yeah, I think it's just the media. I think it's the media personally. I think again,
100% media.
My understanding of social media and how social media really just, you have to understand how it really creates this kind of this dynamic where it really influences our thoughts, our behaviors, our patterns in terms of like what we desire, food, the travel, the lifestyle, even the people we like. All of us. This is for all of us, not just for Asian men. It's this for all people. We know this. What you're exposed to daily, like your diet, garbage in, garbage out, as they say, it's going to affect your perspective. So when K-pop and all this stuff starts bubbling and the media start pushing it, naturally it goes from, oh, I like the music, I want to show up to the concert, to now I fancy the guy. It's like anything, like Bringer mentioned earlier. If I think back now, I'm like, and I don't really check for white women like that too much these days, but back in the day, I probably had a thing for Pamela Anderson. Oh, you wonder why? Because Baywatch was on my TV every damn day. And everyone was talking about it probably in the playground. So it's a thing about what you're exposed to. So 100% that's the case. But some things still stand true. Him and I were just in the Dominican Republic. And I mentioned this, I think, a little bit earlier. In some markets, we're just going to do better because there are, for example, in the Dominican Republic, a lot more women that are reflective of us. So that's going to help us in the DR. I would challenge a white guy to pull up in the DR and tell me he's going to get better results than me. Unless he's like bringing more money to the table, if you put us in a fair and balanced race, I think I would do better. And it's for the reason I just mentioned. However, if you put me in that same dude in Thailand, I'm going to say, yeah, you got this. Do you know what I mean?
That goes in. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, go for it.
That goes into what I was saying about like in Asia or parts of Asia, it seems like you just pull up. Like you could just be any white guy, just pull up.
They still do better than us. They still do better than us if we all just...
but in a DR, you can't just like, okay, you can pull up and have results, but these guys be like, it's different. Like DR, there is a lot of girls that are just chapeadoras, girls that just want to like, they're pros or whatever. But in Asia, these guys will just pull up and the next thing they're getting married and this, just anybody. You just like, I see so many, that's because we went off topic, but that's the original conversation was like, I see guys in the UK, guys that I know of that extended, bro, they're just anybody, no other women will take them, but then they'll be with like a Malaysian or thingy that's come over and they use them as like an anchor almost as well. Like they'll use them as an anchor and it's like, that's the come up, isn't it? So it's like, but in I would say with Latin America, like you've got to bring a bit more to the table. That's what I was really trying to say. Like you got to bring it, you've got to be a bit more of a man. Like
that's why my point was, what a fantastic market for a guy who doesn't really want to have to do basically all three of us are in this probably the second most difficult market in the world, in my opinion, the UK. This is a market where you do have to develop yourself. Like, and I'm the king of self-development. I stand by that. I tell any man that will listen, depending on what you want, you got to do something here. You got to get your money right. You got to get your fitness on point. You got to look the part. You got to groom. You got to get your trim, whatever. If you can go to a market where you don't have to do any of that and you can still get a woman, like, come on, man. To some guys who just don't have that desire, Lightbringer, to work on themselves, that's got to look like heaven, right? I could just pull up and just wear
No,
wear those stupid glasses and not
Bro.
care about my shorts and my white fronts and my flip flops and, do you know what I mean, socks and sandals and all that other goofy shit guys like to do. If you could just do that and still be promised a woman, for some guys that is the dream, man. Because a lot of guys don't want to do the development, and I can't knock that. You think about it, the West is again. I'm branching off, and we got to go in a second, but the West is a very oppressive place towards men. We can all see that at this point. If you can get away from those chains, right, and just go somewhere and just pull up and just be your damn self. For some guys, that is, like you said, that is the software that they're looking for. They don't care about the caliber necessarily. It's like, I could just be myself here and still land something. That's a win for a lot of guys like Bringer. You know as well as I do, the issue is deeper than feminism and all the rest of it. Some guys have been frozen out of the dating market for years without even getting a look at from a woman. So now you can just pull up and be Steve who works at Walmart, and now you're winning. You got some beautiful Thai chick on your arm just from being Steve. Yo, he ain't gonna give a shit about the DR. He's like, I'm here in Thailand, and this woman doesn't judge me for being me and being my quirky self.
Antagonist, I got a question for you. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, if it, because you've been to Thailand once, yeah, or twice. How many times?
3
you been to Thailand?
times. It's my third time. Yeah.
Third time going. So, have you been to any other parts of Asia?
I'm going to be going to other parts of Asia. Yeah, I've been to. I was in the Philippines for a bit. I've been to Korea, but I didn't get to explore Korea properly. So
you an Asian guy then, huh? You one of these guys we're talking about.
I mean, I only started traveling recently. Like, I wanted to travel before, but I was too young. I didn't have the money. By the time I got the money, it was the pandemic. So
I'm just teasing, man. Travel the world. I'm going to be going there as well. I got a friend out there. I'm not as.
But I'm actually, but you know, the thing is, actually, I wanted to say that quickly because I'm actually, like, despite everything I'm saying up here, whatever.
Hey, what MC pulled up?
Despite everything I'm saying, I'm not actually.
Yep.
Scarlet the ruin.
Hold up, one MT. We're gonna antagonist is just gonna finish his point. Just hold up one second.
Let our guy finish.
Yeah, I was gonna say, despite everything I'm saying, I'm not actually really like Asian dude like that. It's just that right now, like, because I was an inexperienced traveler, it's like that's a place I know if I'm going there, I'm not dealing with no BS. Whereas, like, if I'm going to South America, it's like every single dude right now, the trendy phrases, you gotta know how to move. Well, bro, if I just started traveling, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not about to be going somewhere to have my head on a swivel. And I've already argued with the people that like love to simp over South America. And the craziest thing is, I would prefer to go there. My preference in terms of women is more that side of the world. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, I'll get there. If not this year, maybe next year. But I've got to pick spots where it's like I'm not dealing with nonsense. You know what I'm saying? That's all my thing was.
No utopia though, brother. I mean, you got an expert who just jumped in here who's lived in Asia and is currently in South America. He'll tell him 1MT, there's no utopia. None of these countries are perfect. You know, this
no, what's up, 1MT? What's up, 1MT?
What's up? Yeah, I was listening to my man Rock. He had some questions or some concerns.
Yeah.
He was just saying he started traveling to Asia recently. He's been around Korea, I think he said. And what was the other place, brother? You were in Thailand as well.
The Philippines.
Yeah. Thailand's the place I've mostly been to, though.
Okay, yeah, man.
That's the place I know the most about.
Well, one of the topics which we were mainly discussing is basically with women from Asia, the way they pick men. Yeah, I think there's a different logic that they follow, and I know 1MT could probably touch on this. Like a lot of women, from Latin women, they like machismo. Other cultures of women, they want Mr. Picture Perfect, but in Asia, they pick men with a different selection process. Would you agree with that, 1MT?
Absolutely. I would say that even here in Brazil, to include South the East Asia, the women are picking based off of what you can provide. You know what I mean? They're looking for a provider. You see a lot of girls in Asia, and it kind of blew me away when I first moved there. And you got this beautiful Japanese girl or a beautiful Thai girl, and she's with this what we would call a nerd. right?
Yeah.
In the United States, people always say, like if you see a couple and they don't exactly match aesthetically, oh, that she's above him or she's out of his league. But that really doesn't exist in these other countries, man. It's based off the women are picking men. I would say aesthetics is not number one, especially in Asia. It's not number one. I would say it probably goes down to like number three. So,
Perfect.
you know, so it's just as long as you're not like, super overweight, you know what I mean, obese, and you can have a beautiful girl. There's a guy that me and my boy had a crush on, a Filipino girl, and her husband, you would never ever ever see, that dynamic, that couple, how he looks and how she looks. You would never see that traditionally in the United States, bro. So yeah, man.
Yeah, I was just saying before you jumped on 1MT, I was saying how for a lot of guys it's a case of when you finally escape the constraints of Western society. For some dudes, they don't want to do all this like extra development, hit the gym and all this. They want to just be their damn self. And Thailand and some of these other Asian countries, they seem like markets where you can kind of go and be that and still get a win, right?
What it is what you're experiencing in these other countries is normalcy. It's normal, right? So it's normal. Like you, as an average guy, you should be able to get an average woman or better. You know what I mean? Off of merit, you know. But in the United States and even in the UK, everything is it's hyper out of control. Because of social media, because of its expectations, cost of living, the current economic climate, and all that type of stuff. And also, a lot of these women were never raised they never had a daddy in their life, so they don't even know how. Even if they don't know how to treat a man because they've never been taught. So, and you can't come back at 30 years. You're a 30-year-old black woman with your degree, and then you're gonna want to try to go back and say, I'm ready to settle down. You were never taught to how to treat a man. So it's completely out of whack, man. And it's kind of like it's a flywheel now, because these single moms are going to continue to raise their kids by themselves, and the cycle is going to continue. It's never going to stop.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. Like the dysfunction is embedded into the fabric and the DNA of Western culture. It's never going to change. You're going to just have a split antagonist. So, first of all, do you still date in the UK?
Let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. I could. I'm to be honest with you, most guys would literally like flame me for this, because I definitely still get a lot of choosing and stuff. And I'm not one of these guys who says they get choosing when it's a woman just fucking like doing the most, like, like the most indirect, like she just looked in your direction and go, oh, they're choosing. Like, no, I know what I'm talking about when I say that. Like, but I've actually sat down and really thought about it, because I clearly am still a guy that is of interest to women here. But what I've realized is I just it's like what's the word for it? I'm just like kind of indifferent to it now. I just don't care. Like, even if I go on the tube and I can see a girl blatantly sitting across from me, and I can see she's, giving all the typical choosing signs, I just don't really care anymore. Like, I've gotten to the point where it's like, okay, like, because I know what comes with it. It's kind of goofy, but because it's not that serious. Like, it's hard to explain, because I don't know. I think it's because I know I don't have to deal with it. So I'm more focused on the grind here. Like, I mean, when you're living here in London, as you guys are already saying and pointing out, I mean, I'm here and I'm working and stuff, and I've got ambitions and goals in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was already in a relationship for like 4 years, and at the age I'm at, like, if you're in a relationship for 4 years, I mean, that's a decent chunk of time. So it's like I'm not really trying to sit around and worry about what chicks here are doing. Like, I'm just trying to kind of get myself together. And when I feel like, messing around or whatever. Okay, cool. That's what I can go do with if I'm going on a trip or whatever. But at the same time, I don't know. I think now I'm just more passive. So it's kind of like the girl's gonna have to really go out of her way to give me interest for me to bother. That's really what I've gotten to with it.
Wow, isn't that interesting? And he's saying that, and he lives here in London, and this brother's like a fair bit younger than Lightbringer and myself. So that tells you. And MT, you lived here, if I'm not mistaken, so you already know what the climate is here. But this is awfully interesting that a brother of his age is already saying that. Because I said this before on previous streams we've done, Lightbringer. I said the younger guys are already seeing the writings on the wall. The game is up. It's like the indifference that we have. Like the brother said, he was passive. He didn't really care. He's focused on his hustle. Like it's done here. Like people think it's just America. I've been saying the UK is closely following the pattern of the States.
Question, and I know I don't want to touch too much on the UK because I know you're mentally done, but like I do have to ask you, the sisters, because you're a black guy in London. You're in inner city London, or you live in the sticks?
Yeah, I've been in I'm southeast, so yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he's proper London. So
Yeah.
the sisters versus the white girls in the UK. What's your experiences, and just touch on that.
Well, primarily at first growing up, it was mostly my experience was mostly with white girls. Like if we're talking like primary school, it was mostly white girls. But that's just because where I was, that was mostly what was around. But also because we already know this, like within the black culture, if you don't act in a very narrow way, your options become limited. Even at that age as a kid, I understood that. I didn't understand the reason for it yet because you're not going to. But even at that age, I understood like I'm not really like I didn't feel the connection or the click. And you got to think like the reason why that's important, and I bring that up to people when I've had those discussions in the past, is because it's easy once you get to the adult age for people to turn around and say, "Oh, you're just brainwashed," or "Oh, you're just saying that because you had toxic experiences, this, that, and the third." But when you're a child and you haven't gone through any of that, and you're already thinking, "I don't click with these people," what can that be based on other than there's obviously some barrier there. Now, that's not going to be the average black guy's issue per se. That was more specific to me because growing up, I was more in the box of like the type of black guy that, the stereotypical thing where it's like, oh, that's not the type of guy they'll go for. As I got older, I went to secondary school. I was around a lot more black people. My school was mostly black. It was a black area, all that kind of stuff. Like, I started to gain a better understanding of, you could say, blackness and kind of appreciating black people, black culture, and certain things more. I also started to understand the negatives a lot better. And so just to kind of get to your question with it, like at this point now, I'm kind of just, I mean, I don't know, like when you're saying my experiences, I would say overall, my perception of it is that with white girls, there's more range. Partially because they're the majority, but also because
hold on. I got it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Like without giving out your information, because you're saying that white women are majority, but you live in Southeast London. So I'm thinking you live like far out in Southeast London, because in Southeast London,
when I'm saying majority in terms of the country, not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because my growing up, I grew up in. I'll be specific. I don't care. I grew up in Hackney. Like my whole growing up experience was black women. So I'm thinking you're like Southeast.
No. Yeah. I mean, where I was, it's both, because I've been growing up near Peckham, but then also right next to you, you've got like Brother Hive and all of that. So within that whole kind of thing, it's a mixture of.
It's a bit mixed there.
Yeah. So it's like, and especially when I was younger, more so than now.
Okay,
so now it's like a lot more mixed up. But yeah, like it's a weird thing. I don't know. I would just say that at this point, when I'm saying like there's more range, I just mean in the sense of them being the majority in the country. So if you was to just go anywhere in the UK, you're going to be able to find more white people, right?
Definitely.
And then also on top of that as well, because of the way their culture is, and this also plays into all the other things as well, like why the Asian people might have a preference for them, this, that, and further. But if you just look at it in like the most it's a bit mad to say this, but I mean, even if you think about it, like in terms of like fiction or whatever, and characters and archetypes and that kind of stuff, white people are everything. They're heroes, they're villains, they can be the nerd, they can be the fucking the
Yeah,
sports
yeah,
guy.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
even all the things that we get exemplified for as black people, they even have white renditions of that. So even like, so it's like even it's like, oh, black guys can rap. Okay, well we got a white guy who can do it too. Like it don't really matter what. Like there's always gonna be a white person who can fit any type of style.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
reason why but the
Great
thing
point.
is that also transfers over to the women as well. And so like what happens is like if you are finding that you're struggling in dating, this is one of the reasons why like if you look at most black guys who consider the lanes or whatever, even in the West, before they even get a passport or have to go anywhere, if they were to try and date here, who's usually going to be the easiest option for them to go with? Which is the
Oh,
reason why you'll constantly see guys
wow.
saying, "Oh, it's
Great
black
point.
guys always getting with white girls and da da
Great,
da." Well,
Great point.
great point. Great
you
point.
know,
This guy's cooking today.
Range. I
Great.
like the way the
I've
way
said
he.
this that thing. This young man's probably had my experience because Lightbringer, we know Lightbringer like black girls. I'll just tell you that right now. I know the man. I've traveled with him by and large, and he told you where he grew up. But me, I've had pretty much this brother's experience. I've dated sisters here, but exactly what he just said has probably been mine and many other black dudes I know from the UK, specifically London's experience here. So you covered that perfectly for me. Like, and that's another incentive for me when I speak to younger brothers from this city to get traveling, because I know what barriers they're going to run into if they're anything like you, me, and I think 1MT kind of falls into this category as well, where they try and tell you cooning and that. If you try and step out of the racial lines and swirl and that, man, fuck all that shit, man, and get your passport and get out there. And the world is a big place, man. Check out all these countries. Go find your flavor.
but
Go visit these territories, because listen, we talked about this earlier, 1MT, and I think I'm sure I've seen you cover this in your content. And I said it goes both ways. The way you get hated on, it's like a double-edged sword, because we know because of pop culture and hip hop and basketball and football and all the rest of it, it plays into our hands when we go into these smaller markets. So as much as those same guys are getting shat on or not getting a fair shake here in the UK or there in the States, I'm like, you can go win with that same leverage abroad. So yeah, man, that
Where's
brother made a great point.
I would,
antagonist? Go ahead. Go
yeah.
ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, the thing is though, again, like, whilst I do support traveling and all that and whatever else, and even though I said I'm passive in regards to this thing, I do love London. Like, I mean, first of all, I love it just as a city, which I feel like for some reason amongst Londoners is like not the take for some reason, which I find bizarre because like a lot of people in like New York, for example, love New York. But it's like for some reason it's like people in London got something against London. I just don't really get it. But like I do love the city, and overall, whilst I do think there's a lot of nonsense and goofiness here, I'm glad I was born here, and I kind of wouldn't pick anywhere else. Obviously I don't know that because I don't know anything. Like I don't know what it would be like if I was raised in Canada or whatever. Maybe I'd have that opinion, but I'm just saying I am appreciative somewhat of where I'm at, and I think sometimes, especially with people my age or younger, it's very quick for them to just try and throw things out. I think that guys who are a bit older, especially I know Gen Xers like that grew up in the 90s and stuff, they kind of got to experience dating stuff before a lot of the social media really like blew up and there was all this nonsense. So they got to experience a bit more of a healthier dating market, which is why sometimes it's always older dudes who are trying to tell younger guys like, no man, you need to learn gaming, you need to da, da, da. And I don't think they're entirely wrong. I think a lot of guys don't really like hearing it because they're just like, no, fuck that, man. I'm gonna go to to Colombia and whatever. And I think that's a good strategy too. That's a fair thing to do. But I think for me, I'm just kind of like, I might sound a bit confusing right now, but what I'm trying to say is like, I appreciate both aspects of it. Even though I'm not dating here, I'm not really against it entirely. It's just not something I'm really proactively doing anymore. I used to do all that, bro. Like I used to be one of them guys that would go out and try cold approaching and all that kind of stuff. Like I already did. I think I just did too much too early. And I'm already at the point where I'm just like, I don't care. So I think that's kind of what it is with me. I don't think I really present entirely a very, very typical picture. I do in some respects, but I think there's certain things with me where I acknowledge I have somewhat of a unique, experience coming up with certain things. So sometimes I don't want to give the impression like, yeah, F this, like the whole Western thing's done. Because if I'm being be real, and this is definitely going to be something people might question a bit, I still sometimes think that a chick that I would end up with long term might still come from here. I still think that.
Well,
Wow.
say I want you to go to Brazil, Dominican Republic, and Colombia, and then see if that statement holds true.
You don't need to.
I already know Colombia might destroy it.
Yeah.
I already know that Colombia is where my ideal type of chick is, but bro, they're doing too much over there right now, man.
Do you have what kind of type of women do you like physically, like complexion, height, like what kind of...
it's the typical stuff all black guys like when it comes to that, man.
So what, like with the long black hair, Colombian,
yeah, of course, like, long hair. I particularly curly hair. I tend to like. You know, even like I don't really. Sorry, what's that? Like
kind of like the fair skin, like the typical quintessential Latina or Afro Latina. There's a difference.
I not so much the blancas. Bit more like, you know, the mulattas, or just really more like the black girls as well, the Afro Latinas. Like, to be honest, I've already decided, like, I prefer girls that have just got some melanin. That's just what it is. Like, I know for a fact I wouldn't be getting for white women long term. I know that. I already know that. So,
what
nothing
about
against them, but
and you still want to date in London, though, right? You just made that statement, but you said you still want to date here in London.
No. Like, yeah, it's a bit confusing. Like, let's put it like this: I'm not proactively like dating in London. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see how guys will get up and be like, "Oh, I'm going to go out. I'm out." Like, I'm not doing that. You're not about to. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will do it every once in a while if it's like something I really felt like doing, but I've not done that in ages. You know what I'm saying? So like, but at this point, like for example, when I'm at work, I get a lot of it. Like, it's hard to say it without sounding like it's cat, but I'm just going to be honest. I get girls simping like at work. It sounds like cat, but it isn't. You know, like it's just like I don't like what I'm trying to say is like I know for a fact like I'm not some guy when I go outside like girls aren't feeling me. That's just not my reality. Which is why I say like guys will probably look at me and be like, so then why aren't you running it up? But that's my point. That goes to show you how the environment is that messed up. That even if I'm kind of getting attention, I'm still just like, nah, I'm good.
I got like, this is important, yeah, because it's about the details, yeah. And this is no attack on you, it's not nothing like that. But like, it's the quality, because I explained this to Johnny when I was on holiday. Johnny is in shape, like he really puts it in the gym, yeah. And he was getting a lot of choosing in the Dominican Republic, but the women were in their 40s. So I told Johnny, I said, look, it's up to you entirely. But I was like, it don't really count if they're like past the wall. And that's the important thing. And that's no, you know what I mean? It's nothing personal like that. But it's just, I want us brothers to win and get like.
When you say it don't count, you mean just like if he's just smashing, or you mean just like relationship?
No, what I'm saying is I want us black men. Listen up. I want us black men to have some quality. So it's not an attack on you, because they're choosing. They're looking at you, so it's nothing you can do about it. But I'm saying, what's the quality of these women like? Because that's important.
Oh, so you're asking me what the quality is like? Yeah,
because choosing.
Okay.
Choosing.
Yeah. You're 100% correct. I used to always say the exact same thing. So you're 100% correct. Because it's like when I'd watch PUAs back in the day, and they're like, "Oh, I pulled this girl," and it's like, "Yeah, but she's a 5." You know, so I completely agree.
So it's like I want to plug on that for a second.
Yeah. So for me, it's the thing is, if you're getting choosing, you're definitely going to get choosing from girls who are less desirable than you. But the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying with confidence is because even girls that I would look at, I can still get choosing from them. I won't get note from all of them, obviously, nobody does. But what I'm saying is I can see a girl and I can notice her, and she will notice me. So I definitely don't have a problem. What's that?
What are they out of 10 SMV, bro? Like, because I mean, there's too many words. Let's just get to the numbers. How good do these women
see?
Look?
But that's the problem is that shit's subjective though. And
that ain't subjective.
The problem is that because the reason why I'm saying that, I'm not saying that to dodge the question. I can give you my specific numbers, but the problem is I've had those conversations tons of times on panels, and them guys put up the pictures, and you're like, bro, like that is a 5.5, and it's like everyone's gonna have a disagreement, like. You know?
Let me step in.
But I would say to me, I would say like the goals would be on average around 7, or at least like around that amount. Like when I'm saying like the ones that I like, outside of that, there'll be 5s and 4s looking.
Antagonist.
What did he-
universal
what did he-
numbers.
What did he say at the end? He said there's 7s to him, but 5s to the world. Is that what he said?
So they're not
No,
universal.
I said, hell no. I said there's 7s. There's 7s. The ones when I'm talking about that I like, that's the range that it'll be at. They're not usually going to be much higher than that, but it depends though, because there's girls that I would classify as an 8 that have been attracted to me. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't have a history. I mean, even if I look at my dating history, like, I mean, like my last girlfriend, for example, was easily an 8. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't think most guys would disagree with that. Even you guys, you're talking about Latin America. She was just mixed race. She was mixed race, but she looks like she could be one. You know, I mean, you guys know that better than I do because you go down there, so you know how the girls look. She looked like she could be from down there.
We will tell you, antagonist, because we've all four of us have lived in London, and I don't know about yourself, but the 3 of us here, 1MT, myself, and Lightbring, we've also been to South America, so we can give you universal ratings on women the world over, in probably most markets.
What age group?
Yeah, and what age group as well?
What age group are these women that are choosing? Because I thought you was talking about choosing, then he started talking about women that he likes. So I got confused.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying that the goals that I would look at will be choosing. I mean, like, let me put it to you like this. There's like a Spanish girl that I work with. When she first started there, like, she was starting there with a few other people that were like new, like trainees or new staff. She was the one specific one I was looking at, and she's one of the main ones who's choosing. You know what I'm saying? Like, so and I didn't know her at that point, so I didn't know like she was going to be attracted. I was just looking at her like any other guy looks at her. But as time rolls on, that's one of the main ones. Like, so, like, I know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, the level I'd like in a woman. It's not like, you see, that most guys, they like a woman that they typically are invisible to. I don't have that situation. So what I'm trying to say, but the reason why I'm putting this out is because that shows you how the market, even for a guy, like, even if you're able to get attraction or attention, it still is like the juice ain't worth the squeeze though. Because I don't want to deal with, because it's like, even if I'm talking to those girls, I'll talk to girls and like, yeah, you're attractive, but when I'm actually listening to you talk and I'm hearing the programming, it's off-putting. So it's like there's the outside appearance and, oh yeah, I could smash and da. But it's like when I'm actually talking to you though, like, I'm hearing a whole load of just yapping. Like, it's just, you know, all this BS about, oh, you know, men this, and you talk to the average woman, no matter what she looks like, and their conceptions and understanding of men is just it's embarrassingly atrocious. So it's you know what I mean? I guess what I'm trying to say is, at this point, I need the looks to be at a certain level, but I care so much about their intellect and like how they view the world. And on average, here you're gonna find that's lacking. Not the intellect per se, but in terms of understanding things the way how we're looking at it, and not coming with all this programming.
What age group do you look at anyway? What age group of women?
Around my age or younger. Because I'm not really around women who are much older than me like that.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. What you think about that, Johnny?
Yeah, no, interesting. I'd just like to get his
1MT as well after.
I haven't dated really women of his age group since I was his age group in London. You know me, my history. I don't know if I said this before on the previous stream. I don't know if you watched it, but I was living in Australia for 4 years, and I was in a relationship then. And then after that, I was living in Turkey for a minute, and then I came back to the UK before I started traveling. So I haven't really dated a UK woman in a long time. Lightbringer's probably dated her more recently than me, to be honest. You know, when I'm here in the UK, man, I'm dealing with foreign girls, man. That's my thing, bro. Like, I'm foreign all the way until I get to foreign countries. So that's my whole vibe. I don't even give any of these British women a fair shake, bro. I'm just completely anti that.
I want to, if he's still here, I want to get 1MT to chime in and give this brother antagonist. He's never been to. Are you there, 1MT? By the way,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You're good. You sounded clear. So I wanted you to touch on basically antagonist. He's been to like around 4 Asian countries, on about what, 6 or 7 trips? I'm guessing. Antagonist.
Yeah,
four
about four trips, because I went to Thailand 3 trips, but I went on the same trip. I went to Philippines, and then on another trip I went to Japan.
And antagonist, you said earlier, and if I heard you correctly, you said your ideal prototype is. Did you say
Colombianas, yes. So the
Yeah,
chicks
but
that are over in South America, that's more
but-
my idea.
okay, so I want to make a distinction. Are you talking about the Sofia Vergara types, or the like the brown, the ones that have more like
Melanin, yeah,
African genetics?
yeah, melanin,
So like mixed race and up.
yeah.
Okay, so as someone that lives in Brazil, 1MT, yeah, he's been living in Brazil for close to a year now. Yeah, I want you to kind of show and tell antagonists about the options in Brazil. Like just give a little brief synopsis about the black situation in Brazil, and not just the physical, like in terms of like the difference, the quality, like the
He asked about software, didn't he, Lightbringer?
software corporation, and just the leverage you have as a Western man, if you will.
So Rio de Janeiro, this is where I live. I live in Copacabana. If you're not familiar with Rio de Janeiro, it has a very large wealth inequality gap, right? I think Rio de Janeiro is number 2 to South Africa, Cape Town. If you come to Brazil and you're earning in US dollars or British pounds, you can have your pick of the litter as far as the women go. I have been to Colombia. I've been to Asia. I lived in Asia for 6 years. I lived in the UK for 6 years. In my personal opinion, I believe Brazil has the best women in the world, period. Best looking women. Colombia would be close second, but the issue with Colombia is that there's not a lot of variations, right? So a lot of, like, for instance, there's Japanese Brazilians here. There was this fine ass Japanese looking Brazilian working out in the gym on Friday. Me and my personal trainer was looking at it, right? Yeah. They got the Brazilian redheads, which is probably my favorite. A redhead Latina, natural redhead Latina, bro. They got the German looking ones. They got the Afro, like the mixed race ones. The black ones, of course.
Moroccan.
Typical, the ones that look like they're from Morocco. There's just so much variation in Brazil. It is insanity, bro. Like the guys here in Brazil are burnt out, bro. They don't even like it because it's just too many girls. It's just too many. And even you have like my door guy and even my personal trainer. They've been living here in Brazil their whole life. And sometimes my personal trainer gets caught up like staring at girls in the gym, bro. It's like, nigga, you live here. You know what I'm saying?
So,
and I was just gonna say, like, as far as the cooperation goes, what I find is a lot of Brazilian women aren't materialistic. And that is one thing, that is the biggest difference and the biggest reason why I don't like London. Because if you go to London and you see an attractive girl, 9 times out of 10, she has a Chanel purse, she got on Fendi pants, she got on Christian Louboutin shoes, you know what I'm saying? She's makeup down. Like, I like the fact that here in Brazil, the women they're not dripped down in designer stuff. They just go off of merit, off of working out in the gym. That's how they compete. You know what I'm saying? Going to the gym, fitness culture, eating healthy. Cooperation, you're going to get high levels of cooperation in Brazil. I would not say that it's going to be supreme like Asia, like the Philippines, like Thailand. That's where you're going to get supreme femininity. But you're going to get just enough here, way much. And you're going to get it from women that you would never believe, because in Western society, you think these women deserve more, but there's just too many of them. And bro, my roster is fucking, it's insanity, bro. It's insanity.
Oh, what
like,
would what would, like, to make a parallel for antagonist? He's 26, he's from London, black dude. To have that roster in Miami, what would you have to be? Who would you have to fucking be to have that type of roster in Miami?
Or London,
here's
or LA.
the thing, and this is what antagonist said, like even if you had the money, if you had the resources to have a roster like that in Miami and London, you still have to deal with the bullshit.
Right.
Mm.
And it's like at some point, it's like what y'all say, like raw. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why am I as a millionaire, or you have even these football players that make millions of dollars and they're dealing with bullshit, right? They
Like
slide into a
Tyrese.
girl. Yeah,
Like
they
Tyrese.
slide it. Let's say
Tyrese.
you're a football player, right? And you slide, and you say you want to decide to slide into a girl's DM. Like her mode is to chase that clout, and she would screenshot that, and shit put that shit would be on fucking the shade room. Like she blew her bag up
Great point.
off of clout. You know what I'm saying? So here in Brazil, it's like the women here still have some levels of respect for a man, dog. Like a lot of these women she won't even touch a door. You have to open the door for her. Like that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Just very, very feminine. It's not even worth it, even if you had the money in the United States, in my opinion. So to answer your question, you can't get it, because if you do get it, aesthetically, you're still going to deal with BS. And these women don't even care about how much money you got, because there's so many dudes chasing them. You know, I was listening to a show with Kevin Samuels a while ago, and there was a woman, she said, yeah, my man was making $2 million a year, and I was still giving him trouble. And after he broke up with me, now I regret it.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's like, and like I said, the women here aren't even money hungry, bro. The average, I had a girl come over yesterday or the day before, a white girl from Sao Paulo. She speaks perfect English, and she's looking for a job, bro. And she told me that she would be happy working reception at a hotel or something like that, using her bilingual abilities, and get paid $600 a month.
And that's good.
That's good, because the average is 400. So the median income is $400. So it's like she's happy with 600. So it's like if you're making, I don't know, 5 racks a month, 6 racks a month, like you at the top of the food chain. And the thing is, like, these women aren't necessarily gonna bow down and get on their knees and worship you or anything like that. No. But the door is open. And that's kind of what I like. It's like they're not going to come at you, you know, on some sideways shit, but they will definitely keep the door open for you. So I love that.
Yeah,
capabilities and possibilities. That's the big thing about Latin America. So yeah, antagonist. I definitely you're way ahead of the game anyway, because you're still a very young man. You're 26. That's very young as a man. You don't really kick into gear until you're like, early 30s, really. So just keep doing your thing, and then you'll get to Latin America, man. But what about the safety in what that's a great thing, because his main gripe with Latin America, I believe, was the safety aspect and keeping your head on a swivel, as he said.
That's the thing, is that's my thing to do with it. Like, I've already looked into that. I know Brazil, if I was to go there, I probably went to, like, one of them was saying he's in Copacabana. Like, I already know they've got like the tourist police and stuff out there, and motherfuckers ain't really trying to do the most there as much. Might be more pay crime stuff from what I've heard anyway. But Colombia, Medellin specifically, is like the problem. That's more like, because if I went anywhere else in Latin America, like most of these other places, you might have pay crimes over, but it's not the ratio is pretty evident. We can see where it's mostly the hotspot is. So I know specifically which place it is I'm thinking of that I would avoid. But Brazil, though, if I had to pick somewhere in Latin America that is like everyone knows of, that I would go to the first time, it's probably gonna end up being Rio. So
yeah, they're not really trying. So if you look at the news, there's elements of danger in Copacabana, in Ipanema, in Brazil, and all that type of stuff. I see it on the news, but they ain't like, it's, you kind of take it for granted. But these women aren't trying to drug you, and they ain't trying to rob you out here, bro.
I ain't heard
You know
one
what I'm saying?
scope story out there personally.
Yeah, well, scopoline grows naturally in Colombia, so they have to import it in. But that's that's like, you know, I have my iPad out, I got my computer out, you know what I'm saying? And they on their iPhone or whatever the case is. It's not even they're not even thinking about trying to rob somebody. I will say though that Colombia gets a lot of tourists, a fuckload of tourists compared to when I first went 10 years ago. With the amount of tourists there, obviously you're gonna have
Hmm.
a lot of crime. You know what I'm saying? Like the casualties and stuff like that. Like you got more people there for shit to go down.
Mm.
I will say though, Colombia isn't completely lost. Not at not at all, but you do have to be careful there,
Hmm.
especially in Medellin.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
if you go to different places in Colombia, um, you know, you'll fare a lot better.
There you go. There you go. And because I want this brother who said he prefers black women and caramel women. I want him to kind of feel that full force of a Latin women. You know what I mean?
I
That's part
think
of
I,
the
th- I
that's
think
part of the
it's
program.
gonna be it's probably gonna be Brazil and uh I mean I've already kind of got my trip planned out for this year. So unless I start making some mad money remotely this year, it'll probably end up being next year.
Hmm.
So
That's
um
cool.
but yeah, but because I was already considering it from a while ago. But Brazil, Colombia, it was on the map, but then after the pandemic, like that spot just was they were going crazy. They
Mm.
was going wild out there.
Yeah,
So
they got direct flights to Brazil from London Heathrow. There's a couple of I've seen a couple of British women here. I see more British women here than I do British men. There's not a lot of tourists here,
Mm.
not at all. Like a lot of Western tourists. Now they got tourists from other places of South America, but you don't really see a lot of Americans here. You don't see a lot of British people here. Um, it's just too far out for a lot of people. So that's kind of like
And
the good thing. You know,
and
there's
that's
still some. Go ahead.
that's the important distinction. That's so key. I don't want that to go over this brother's head. I know he's a smart brother, but the problem with the Dominican Republic is I love the Dominican Republic. You know, my channel is mainly about the Dominican Republic, but it's too close to America, and
Mm.
it's kind of fucked everything up over the last 5 years, especially. And that is the key why 1MT, who's living in Brazil, is living like a king because he is the king sat at the top of the hill. And that's why I want brothers to win and plan for that because 1MT has planned for this. This didn't happen overnight. And we've got a brother who's 26. At 35, that's where you need to be. You know what I mean? Sitting at the top of the
Yeah,
hill, just living like a king.
yeah.
Mm.
So I would say like the first priorities, man. Um, you know, being, like you said earlier, it's a blessing to kind of live in London or be born in London. You know, because there's a lot of black people who, unfortunately, they're not born in prosperous countries. So I would just say use it to your advantage, use it to the max, man. Like stack your money big time, start investing your money. If you can work remote, that's awesome. You know what I'm saying? Try to scale and build a business because you got to take advantage of what everybody else is doing, man. It's not going to be easy either, but you're still young, so that would be my priority first. You know what I'm saying? Have like 50,000 pounds stacked up by 30, and then start trying to make some boss moves.
Mhm.
yeah, yeah, I'm definitely. I mean, that's my main thing is trying to just make money in a way that's sustainable remotely right now because I make fairly good money already for my age and stuff like, but I need to get to a point where it's remote because the thing is that I just it's when you're in a when you've got a decent job whatever but you ain't got the flexibility, you know what I'm saying, or even like when I traveled recently in January. I mean that was only because I had to take my holiday in January, like you know how you get like the holiday allowance or whatever at your workplace, right? But then
Mhm.
um when I was meant to have it last year, there was some goofiness that happened. So then it was like, oh, we need you to be here and blah blah blah. And all I was thinking during that whole thing is, yeah, this is why my ass needs to make some money remote, so you don't deal with shit like that. Like, because you know, I've always said for years, like at first, I mean, I've got way more ambitious goals than just traveling and stuff. Like much more ambitious. But the problem is like my first initial thing that I'm focused on is I want to be able to look at a world map, and if I was to throw a pin somewhere on there, I know I could go there no problem. That's really like the initial thing I'm trying to sort out right now. And I don't think that's super hard. It's just more hard trying to get it in a remote length in a sustainable fashion, because you can maybe make some money for like a few months or whatever, but like I'm not trying to be doing something for a few months, you know.
Good, man. That's it. Well, like when NT said, you could just work on those skill sets, and shit's gonna open up for you, man. That's the beautiful thing about being a man. Like you know the content, right? Like, you know, your value really don't really kick in until you're 34, 35. You know that, right? Your real
Which
value.
which is mad to think about, because I already know that.
It's true. If you play the game right, you know, I mean, you can still have a good time, but yeah, your real value don't really kick in until later, man.
And he's got the vision, and he probably ain't gonna get caught out by like the sort of typical distractions that a dude here in London typically gets caught out about. There's a lot of knuckleheads here who are just dummies. They just don't get it. But this guy seems switched on, so he's already on the path a bit.
Yeah, man, I love it. Yeah, man. Anything else you want to say, Antagonist, or any other questions that you may have? First of all, I want to ask you a question. How did you find my channel?
Man, let me try and remember. That was a minute ago, so it's going to be hard to remember. I think I saw you comment on someone's channel. I don't know. Like, I think.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of whose channel it could have been. Maybe Big J's channel, because you're saying you know about Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Good. Yeah, because I do comment sometimes, right, back in the day.
Okay, yeah, because I think you might have commented on Big J's channel, and I'm the type of person where sometimes I'll just check someone's channel out, and I think I looked at your channel, and then I saw you talking about like dating in London or whatever. I was like, oh shit, okay, they're from the UK. Let me see what this. You know,
oh, was that the stream? Yeah.
Yeah,
oh, you saw our Western relationship thing.
What's that?
Is it the stream on the Western relationships? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is. It's the one that was saying like dating in the UK is whichever one you did like about dating in the UK, and it's basically saying. Let me see if I can find it right now.
Was it long or short? It don't really matter, but I had a few of them.
I'm pretty sure it's a full blown stream.
Okay.
Yeah, dating black women in the UK is trash.
Oh, he said that, yeah.
But yeah, I saw. All I saw was that. No, but I just saw the title and I just saw UK. I was like, okay, but also it was like I was like, okay, you put that in the title in all caps, like, because one thing with me is like I've been in the space for a minute. Like, I mean, 1MT, for example, don't know me, but I've remember I was watching him years ago, like when he used to be on like Solo TV channel and stuff. Like, I was a lot younger back then, obviously. I was like 18, 19, but I've been in the space for a minute. You know what I mean? Like, I remember like when KS like was still just doing videos of fragrances and he was just on panels. Like, so even though I'm young, I've actually been a veteran in the space in a sense. I just wasn't making content like that. So that's why I know so much of the concepts and a lot of that stuff already, because a lot of the OGs who were dropping that knowledge, to be truthfully honest, most people don't know. Like, I was watching those people's content anyway. You know what I mean? So,
I got a question though. I like that you've been. First of all, do you create content yourself?
I kinda, not really. Like, I'm lazy. So I ain't gonna sit here and be like, yeah, I'm considering it, but I'm being very lazy with it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Second question I had is, and you might not even care what they think, but what's your friends' perception of like the modern dating? Are you like the black sheep where you see things differently, or do they see it the same? Tell me about them. Touch on that.
So my friends, like, even like when I went on my last trip, like to Thailand or whatever, my second trip, which was last April, I took like one of my best friends with me. I would have taken another friend, but he just then got his money straight, so he couldn't ride. It is what it is. But But no, I've actually been very fortunate. I would say I've got 3 main like friends. All 3 of them, I can talk with them just as frankly as I can talk on here, or even more frank, because I can talk about like personal shit. And all of them are pretty much on the same type of time. So like if I go and talk to them, I'm like, yeah, like, you know, like we're talking about whether we may not agree on every single specific point, but the general mindset we're in agreement on. I'll even go even further with it. In my workplace, I talk very similar to this, which might surprise people.
Wow.
But
Yeah, that does.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, and I'm talking even with girls. Like I'll straight cook them on the same subjects, and I don't really have any concern about nothing. Like, you know, I can't go in depth as much as I'd like to, but I would say the place I work, surprisingly, I don't really have that type of concern. Like, and it's not some weird dodgy place. Like, it's actually a very nice type of place to work. But it's just that I think most of us are quite young, and we have like a kind of openness in discussion. So even though most of the girls are going to say goofy stuff, if you have the debate with them, yeah, they might get in their feelings and get a bit upset, but they're not about to run to HR. They're just not going to do it. Like it's again, you don't know for certain, but I'm someone who can read people quite well, and I'm just going to be honest. It's just not. We all take the piss out of each other. We all talk shit. It's not very politically correct entirely where I'm working, if I'm going to be honest with you, which again, I know that's surprising because that is not normal. So I've been quite fortunate in regards to that. And a lot of the guys that I work with, it's a mixed bag. You got some guys who clearly are just new age, soyed out, like, you know, it's just, there ain't no point even having a conversation. But there's other dudes there that are, you know, even though they might need a little adjusting with some of their thinking, they're mostly on board. And I'm going to be honest, I think the exposure of spaces where you're seeing more of the red pill stuff, like, to me, it's still a mad thing that certain people's names are mainstream, or there's certain creators now that I'm watching who are sitting at over 100K. I remember these dudes being like 5K subs, and like, it just seemed like, you know, that was back in the day, like where just talking these types of things would get your channel flagged down. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, most people don't know about that era because they weren't there, but it's mad to think that you can talk about these things on YouTube and get monetized. That's wild. Like that was not possible before. I think 1MT's been around long enough, so he probably knows exactly what I'm talking about. But there's a lot of these like who get flagged down and couldn't talk certain things. But I think recently, since certain things like Kevin Samuels definitely helped blow it up, you know, the Passport Bros thing is blown up. But it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing because in most of general society, you can't speak on it as openly. But it's like there's little pockets where you can, and I think I've just been fortunate enough to get around enough of the right people where I don't feel isolated, like I can only talk like this online.
You're making an interesting point because I still think the UK is a little bit further behind. We're still quite, Lightbringer and I talk about this a lot. We're still quite conservative here. 1MT, I'm sure you could chime in on this, but we know in America, these topics have been getting talked about for a hot minute, and it's obviously a raging debate amongst men and women. Here in the UK, it's definitely, in some of the spaces I'm in anyway, it's still a little bit hush-hush because Lightbringer asked you a couple of questions there, and it was interesting, your answers, but I was curious to know, on top of that, do you think the general feeling amongst men your age here in London is one similar to yours about this whole sort of dating landscape?
Yes, but I don't think they would be as strong in their stance on it though, because they don't know themselves and they don't know.
They still think there's hope here?
If I'm going to be honest, I think most of them are too passive to really have thought much of anything. Like, I think like the content and stuff that's gone viral nowadays, that has just got a lot more dudes actually for the first time really thinking. But the problem is that like most people, this isn't even really just necessarily a guide thing, but just most people, they're on some NPC mode. Like, they're only gonna care about the content so long as it's in front of them. If it's not the hot thing right now, if it's not viral right now, they go right back to the factory reset. They're not really, you know, thinking too tough. Like, you know what I mean? So it's hard to explain. I'd say the average guy though, he's not thinking that heavily about it. He's not about to map out his life based on that information. He's just not.
I got a question for antagonists, because you said you know a healthy amount of white people, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't hang around them as much as I used to. If I'm being real,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I like you made a point, and I always say this: like, why people don't be talking about all this stuff? They don't have $1 million online YouTube industry dissecting relationships, or do they? Especially in the UK.
Wait, what do you when you say they don't have like? What do you mean?
Like, like maybe it's my algorithm, but every time you go online, Shea Borough, this, that, all these UK gossip.
Spiritual word.
Yeah, and even in America, Shade Room, that's their version. Like, there's always constant black men and black women debating about who pays the dinner. Black men shouldn't be dating women that are younger than them. This, that, find your own woman your own age. Men are deadbeats. Like this constant bickering between black men and black women. Yeah, you see the same thing in the white community, like with some of the white people or is it? Or am I living in a bubble? Maybe I'm living in a social media
I'd
bubble.
say that the conversation. I'd say really is mainly white and black people. I'd say it's actually everyone else who's not having the conversation as heavy because they tend, like for example, the Asian cultures, all of them, whether that's South Asian, East Asian, they're not having the conversations much because they already have intact, strong culture. But the funny thing is that you've got individuals from those backgrounds who like to chime in. Like I know girls who come from a Muslim background that still like to get involved in. I mean, I literally cussed one girl out at work about this very thing. Like she was talking about, like literally, I just said this TikTok talking point. She was just saying the type of stuff that average chick would say. Oh, because women are this and we're equal and da, da, da. And I said, but hold on, you're Muslim, right? And like, so why it doesn't even concern you? Like this isn't even a conversation you need to be worried about. So there's a lot of people who are involved in the conversation just because it's current right now. And in my generation specifically, that is a big thing amongst younger girls because it's what's trending. They go on TikTok, there's always some random woman on there talking about, oh, these men this and these men that. And the podcasts are going viral, right? Fresh and Fit. But whatever podcast, that's a podcast that's mostly got white girls on there and it's got a white dude hosting it. And so, I mean, and that's a big podcast. Like, I mean, so I don't personally watch it. I've actually never tuned into it a day in my life, but I know of it and I know the numbers it does. And I know in that comment section, there's a lot of white people. You know what I'm saying? Like, even like back in the day when like MGTOW was the main thing that everyone was on, that was mostly a white dude thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was like black guys and the whole black manosphere, that split it off from the original manosphere, which was a lot of white guys. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just that the black manosphere and the black side of the conversation has blown up more and become more pronounced because I think a lot of the issues that are being discussed, it's things that we've been dealing with for a good minute, but we've not, like, it's like it's finally like we're duking it out now in raw form. Like it's not behind, like for example, before maybe on a talk show or whatever, maybe these conversations happened in a more softer version, but now it's like people can just say what it really is.
Great point. That's a great point, actually. I agree with that. CGA said something about that the other day, and he kind of echoed his point. It definitely splintered off, and certainly now the Passport Bros and the terrific marketing job they've done. Shout out to 1MT and Co. And the Black Manosphere. Yeah, it's now as they say, the dirty laundry is just getting like aired out in the streets. All these issues between black men and black women, dysfunction in the black community, the single mothers, the Pookies and the Ray Rays, all of it is just getting rinsed out on Front Street.
Antagonist
anymore.
Antagonist. So at the beginning, I don't know if you saw the show from the beginning. Did you see it from the beginning?
No, I didn't. I came like 2 hours late.
I want you to touch on something, yeah. So there's a term called doom spending. So you're Gen Z, yeah. You're Gen Z, yeah. This is a great question for you, yeah. Yeah, hold on.
You're gonna ask him about this girl, yeah?
No, the doom spending. How do I get this shit back up?
Shorty, do you want me to do it? Hang on.
Yeah, put up the doom spending.
Where's our girl? Hang on.
Shall we send you the link again?
No, I got it here. All right, let me stop that one. Where's she at?
Doom spending.
Here's our bae. Here's my girl, Nia.
There you go. Let me add it to the stage. So I don't know if you can read that. It might be small for him, but he can give it a go.
Wait, what the caption?
No, on the black, on the actual the large bit of text. Can you read that, or is it too small?
What it's saying? Gen Z is doom spending to cope with despair. Yeah, I can read that.
Yeah. So this is gonna be right up your alley, my brother. So basically, not that bit, but the actual bit on the right hand side of the page, where it actually talks about what's going on.
Okay,
So
I can't read that because it's
basically, I'll summarize it for you. Basically, this woman who's in the picture, she's 24. She bought a $2,500 vintage Chanel handbag, which drained her savings. She's earning a little money with her campus research jobs during graduation school. She knew her money could be better spent or saved or invested. Typically, when people are on shaky ground economically, they pull back on their spending. But increasingly, younger generations are doing the opposite, figuring that their financial futures are doomed no matter what they do. Higher student debt loads and increased cost of living and shifts in the labor market have made it more difficult to achieve financial goals. Scroll down, bro, if you can.
My bad.
Or is it a thumbnail?
Yeah.
Financial goals, like buying a house. So basically, the increased cost of living, the higher student loan debt is affecting their ability to buy a house and save for retirement. About 27% of Americans admit to doom spending to cope with concerns about the economy and foreign affairs. Blah, 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 blah. So you got that, right? Basically, you know, that speaks for itself. So have you seen evidence of that? People that are just like, you know what, fuck it. Like, let me just buy shit to cope with the despair, the fact that you guys live at a time where it's never been more expensive to buy a house relative to your wage.
Yeah.
So how you think about that? I want to feel your feedback on that.
It's an interesting theory, but it sounds to me like it's a whole load of bullshit to cover up the fact that people basically are just young and like spending off their money. And I don't think that's unique to my generation at all. And I think she's trying to make it out like it is. See, this is the thing, like this is some pseudo-intellectual nonsense that people tend to do, like where they try to think like they want to come off as deep. Like this is the type of things I call TikTok or social media talking points, like doom spending. Like it, I don't know. When I look at like people posting things, I'm just like, all right, someone's trying to start a new wave. It's like reminiscent of a TikTok challenge to me. That's what it looks like. It just seems like it just seems like the type of thing someone. Because the thing is, let me put it like this: it's very easy to observe a pattern, right? To observe a trend, but very few people have the ability to actually understand what's the cause of it. You understand? Like, so when she's sitting there saying like, "Oh, it's doom spending," is it doom spending, or is that people are impulsive like they've always been?
But let me say this. Go on, finish that last point, and I was going to rebut you.
You know, that's pretty much it. You go ahead.
I was going to say this though, to be on the other side of it, yeah. Mm-hmm. And you might not. You're 26, so you've got some life experience, but you're still young. Like the time you said it before, the time before the internet, before social media, a lot of these women were starting families. They were having children. Like there's a big difference between your generation of women, Gen Zs, and women 15, 20 years ago. So I say that to say these women, they're getting a bit more money, whatever. You know, a lot of them got qualifications. That's true. So they're getting this money and they're spending it off. They're just like, well, I don't have no man. There's never been more single women than there is now. There's never been more women that don't have a child. The women that have children have the same amount of children, by the way. So this is a hard thing to understand sometimes. But the women that choose to have a family, they have the same amount of children. So what I mean by that is there's just a smaller group of women that have children now. Do you get me? So back in the day, 60% of women might have had children and they might have had 2.4 children. Now it's like, let's say it's 30% of women have children and they have the same amount of children. It's like 2.4. More women are choosing to have no children. That's the difference. Do you get that? So what I'm saying is we're seeing a shift in trends. And there's many ways, like you said there's ways you have to get to the source of the issue. But like you could say it's feminism, you could say it's female empowerment. Which is, I mean, some people say it's just false. It's like, okay, yeah, you're empowered, blah, 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 blah. But are you really empowered, or are you just now enslaved to a corporation that's going to pay you? You got to pay your landlord because one income ain't enough to get no property in London. Not to buy.
Unless you're doing
Unless you're doing bits. as they say. Unless you're doing bits, it's not realistic. Yeah. So I think the doom spending actually is a thing. But you're right. Millennials, I'm a millennial. People were doing the same shit. Like the maths might have been a bit different, but it was generally the same shit. It wasn't too long ago. But like compared to maybe Gen X, there would be a substantial difference.
I mean, I get I get what the logic is behind it, but I think that I'm just going to be honest. It sounds like an issue that one or a few people have, and they're projecting onto other people and saying that's what it is. Because my thing is like, what is she basing that off of? Like outside of just that's just what you think. Because I'm not.
Go ahead.
No, because the thing is, because the reason why I say that is because most of the people that I work around are younger than me. Now, even between me and like an 18-year-old, I already feel a generational gap a little bit. And that's not because, and this is something a lot of people don't really think about in terms of generations, but generations usually like, we're always determining it by like the same amount of period of time, like 10, 15, 20 years or so. But the problem with that is, as technology is, speeding things up and is advancing, it's advancing at a more rapid rate, which means that the distinction between how you grow up and how someone even 5 years after you grows up is actually already different. Like, for example, when I was in secondary school, my entire secondary school experience is very different already to someone who's 18 years old. So we're both in Gen Z, but our experiences in our adolescence were different. You know what I'm saying? Like, and a lot of people don't actually think about that. So in regards to like what she's talking about, it's too premature to say, because I'm 26. And according to what most people say, Gen Z starts in 97, which is the year I was born. So most of the people in Gen Z are younger than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so how can you really say, oh, this is what they're doing spending, when they're in the age bracket where people don't tend to be responsible with their finances? The only reason why in previous generations most people were responsible is because you didn't have the same, like, for example, like if you grow up in, let's say, I don't know, like the 60s or the 70s or something, like it's like what you were saying, right? About how like getting a house and stuff, it was more affordable. You could have like the whole nuclear family and all that on one income at one point. You can't do that now. Then on top of it, you've got the social media and the feminism influence telling women, you don't need a man, So that's not going to help. Then you've got women trying to pursue their education and worrying about that, so they're not going to have kids as much. Back with Gen X, I know this because this is where I came from. You had more teenage single mothers, right? So that, because a lot of us who are Gen Z, we were raised from that already, we're actually successfully not repeating that cycle. That is one thing we are actually doing well. That's why there's not really teen pregnancy like that. But then that leads to what you're talking about, where you're not going to have as much girls having kids and all that, and they're pursuing their careers. But the problem again that comes with that is they're picking those things over family. And guys have been talking about this for ages at this point now, the difference between picking career over family and But it's a weird conundrum, because it's like, well, like it for them anyway, it's a weird conundrum, because it's like, well, what are they supposed to do? Because the average guy out here is not able to hold down a household, which is not his fault, but it's just the way how society is now at this particular point. And this is like kind of, this goes into way deeper like conversation about like capitalism and like all those kind of like economic models and stuff, because it's just like, to me, it's just a natural byproduct of where our society is at now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've grown to a point where these outcomes were inevitable. It hasn't really got much to do with, like, oh, the system's trying to necessarily push you down or whatever. It's more just like, this is how things are going to go. Like, hyperinflation and inflation in general is a natural byproduct of the type of like currency we've got. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, it's not going into other things, but the point I'm making is that I'm not saying what she's saying is entirely false, but I think when she's saying it and projecting onto the whole generation, it doesn't even make sense, because most of the generation isn't even old enough to be doing anything with their money right now.
Yeah, you're right, because Gen Z is they're 12 to 27 years of age. So yeah, so you're right. But like we can, for the purpose of the article, we can exclude those who don't work below 18. So we could just say, at least say like 8, well, not even 18, because 18 is still really like mentally a kid. Like say 20 to 27. I think that she's making like, she's seeing patterns, or they're seeing some patterns in trends that is leaning that way. So you're I feel like you're kind of right with that. Like, but then they're looking at that age group, 20 to 27 really, and they're saying, look, they're just do spending. But yeah, it's interesting because I don't get to talk to many Gen Z people, Gen Z guys, more so Gen Z girls. I talk to more Gen Z girls. You know what I'm saying? Because we competing for the same chicks, brother. I'm joking, but I ain't joking. But yeah, so it's interesting to hear your perspective and see like what people are doing. Yeah,
I mean, I
there
don't
is
know.
gonna be change.
A lot of girls I know, we're talking about things like cryptocurrency investing. Like,
Man, are they really investing or are they chatting shit?
of course,
Yeah.
half of them.
Buying shares in
But
Nobu.
the thing, of course, but that's most people though. Most of the guys are talking shit as well. Then from being bro, like that's just. But again, this is my point. Like this is why I say TikTok talking points and all that kind of stuff. Because to me, what she's talking about is the other side of that. It's the same. Like it. I just think a lot of people today, especially in my generation, they're trying to get social media famous, or they're trying to sound like they're saying something profound and meaningful. And like I guess I just don't buy into the hype with a lot of things. And
Yeah, yeah.
especially
She didn't,
if I
just so
don't
you know,
see if I
sorry to
don't
cut in
see
antagonist really quickly.
yeah.
She didn't, this is a Bloomberg article because I read Bloomberg because I like Bloomberg and I like Wealth and Al Jazeera. There's a few outlets I trust. She didn't obviously create the article. They're just throwing her into this now newly coined term. I was telling Lightbringer, I'd never heard this doom spending term before. So she's doing this, and they obviously now they're trying to create, like you said, a buzzword around it and get it sort of trending on TikTok and the socials. So it's not actually the young lady in question in the photo there that came up with the article. They're just throwing her into this newly coined term.
See, but that's exactly my point though. Like, and you know, again, like Gen Z, we're just the latest ones in our 20s now, but with millennials, they're saying the same thing. Like the reality we've got to face between both millennials and Gen Z is that our financial future is not secured like it was with previous generations.
Nope.
We already know that. But I think we don't really know how we are responding to it right now, because I don't think I can definitely say I think millennials are a better group to watch because they're more in the age bracket already, 30 plus and stuff, where they're already having to think about, what are you doing? But in my generation right now, like people are still trying to party and get lit. They're not thinking like it's not. The thing is, like most people wouldn't even know if I go and ask the average person that right now about doom spending. They're not going to know what that is unless it's on TikTok. It's on TikTok. If it's on TikTok, then they'll probably know. But even then,
a great point, because Lightbringer and I are in that category, and I can tell you right now how men and women are responding, or you know how the men are responding because you're speaking to two of them right now, or three of them rather. I forgot about one MZ. We're traveling, and that's the solution we're providing to men of our age group. And the women, I can tell you categorically, like Lightbringer said, some are having children, and the ones that have been priced out of the housing market because of the cost of living crisis, because they can't find that man, are ending up single, living alone, and still renting with their friends. I know this because I am in that age group and I have female friends who are literally facing that debacle right now. So that is certainly the case. And that's how people are responding accordingly. But yeah, it's interesting to hear that your generation is still kind of partying it up and still kind of living up the heyday because they haven't seen the writings on the wall yet. Because this doom spending article, Lightbringer, I think he brings it up because they might be using a bit of hyperbole and everything with the term or whatnot, but I think what they're trying to suggest is where it's headed is basically towards where Lightbringer and myself's generation is headed if they don't stop buying Chanel bags and shit like that and start thinking, oh, hang on, how am I going to afford to purchase a mortgage?
And this is kind of like I don't have any data to back this up, but when I look at London, that's the city I know obviously most well, and I look at black women, that's the type of women I know most well. I feel the women I knew growing up, I don't think they're very mature. When you compare to maybe other races, like we'll be 23, 24 still arguing on platforms about who pays for this. And even this is an example. Like I mean, I'm trying to create content, but someone will argue and say, why are 35-year-olds sitting there, 36-year-olds, 7-year-olds debating about this, that, and this, that, the other? Yeah. But other races of people aren't doing it. So I say that to say there's a certain arrested development in the Black London UK community. There is there'll be 23. I see 22, 23, 24-year-olds, white people, that have got joint mortgages. They're a couple, they've been together 3-4 years. They've got a joint mortgage. They're 24 years. Their parents did help them. Don't get me wrong. Black people's parents don't really help them that much. White people's parents do help them that much. There's more structure to their thing. They have more equity and more like ownership through their grandparents and that. So they get the help and they understand it. A lot of black people is just on their own. So black people are already like 5 years behind, let's say, their white counterparts. And I think that plays into, so what you said does kind of make sense, because in America, a bit different. Like America, they've got some hustle in that. But in England, you get people that are like, black people that are 26, but really they're 22. If you really look at their picture, their financial picture, they're 22. So I understand what you said, brother, when you said about like, you can't really look at that age group, because in London, when I think about when I was that young, it was partying.
Yeah.
It was, you think you're gonna be young forever. That's a natural young thing. You want to smash girls or guys, and girls want to be around hot guys and party and go to festivals. Now you just want enough money to get by. That's all you really wanted.
Reality never kicked in.
People weren't thinking about investing. But then if you look at, like, let's say, I don't know, an Asian couple, like they'll be way more advanced. Like they'll be 28 and buying a house, like a big house. Do you know what I'm saying? Or an Indian couple, the Indians the most with a property. They'll be buying a big house at 27, 28.
Yeah.
So
we don't think, by the way, tell them, Lightbringer, we don't think, also to mention with this article, we don't think it's by chance it's a black girl in the photo, because we touched upon that earlier in the stream.
Yeah, it's a what's the word? It's not a token. It's
an indicator, bro. Like a clear indicator of like
Easter egg. It's a black Easter. She looks like an Easter egg too. In her head. She's buff though, but yeah. It's true. Like, and the thing is, as I said before, this is way before you came on. It's like black people are at the bottom of the financial table, so we are the ones that actually should be doing the opposite. We should be behaving the opposite. But we all know how black people are on the whole going to behave financially, and we can't save everybody, and people are going to do what they want to do. And family, it all links together. Family and finance are completely interlinked. If a man and woman can't get on the same page for 20 years, because people are going to have ups and downs. You're going to split up for a bit, you're going to have rocky times. But if a couple stays together for 20 years or 30 years, it's like a surefire recipe to make sure the next generation doesn't grow up in poverty. But how many out of 50 black people, or 50 black couples, how many black couples can do that 30 years? Because that's the test. If you can do that 30 years, but on the other side, the way black women date, so we're touching on a lot of topics, but it all links. The way black women date, they're quite, what's the word I was looking for? You know the word, Johnny. Black women date,
they're prejudice, you're going to say?
No, black women date in a very, primal way. It's like, oh, he's got swag. Oh, I like that he's got muscles. So that you got a kid with a guy who's got swag and muscles, but he hasn't really shown himself to have any type of
they won't date the IT guy.
They don't date on competency. That's the best way to say it.
Yeah.
They don't I'm speaking in general terms, but black women don't date or choose on competency. But if you look at Asian women and Indian women, Oriental women, they date on competency. And it ties into what NT was saying about Asian women. When they pick their guys, they want to make sure a guy that they pick can be able to provide. And that reason, in its rawest form, is one of the most simplistic ways to explain why black people will never close like the quote unquote wealth gap or anything like that. It will never be closed, because black women will specifically and in increasing percentages will choose black men that have those primal instincts and natures over the sensible option. And then they'll, not only that, they'll have a black man that has those instincts will be able to have 2 and 3 baby mothers, because we all know the baby mother situation is very much linked to the black community, right? Like, as in not linked, but the stereotype. Yeah. Whereas you don't really hear about that in the Indian community like that. Maybe two, like, because people get divorced as well, or maybe in like the Oriental community, maybe 2. But like in the black community, man, it's not uncommon to have a guy with 4 baby mothers.
The whole thing's a fucking jigsaw.
Especially,
it's crazy how you just bounced around there, but you put all the pieces in. It's just a jigsaw.
Especially in, not in so much in his generation, because he made a great turn. This is why I know Antagonist is very smart and observational. The women in your generation aren't really having kids like that, because I feel like there's way more aspiration than there was 20 years ago. They're like, no, dropping this little niglet Dropping this little niglet is gonna spoil my Dubai plans. That's how a woman thinks.
Yeah.
That it's gonna
That's where they do
spoil.
have vision. That's where they do have vision because they're
Well,
thinking about, well, hang on, if I have a kid, I can't travel and all this stuff. That's the vision
They
now. It's
can't
not,
do the
I wanna be a
luxury.
mother and yeah, I can't do the things I want to do for me. This generation, this Gen Z, they're big on no, if I have this baby, I can't do things for myself anymore.
So
That's
that
how
ties in.
right,
That
right.
ties into
It's the reason I don't have kids right now.
Yeah, for real. It's men and women. It's no way. We're not even
men,
it's both.
women.
Yeah.
And women know with men it's a bit different as well because I mean the theory was back in the day was always you can drop a kid and as a man your life you can go about your business, but like with the women they know okay that kid that's 20 years that's going to be at your titty for for 20 years basically, and it's going to completely take away your youth. And a woman's youth is like that's their he knows all the game. Like 18 to 26 is a woman's it's a woman's world from 18 to 26. So having that child completely takes that away. So you can't always blame them. You know, they're gonna do what they want to do so they can win. But yeah, man, it all links together, man. It's a crazy situation we have now, boy. But the government, they're gonna start bringing in the migrants as they are already doing because these women aren't having kids. So there's gonna be 25 years from now, there's gonna be a shortfall of a labor force. Like men, they're gonna be as much men to really grind. Men are the real pushers of society. Men really build society.
I mean, you keep talking about Asia. You look at places like I haven't been to Japan yet, but you look at it in terms of what you have like an aging population. It's a big issue in like over there where it's like there's more older people. There's not enough younger people because the people are not the men and women are not getting together as much and have as much kids. You know what I'm saying? There's too many guys over there who are shut-ins who don't want to associate and aren't socializing. You got guys that they've got AI girlfriends and stuff like it's wild. So in a lot of ways, some guys say like it's gonna get that serious in like America and the West. I don't know because I feel like that's a combination of the Asian culture that was already there along with other types of things. I don't know enough to really say, but I feel like especially like in America, I just think guys are too thirsty for that.
Yeah,
I don't think. First of all, America's 40. If you talk about the African American community, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 40 million black people. So even with what we're doing, they ain't gonna. It'll be interesting to see if you can even get 1 million guys relocating overseas to these foreign countries.
That will never happen.
Most of them don't have most of them don't have passports still as well.
Exactly.
Right?
So or resources.
It's not. But that's the thing as well. I think the wider issue and the wider concern is that a lot of guys are just not getting any type of activity. Like because even when you're talking like the baby mothers before, in America specifically, I know that statistically most of the black men, specifically black men, are single and childless. They don't have kids. So if most of the guys don't have kids, but a lot of the women do have kids, then obviously it's coming from a small pool of guys. Again, this is nothing new. Guys have been saying this for years, ever since that data came out. But it's something that's worth remembering because that is pretty much like pretty solid, concrete, numerical proof that the average guy out there is not the cause. The reason why that's important is because like in America, and this is one thing I will say because we do deal with the same topics over here, but as you guys said, it's more conservative, which is something I did like speak about. I've spoken about before in the past with people is like how in the UK I say that we just lack ambition. I say we're lazier and we lack ambition, and it even comes across in like this is the reason why like when I found you guys' channel, that's why I jumped in and meet. Like, I was like, oh okay, and I subscribed to you guys. You know what I mean? Like first I had to watch the videos, make sure you weren't like I don't know like simping or something, because a lot of times like dudes like they'll come on some of these talks, and I'm just gonna be real. When it comes to guys from the UK, man, I very rarely hear people talking that I really entirely like what I'm hearing. Like, you know what I mean? When I saw though you had a title, you were saying, dating's trash in London or in the UK, where I was like, okay, these guys seem like they're gonna come with.
I wanted him to tone that down, by the way, so we are conservative. I said to him, I don't know about that title, man. But he's like, look, this is the thing. But funny enough, I was like, Lightbringer, that title's a bit. Yeah, I'm saying because I know how it is here.
That's my point though. Like See, because for me personally, I think sometimes I've got a little bit of too much of American influence in me, because I'm definitely I share a lot of their obnoxiousness a lot of the time. Like, to me, I'm just like, nah, that ain't enough.
Yeah, we were being mild.
I feel like you need to just go hard in the paint. That's all.
Exactly.
You know what it is with Johnny, because he does like a lot of self-development. I think he's more conscious of his branding a bit.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Public image, yeah.
But
that's
with me, like I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Like,
Lightbringer don't care.
I'm not even an out there person like that, but I don't have that. I want to, you know what I mean? Like I just like, I want my show to be for niggas. Like, I want it to be for niggas. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, you can be any race, but I want niggas to come on and just go to Latin America. Like, I don't go Asia. Do you know what I'm saying? I just like it's like a nigga show. Like,
that's the thing. I'm definitely like, I'm like a combination of probably how both your personalities are. You know what I mean? So that it's a funny thing, because I definitely relate to that. Like, especially more like in recent years, I do tend to gravitate more to the YouTubers who are just raw, and typically they do tend to be the guys, they just don't give a fuck. Like, and they might be a bit more, it might be a bit more heavy worded, but I think I'm tired of dudes like softballing it, because we're not in that environment where that's gonna do much. I don't really want to hear that. Like, I want to hear the light talking and all that. Like, when you don't know the content, that's maybe like okay, but no, like,
Brits don't give you that. Like, 1MT, he's the master of that when it comes to just saying it, shooting it from the hip. Like, Americans, as you said, you rightly observed, they have less give a fuck. We're the ones that we were kind of brought up to almost dance around things and political correctness and all that. So the Americans are just straight in there. So it's like that I had to kind of understand.
Yeah.
The YouTube game, it calls for that. But UK is a very toxic place. Like, if I've had videos like blow up, and then you see the guys like. But I always say the same thing. Guys might say, "Oh, bruv, like, you know what I mean? Oh, passport. Well, if you can't get a chick in the UK, then you must be the problem." I'm old now. I don't care. Like, I'm not trying to. When you get older as a guy, you one thing that you have to understand is your ego goes more to the side. Like, because I did the whole macking, the days of macking girls and drawing girls and like really giving a shit. When you get to a certain age, you want to make your paper, you want to build your business, and you want efficiency. Yeah. So I'm going to go to Brazil, Dominican Republic, where I can be in a perform, because it's the smart decision to fucking make.
It's efficiency.
It's efficiency. Like, I want to be in abundance. So 1MT, he's in a situation, he's placed himself where he's retired. You know his story anyway. He's in abundancy. I want abundancy. I want to be in abundancy. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm a thinking man. Do you get me? And but like, the guys in the UK don't feel like that. Like, it's strange to them. This is why I don't relate to a lot of British guys anyway.
They're lost in the source. They're still lost in the source. They're lost in the source. The system, I say this to you all the time, and you'll probably be able to relate to this, antagonist, because you're a little bit younger and you can chime in. But when you live in it for too long, right? And there's guys in the UK as well, don't forget, who don't have passports or who don't have the necessary resources. If you stay stuck in a scarcity system and a scarcity mindset, you don't know no better. So what you're putting out there, Lightbringer, it just looks like a foreign entity to these guys. So it's completely out of left field to them.
Yeah, it's mad, boy. Wow, this is a long ass show.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. If I go on a live stream, there's a tendency that I talk too much.
We're gonna have almost 5 hours out of this.
I know. I just like the clock. Where I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to draw this one to a close, because this is. You realize when the show's too long, I don't think people even want to watch it, because it's like, I'm not sitting for 7 hours.
5 hours, bruv. Like,
yeah,
what the
that's
hell?
crazy. Yeah, but
right.
I think
people been doing 10-hour live streams, man.
What?
That's mad. Man. That's mad, boy. Like, that's crazy. But but it's proper. Like, really good having you on the show. I have to remember the name, because you're welcome back, like, anytime. Sure. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's any last final thoughts, because obviously people do have to go bed. I have to go bed soon.
Yeah, it's late out here, man.
Oh shit, boy, that was crazy, boy. That was really good, though.
Yeah,
really good. So we done, yeah?
Yeah, we done, man. Thanks for jumping on, antagonist. We'll definitely get you back up.
And
anytime.
Thank you, brother. And then hopefully next time, a few of the other people in the comment section can come on and just spit their opinion on certain things. All right. Okay, guys. All right.
We'll end it there.
All right, man. Let me end the show. Take care.